A woman cradles her newborn and offers Malaria a hug, totally panicked. I don't know what to do. What if he gets hurt? They quickly steady her, telling her not to worry because the only rule that matters is to hold his neck with your hands. The baby dozed peacefully in the girl's arms. From this moment on, he's officially part of their family, so the woman turns to the girl and tells her, "You take care of him." The hero never let up. Then the host steps in and unveils this year's Daikush Manga Award winner. This is Kamishiro Akira Senmei, the author of Vengeance Match Asterisk, a monster series that smashed past 50 million copies sold. The man strode onto the stage and flashed a confident grin. At 18, he burst onto the scene, and his first manga sold 1 million copies, then got turned into a film too. Before long, he skyrocketed in fame and people started calling him the century author. Climbing toward the top, he turned colder and snapped at his assistant, demanding she quit if she couldn't handle the job. His friends snapped at him, furious because they swore he treated people like tools, and even his girlfriend walked out. Her final words hit like a punch. Not everyone gets to live the way he does. But the hero never once regretted a thing because in his mind, success meant he was right always, or that's what he kept telling himself. The truth, he was dead wrong, and that thought never even crossed his mind. He finally stopped and the truth hit him like a punch. The doctor snapped, "This disease is polycythemia vera," and the hero shot back, "What does that mean?" The doctor leaned in and explained that it cranks up the red blood cells, thickening the blood and choking the circulation. It's a blood thing, plain and brutal. Good news if Akira gets the right treatment. His odds can jump way higher than with other tumors. And the thought hits him so hard that tears swarm his eyes as he wonders if he'll make it past that first year. At just 29 years old, he's still got his whole life and the chaos to unleash. The nurse told him they needed a full exam, then demanded his family come along at his next visit. While Akira, deep down already knowing it, panicked and insisted he wasn't alone. His mother only cares about money, he has 0 friends to drag along to the hospital, and not a single girlfriend would shed a tear if he died. Because he's been wrong about everything this whole time. He got hooked on outside success and then, just like that, life drained of its meaning. Akira's phone suddenly rang his mother. He snatched it up and barked, "What happened now?" She sounded worried and admitted she'd run into a problem. She couldn't cover the rent, so she begged for 100,000 rubles less. And the man just pursed his lips like he was bracing for trouble. He snapped, "Why do you always act like that?" And she shot back, "It's not like it costs you that much." Akira leaned in and told her about waking up in the hospital, then she asked, trembling, "So what's hurting you?" He admitted he had cancer, saying he might only get a few more years. And in the quiet, he pleaded in silence with his mother for help. Panic clenched his chest, so he grabbed his mother and begged her to go with him to the hospital, because he'd been told to bring the rest of the family for the procedure. She nodded in agreement. Then, right on the next breath, she shoved a new request at him, transfer her the full 100,000 because she needed it right then. Even when everything's falling apart, she can't stop worrying about money, more than her own son. The young man won't say a word, but his mother keeps calling his name over and over, until he snaps so hard he tells her to move on to the next world. He can't believe his life is this miserable. Suddenly, he realizes he's speeding straight toward a woman holding a child. He yanks the steering wheel, swerving hard to keep from plowing into them. A woman dials Akira and tells him she snatched up the newest issue just for him. The hero couldn't remember what he truly wanted, just one quiet place to breathe in peace, and he spent his whole life chasing everything else until the strangest first safe haven finally showed up, death. Akira snapped his eyes open. He has no clue what's going on or where he's even landed. Then the world snaps to black. The only thing he remembers is smashing into a power pole, and before he can breathe, a window appears right in front of him. It told him straight to his face that everything was over. They shoved the choice in front of him, pick a mother and start over, but Akira doesn't get any of it. 5 photos of stunning women suddenly burst into view in front of him. Ursula Stormheim royal bloodline, Meloria Veneries millionaire power, Fatima Yggdrasil immortal life. And now, he's got to pick just one. He gets reincarnated into another world. Like, think about that, it's real, and this time he's not stuck blaming his parents because they actually let him choose for himself. Katia Gardenberg, aristocrat, the living spark in the Sword Saints court, comes from a powerful, wealthy family, and every one of them is on the shortlist, stacking ridiculous high stats like it's a contest. Pick one of these mothers and right from the start, wealth and fame are basically locked in. He's had it, fame and fortune only handed him loneliness, and he finally escaped that whole life, so why are they trying to drag him back into the hell of success? He's begging for a normal life, just a quiet spot to finally breathe and relax. Then he spotted a woman from a magic shop, a total commoner, but she caught his eye immediately. Diva Roland Akira couldn't recall the details of her profile, yet something about her felt off. She wore a gentle smile. It felt like she was welcoming Akira with her own words, "Welcome, Akira," and then bam, Diva Roland was chosen to be his mother. And it's all wrapped in mystery, who's really calling the shots, how these bonds even form and where it all starts in the first place. Diva and her husband welcomed a baby into the world. They can't believe their luck. Being born when he was born is the blessing they'll never stop thanking. 7 years later in Stormheim, the royal capital, Reinfeldt's magic shop was booming when a customer grabbed 2 healing scrolls for 2 gold coins and swore they'd be back again. Diva and Akira turned to the customer and pour out heartfelt thanks. Akira Rainford had just turned 7 this year, and Diva practically beamed as she thanked him for helping out, then told him the rush was finally done and he was free to go play. And he can finally walk out of the store and go back to his mother, Diva Rainford, before she ever became Roland. Akira shook his head and refused. He said his dad told him to watch over his mom until he got back from the guild, so she wouldn't be left alone. The moment her son spoke, something melted in her chest. She spun toward him and wrapped him in a fierce hug. The hero still carries memories from his old life. Back then, he burned everything chasing success. And now Akira Kamashiro's pain and loneliness hit him so vividly he can practically feel it. Akira's father, Carl Rainford, strode back in and announced he'd returned. Akira practically sprinted straight into his arms. That's why Akira plays it safe, blends in, and refuses to grab attention, because when people can't stop hating, they'll try to crush even his success. And still, no matter what they throw at him, he's got a family at home who loves him. This is exactly the kind of place he'd been truly hunting for. This was the one thing he couldn't afford to lose. Carl burst out that he'd just bought a cake for his son. Then someone shouted that the boy couldn't eat him. Akira froze because that was the voice he'd been chasing, the one that finally brought his happiness. But right then, one nasty obstacle blocked the path in this house. And here she is, maid Arya, right in front of us. The girl snapped that there'd be no snacks before dinner because it'd wreck his education, and then she shot him a question. Did he skip fencing lessons that day? Arya wipes the floor with him in a blink, snapping, "Parry, don't muscle your way through." He fires back that he's got zero talent with a sword. The one thing ruining his perfect life is Arya, the maid who's been living with him since the day he was born. He knows exactly nothing about her, just that she's an elf with no clear origin, and somehow she can swing a sword, cast magic, and somehow still crush it at housework. No doubt she's an expert maid, but the second she looks at him, she doesn't see a guest, she sees an enemy. Arya snaps at the hero to stand up and smack her. If he can't, she'll chow down on the cake Carl bought him. Akira's stunned. She's really planning to steal from a 7-year-old, and he instantly realizes why she hates him. He's convinced that this woman has feelings for Carl, his father. She swears she's hiding it perfectly, but those adult eyes of his see right through her. To her, a hero isn't just a legend. It's the final proof that the guy she loves belongs to someone else. Every time she spots him, does that irritation just hit her like a wave? She just can't resist roasting him because of it. He tells her to wait until he's grown, then he'll finally spill what this elf really is. And once it's done, he kicks her out for good. Arya caught the hero zoning out and snapped him with a slap. She had no clue what dark thoughts were roasting in his head. But the moment he went down that rabbit hole, a whole magic lesson erupted. He's got to scratch out basic healing spells on all 5 scrolls before morning, but the problem is he has 0 magic, so he has to learn how to make them fast. If he fails, he'll be stuck with no sweets tomorrow. Blank scrolls sit right there in front of the hero, waiting to be filled. What even is a scroll? In this world, it's a normal little object, but it can trap and store magical power like it's nothing. A mage just has to jot the spell down and fill it with magic. 1 scroll alone would swallow 2 hours. So why would she let a 7-year-old grind through the whole night with ink and parchment? She won't. Akira decides to unleash his cheat power. Even with 0 talent for magic or swordplay, he refused to give up on helping his father, and that's what lit a fire in him. He started daydreaming about making scrolls with just a pinch of magic, and once the idea grabbed him, he couldn't stop thinking about it for ages. Then it hit him: real magic, even the simple kind, normally eats up hours, but this young man could pull off the effect he wanted just by drawing it. It pulls off the exact same miracle as the written scrolls, because the healing magic scroll is finally finished. Those scrolls are packed with real magic, and even he, with his massive magic pool, can conjure them on command. He could pop out 5 scrolls in under 10 minutes, and the hero couldn't help but wonder if he could make something even more jaw-dropping. Diva shrieked the second she spotted the slime, and Arya lunged in to take it on. Akira was the culprit, and the whole accident story fell apart the moment he summoned a living monster. Not on some tiny scroll, but out in the open, and yeah, he was running an experiment. He traced an empty magic circle on the lake's surface, sketched a monster next, and boom, it crawled into reality. Sure, you can't just conjure life out of a scroll. But once he draws his magic circle, he turns it into living flesh anyway, like summoning straight out of a cheat code. And honestly, he's still not fully sure what he's doing, but wow, it's incredible. A power that could flip this whole world upside down, just like Kamishiro Kira's gift, which swept through millions. But yeah, every chosen one with that kind of talent pays a brutal price. He's sick of that kind of talent, so he shuts it down, hiding it like a danger that could wreck his perfect normal life. And yeah, it's a filthy, unsettling power. Arya told him straight up that the so-called hero never won her over. She tells him right here, right now, make the scroll. He tries to brush it off like, after all, he must have forgotten his homework, but she shoots back that her kid already did it perfectly, only he finished way too fast. Look at that scroll's formula, too perfect, right? Did he really copy it with a quill? And still, the healing power works amazingly well. He went to bed early last night staring at the ceiling like, when did I create all this? The young man just shrugged and said he woke up early and busted his ass. Akira, though, he's convinced he should have stopped at one scroll. Arya says it's still early morning, and somehow he slept and still finished it. That's straight up impossible. So the only thing I can think is he must have prepped the scroll ahead of time and copied it before anyone even knew. She doesn't hold his lack of skill against him, but she's ready to forgive, just not the lie. Now she's demanding he tell her exactly how he pulled it off. He remembered pitching the editors that it was rough and they just shrugged like, too bad, work even harder. Akira blurts, can't I cheat just a little? Then snaps, is it wrong if I don't grind like a fool? But why does it all land on him when she never got chosen, and why is she dragging him back toward that same nightmare? He bolted off, hurling the last thing he said, someone like Arya would be safer just disappearing. And when his parents lunged to stop him, they couldn't catch him fast enough. When he's at his lowest, the young man storms to the same lake he always goes to, hoping the quiet will hit reset. Yet even there he can't think of a single good excuse and it all crashes down. He couldn't shake the words he'd tossed to Arya, he'd said way too much, and this was the first time he'd ever seen her look like this. He needs to go back right now and apologize to her, no excuses. Suddenly, a stranger lunged at the hero and carried him off in a blur. It was Arya, bloodied and wounded, still standing like a promise. Right here I snapped my gaze forward, and there it was, a gigantic monster looming in front of me. A forest basilisk had them surrounded, deadly and ready to strike. Arya snapped back to herself, shoved the kid aside and yelled at him to run. Now it's monster mating season and they're starving, so she's about to become the bait. The young man can't wrap his head around it. Why would she show up for him? Does she hate him? Is she furious at him? The girl's jaw drops at his total nonsense, and he just doubles down with that wild talk. Soften her family's worries, she's the one who takes care of Akira. Of course she's got his back. She grabs him and begs him to bolt from here right now, because how in the world is the hero still acting this clueless? When he pictured his parents' disappointed faces, it hit him hard. Arya wasn't the kind of editor who just pushed people around. Yeah, she's strict as hell, but when it matters, she's right there, throwing herself in front of him and protecting him like nothing else. The girl snaps at the guy, shouting, run, get away now. Akira figured Arya was just trying to raise him the right way, but she didn't get what he was really doing. He needed to bolt right now. Akira shot back that he wouldn't run away. He swore to guard his peaceful little sanctuary at all costs, and Arya was right at the heart of it. The hero spread his colors across the water, turning the waves into his canvas. Arya can't figure out what's going on, while Akira frantically wonders what to draw so he can claw his way out of this mess. In front of him looms the basilisk, and he's about to copy it, then materialize it right into existence. He starts blazing away at a sketch of a monster, then points at it and orders, now move. The drawing is finally finished, and the basilisk has burst into the world. Arya's jaw drops because that boy just pulled out summoning magic. The hero's basilisk rocketed ahead, and the young one's mind started slipping away. He had no magic left, so he clenched his focus with everything he had because he refused to go down. Compared to the hell he survived before, this feels way too easy, so he swears nobody, snatching him that lightly, and yeah, that's the mindset of a real professional. The real basilisk finally got taken down. Akira's vision started to blur, but he couldn't regret a thing, because he'd just saved Arya. The monster's body crashed into the water, and the painted basilisk vanished without a trace. Arya burst up out of the water, her mind racing, how their blood ran through his veins, how he had zero magic talent. And yet somehow this insane power had been lurking inside him all along. She strode right up to him. She scooped him up in her arms, because this boy is Carl and Diva's child. Diva burst into tears, relief flooding her face. Her son was finally awake. The poor kid had been stuck in a coma for 3 days from magical exhaustion, and his mother was in total shambles. Diva refuses to let that sewer bat off the hook after it drained Akira's magic, so his dad tracked it down and dealt with it. And that's why he assembled a whole squad. Now Akira can finally breathe because Arya's safe. He's staring at this sewer bat like, what even is this? Then the thought hits him, could Arya have been hiding the truth and that hidden skill he used isn't an accident? She claimed Carl handed him the elixir since he'd already blacked out from magical exhaustion. Not every adventurer can even lay hands on this elixir, it's brutally rare, like a miracle you can't chase. And 3 whole days without sleep? Diva was running on pure grit while his parents stayed by his side, watching over him and fueling him with magic, because he truly got the best kind of love. Akira realizes everyone's terrified of what his selfishness is doing to him, because he swore, this time around, to be a good son, and somehow he still ends up crushing his parents' hopes. Pearl bursts into the room, shouting that the bat's nowhere to be found, so they tear through every corner but they come up empty, with zero traces of the attack. Then he realized Akira was awake, and his son rushed to apologize for putting his father through that worry, only for his father to wave it off and say it was fine, because he was just relieved to see him okay, before his eyes started to droop and he drifted back into sleep. The diva can't believe it. Her husband suddenly collapses right there on his own 2 feet, staggering into unconsciousness. When his magic hits zero, the hero's going to die, like starving to death from the inside out. That elixir saved him, and so did his mother. Now his body feels like it's seconds from exploding. Then Arya slipped into him, and he instantly realized sleep wasn't coming. She heard him groan in agony and rushed over to check. Turns out his magic still wouldn't circulate right, not after the exhaustion took him out. His face is blazing hot, so she dials Diva right away, only for the hero to insist he's totally fine, no fever at all. And it's definitely not because of her breasts or her nightgown, because either way he's okay, so there's no reason to call mom. She hadn't slept for 3 days, and he didn't want to drag that pain onto her or make her worry even more. Arya sprawled down beside the boy, then wrapped her arms around him. That elixir didn't just snap his magic back. It blew open a higher ceiling for it too, and his body had to adjust for a bit. Tonight, she'll help him get that power coursing through him. Akira's heart started pounding out of nowhere. What was going on with him? He'd never seen Arya act like this, so why was she flipping out right now? Arya's warmth hits like a soft blanket, calm, steady, and somehow perfect. The boy swallowed his pride and apologized to the girl, because he finally understood she'd been hiding her feelings for his father and still choosing to care about him anyway. He refused to admit what he felt, then tried to humiliate her right in front of her father, like it wasn't already brutal for her to watch her dad make her mom smile, while he stood there blocking her path. He was crushed with guilt, begging her to forgive him. Then Arya said the boy's name. And then she blurted out that she'd never even dared to picture herself as Carl's woman. The hero started firing off every argument she could, how she looked at his father, how spotless she made the laundry, even the guy's whole life story, because his girlfriend had an answer for literally everything. Arya's completely clueless about how this whole misunderstanding even started. She respects Carl a ton as both her boss and a friend, but she never agreed to be filmed, and Akira is squirming with pure discomfort. Arya admitted she'd been craving the idea of becoming his. Carl was a mage everyone revered, a man who would never chase power, especially not that imperfect vessel. But Akira, she wasn't just another girl, she was the rarest prize of all, the kind every country would beg for, a true summoner. And yeah, at 7 years old they drag him into Basilisk, and even among the disruptors he stands out like a rare spark. She can't stop wondering just how lethal he'll become if he actually commits to growing. And when that moment comes, she'll be waiting, restless as if a god just handed him a power that's begging to wake up. Maybe he'll rise into a true genius, strong enough to earn her malaria. Akira feels it in her bones. Everyone expects way too much of him again, and if this keeps up she might even clock that he's been reincarnated. So he better bury the real reason his power is so wild. Arya demanded to know why he'd been burying his power for so long. Summoners are so rare they might as well be royalty. If the kingdom so much as hears about one, they don't just get noticed, they get showered in money, fame, and status. But nothing in life is free, there's always a price, and Akira just clocked it. This was his moment to strike. He said he didn't want this power to set him apart from his mom and dad. His dream was to take over the family shop someday. But becoming a royal mage would chain him down for the rest of his life, forcing him to give up freedom and devote himself to the royal family. He'll fight for this store's inheritance no matter what, and that's why he's been hiding the whole thing. He begs Arya to keep it quiet, but she snaps back that she has to talk to Carl first. She bluntly tells him, Akira's still a kid, you don't get to decide his future alone. Then she adds, as his servant, I can't hide anything from his parents. And just like that, the hero realizes his quiet, peaceful life is officially done. If she trades servant life for Akira's womanhood, then Akira's wishes will call the shots and everything else gets pushed aside. The hero pressed her, what do you mean woman? And demanded if she'd really swap her employer for him, and she shot back that she wouldn't be his servant at all, she'd become his spiritual partner. She's choosing Akira for life, promising to stay at his side and defend him no matter what. The hero can't shake the thought, this isn't just a marriage, is she really proposing to a 7-year-old? Arya's wild train of thoughts hits him all at once. She's planning a wild, ridiculous deal just to bait him into saying no, and then she'll walk straight to his parents and spill everything, because if she plays it right, she'll catch him totally off guard. He tells everyone that when he's grown, he's going to marry Arya. She blinked in total shock and the hero panicked. He swore he'd misread her words again and miscalculated everything. Arya told him, if you don't mind, then I don't either. But until Akira grew up, their secret stayed locked tight. He was a summoner and they were meant to be married, so they sealed it with a pinky vow. But if she doesn't keep it locked away from her parents, the wedding is dead in the water, and she agreed. The very next day, they pulled up at the lake and Arya grinned, because today was the day she was going to put his summoning skills to the test. Every summoner signs a contract with the creature they summon, and she couldn't stop wondering how that whole deal actually worked. She demanded to know how he managed to seal a contract with that basilisk, because that monster would never bow to someone weaker, not for a second. Akira figured that if she'd already seen it all, she could finally prove it to him. He grilled her about the contract and she snapped, "Stop joking." Then he fired back that he didn't have any contract with Basilisk, and the girl just stared, baffled that anyone could even call it conscription without one. Akira grins as he says he hoards magic right at his fingertips, then just pictures the spell in his head. Then bam, he actually summons it, and Arya can't believe it because there's no contract at all. She's going to back him up with magic, because she needs to witness it with her own eyes, so even if Akira's spell falls short, she can step in with power of her own. Then she leans in and tells the boy to summon the monster straight out of the book. This is an advanced golem. Good luck trying to fully figure it out. The girl grimaces at how hard it is to summon one, since golems naturally shrug off magical power, making them far less effective than you'd hope. Even if he can't secure a contract with the summit, it's basically a guaranteed no-go. Summoning a golem shouldn't be possible. Then she leaned in and asked the boy what he was drawing. He grinned and said he was sketching, because that's just how he'd been wired since his manga artist days. Armed with a sketch, he felt success within reach, but with the basilisk, it was basically luck on the roulette wheel. He turned to her and demanded she back him with her magic, then promised he'd replay every move he'd used to summon the basilisk. The instant the final line hit the paper, a powerful golem rose up in front of them, fully formed. Arya can't stop replaying it. How did he summon him with zero contract? No deal, no bond, and somehow it still worked. That's got to be impossible. Is he really a genius? Nah, he's playing on a whole different battlefield, defying the laws of this world like they're nothing, and you can bet they'll come for his life for real. Akira shot the girl a grateful smile and thanked her for the magical help she'd been giving. Arya shot him a weird look and said, "That's not a summoner's power." She can't even begin to guess the kind of disasters this power is about to unleash on him. She makes him swear, until she truly understands his power, he'll never reveal it to a soul, because she'll guard him with everything she's got until he can finally stand up for himself. Akira swore they'd already settled it before anything even started. This was their secret all the way until he finally grew up, and somehow it all clicked better than he ever dared to hope. The very next second, the young man crumpled to the ground, and Arya looked shocked that he fell after something like that. The hero has no clue what any of it even means. She knows he's got magic in his bones, so why's she dragging him into sword training like he doesn't have a choice? She said they'd settled it. He'd shove the summoning technique out of his mind and focus on swordsmanship instead. And Carl and Diva just stared, baffled that they'd ever managed to get along so smoothly. Lying under a tree after training, the young man stares up at the leaves and mutters that he just can't. She said she'd act like it never happened. But if she does, won't that make it hit him 3 times harder? She's fine keeping the secret, but tell me, what's the point of taking his life in the middle of training? Training feels good, sure, but he's not trying to get hurt, so he pulled an elixir straight out. Then he nodded and took it, and boom, his health and max reserves were completely back to full. Elixir Earth slams you back to full health, refills every last reserve, and even bumps up your maximum limit. Most people would die without ever finding the elixir, like, lucky enough for a miracle, yet they can bottle it endlessly just by drawing objects. It hit him like energy drinks, but he'd had those before, back when he was still human, and this jolt felt way wilder than any regular can could ever touch. And he's got his eyes on boosting his MP limit too. Nothing's changed yet, but he's not panicking for a second. He unleashed a secret technique that cranked up his magic power, the wood-splitting dance. The boy's sword was jammed in the village, and that elixir turned out to be a total fake. Magic couldn't be forced with skill, because swordsmanship had nothing to do with it. They said the hero is so weak he can't even split a single log. Right next to the hero, some girl plopped down and blurted, "So what did you do with the scroll?" Akira is convinced she totally freaked him out. She got so close that he never even clocked it, and suddenly she was right behind him. But hey, has she actually seen him draw? She swore she'd never seen a move like that before, and suddenly she dropped a hint he might be a mage. Then he stared at her sword, scabbard, and neckerchief and realized she wasn't just anyone, she was an aristocrat. The young man looked at her and instantly decided she was nothing but trouble. The hero just shrugged and said he'd fixed everything with a restoration scroll, and she insisted she'd seen him drawing a bottle shape, only for the young man to snap back, "You're wrong, and you're just a kid too, so don't you dare call me that." What? The girl burst into laughter and teased his weird way of talking, like he'd crawled out of some old man's throat. Akira was relieved he dodged that topic, and he fired back asking how old she was. She said she'd just turned 7 this year, and the young guy grinned back, me too. Then he leaned in and asked, so why do you call me baby? She giggled and answered, because you're little and that's exactly what you look like to me. She had no clue he was just a commoner, and when it all went wrong she apologized on the spot, while Akira stared in shock that some aristocrat even had common sense. Still, he skillfully sidestepped the whole elixir conversation. Before long his whole mood flipped, then he shoved his pride aside and apologized for blowing up. She watched him chopping wood, stepped in and offered to help, but he stopped her with a gentle request, don't push yourself too hard. And yeah, it's not just chopping wood, he trains fencing too, and she jumps in with advice. A sword isn't like an axe at all because its center of gravity sits right in the handle. She had no choice, this had to be done like this. Words wouldn't do it justice, so she begged the hero to toss that log and he heard her, but the plan didn't click. In the next heartbeat, the girl snapped the log in midair with one sharp chop. Akira never even caught a glimpse of her drawing that sword, because those moves looked less like fighting and more like a dangerous dance. That sword dance is so deadly smooth even Arya can't nail it, because it's obvious right away she's already mastered it. So are all aristocrats like this? Even though she's a girl, she swings a sword like a monster. Then she clocks that the young man is downright hilarious and decides it's the perfect moment to introduce herself. The child's name is Metis Blinstered, Count Blinstered's son, just crowned the new lord of Stormheim. He hasn't settled in yet, so he's hunting for a friend who will show him around. Akira couldn't believe it, turns out he was a boy. Metis said every time he met someone they instantly clocked him as a girl, so Akira fired back, did you really flirt with aristocrats? And he just blurted, I didn't mean it like that, I only looked cute, I swear, then hurriedly apologized because he was truly sorry. Metis leaned in and asked the hero's name because he'd already introduced himself, and ignoring that would be plain rude. So Akira told her he was the owner's son, tied to Rainford, the magic shop in the city. The Count's son was totally blown away watching the magic shop owner's son hammer away at sword practice, and Akira nodded like, yeah, there's a small reason, while the hero was left stuck, trying to figure out how to escape this mess without enraging the noble woman. Metis flicked the boy's shoulder and told him, don't worry. She'd been babying him for no reason, and it was time to drop that act, because Akira was the first real friend he'd ever found in this city, and now the aristocrat was asking him to watch his back. This is Akira's first run-in with an aristocrat, and the guy turns out to be way more respectable than Akira ever expected. Metis proposed they meet tomorrow at the same time. Akira would spill everything about the city, and he'd teach Metis fencing. A few days later, Akira begs Arya to let him go, but she shuts him down. She says she can't until he counts to 100. Akira shoots back, didn't Diva tell you? I'm not a kid, so why make this so extreme? Arya didn't get what the boy's no longer a child line meant, until he snapped, telling her he was done with being treated like one. He demands, how long are we really doing this, what's the point? Arya shoots back, isn't it smart to bathe together and save the firewood? The young man pushed himself out of the bath, rushing to get dressed, because the girl warned that Diva would be home soon. Arya tried to tag along, but he snapped that he could wash up on his own. The elf cornered the boy and asked, did you read the book I gave you? He leaned in and said, I was just about to ask you the same thing. It claims you can't summon inorganic stuff, so what does that even mean? She said he could strike a contract only with a living creature that has magic and a soul. Because something with magic can't work without it, just like a magic scroll can change reality, but the item itself can't. Like the hero figured, his powers made themselves painfully obvious, so if word spread, trouble would hit fast. Arya leaned in and asked whether that book actually helped, and the young man nodded, confirming it straight up. There were tons of monsters to summon, and the detailed explanations fired up his imagination so he could picture every one perfectly. Arya spilled the boy's private thoughts, trying to summon this guy as some kind of experiment. Then he swore it wasn't true, even though that's exactly what he was thinking. The elf leans in and demands he figure out why she handed him that book, and side by side they dig into the hero's powers, trying to decode every ability. If he dares to summon a high-level creature by himself and his magic runs dry, death will slam the door shut on him. She demands he swear he won't practice summoning without her, unless Akira somehow already has the magic of a legendary hero. Long ago, a goddess birthed a man made for battle, an evolved warrior with unmatched swordsmanship and magic that never ran out. People once called him the god of war. Possessor of the red eyes, the knight of the goddess's mark, the deadliest power anyone has ever held. Yet somehow the hero couldn't shake the feeling that real heroes were waiting right here too. Arya asked if Akira wanted to be just like him, because yeah, he was a boy too. Akira shook it off and said, no, that's not me. His real dream, to become the next second-generation boss of a magic shop. And before anyone could stop him, he decided to leave first. Then Diva burst in, late and breathless, and apologized. She leaned in and asked if he'd finally learned to count to 100 right. Arya shot back that he'd only reached 37, and Mom immediately snapped, "Start over." Carl burst back home and demanded, "How'd your day go, kid?" Diva greeted her husband, and he blurted out an apology for leaving her stuck running the shop all day. Then, when she caught the weight in his face, she pressed him to tell her what went down at the Merchants Guild. He shot back that a devilish cult was snatching kids off the streets. These are just guesses, but they hit hard. 2 kids are missing, and a man flaunting the group's insignia was once arrested for trying to snatch a child. Still, the rumors won't die, claiming the cult treats children like prey. The city's security has been cranked up to max, and Akira's warning hits hard, "Don't you dare stray into secluded places." Akira finally ran into Medes, and they hit the training ground together from day one. The hero snapped that he was done. He couldn't even make a dent in him. The power gap was brutal. Then he pitched an idea, "Let's hit the city and scout." But the hero shot back, "Yeah, no, skipping training would wreck everything." The hero leaned in and demanded, "Medes, have you heard about the devil's cult?" When the hero spilled everything, Medes went wide-eyed and unleashed a string of furious curses at those bad people. Then Akira stepped in and told her, "Let's head home. We can't keep messing with our parents." Akira leaned in and asked, "Aren't you even scared of them?" And the answer hit hard. He was. After all, he was just a commoner, and he wasn't about to risk his life learning how to wield a sword. Medes leaned in and told him what his teacher drilled into his head. Real strength comes with real responsibility, so if he wasn't ready to shoulder it for others, what was he even doing chasing the sword? Since he's got real talent, he can't just sit back. He's got to deliver results, and that's exactly how an aristocrat's teacher ends up the same way as the people who used him in his past life. Did he ever stop and ask what's left after he keeps shouldering the weight of responsibility all the way to the end? Because if a genius burns out and drops dead, then what was it all for, really? Medes chose to head home first, and the hero panicked. He thought he'd pushed Medes too far, so he rushed to block him, because even if Medes wore power like armor, he was still just a kid. In the next instant, Medes vanished into thin air. Then the hero caught a sweet, soothing aroma that dragged him towards sleep like a spell. He clung to his parents' warning, "Don't roam into secluded places," and to Arya's plea, begging him to train his sword skills closer to home. He was about to go through with it, then his thoughts slammed into one thing: he needed to tell Medes. The boy jolted his eyes open and found himself trapped inside a cage. Kids everywhere sobbed and cried, and Akira's mind snapped back to his father's warning about the devil cult, how they used children as sacrifices. He's reeling because the next thing he knows, a devilish cult is about to snatch him up for good. Akira shook Medes awake, blurting, "Why are you in my bed?" And then the truth hit him hard: this wasn't even his room. He finally jolted awake, then demanded where they were and who those kids even were. Akira shoved his voice down to get his friend to stop shouting, because it felt like they'd been snatched up by some demonic cult. If this is a cult hideout, they're in deep trouble. No guards, no safety, and those bars are built like iron cages, so escaping feels impossible. He thinks about using his drawing to conjure a golem, one hard summon, and maybe those bars finally crack. But if he goes through with it, he could end up buried alive, and that would shatter the promise he swore to Arya. He just wants to keep them hidden, because this situation is straight-up lethal. But if he tucks them away under the cover of a summoning spell, it might just buy him a chance to survive. Medes swore this was their golden chance: escape a demonic cult and get out alive. Then he pushed for one thing: smash the hideout and rescue every kid inside. Akira lunges to stop his friend, because this isn't some fancy rich person game, it's real life. This cult kidnaps kids and turns them into sacrifices, and they've even stripped them of the weapons they need to fight back. Medes triggers the flames, and pure burning pain detonates inside him. This kid isn't just a sword-wielding beast, he's got magic in his back pocket too. Medes grabs Akira's fear and begs him not to be scared, because he'll protect him no matter what. After all, that's what the strong are for, and he's ready to prove it by teaching him. His left eye flared red. This unrivaled master of sword and magic stared down the world with blazing crimson eyes, the strongest there ever was. Akira clocked that this kid was off, but not like this, because when it counts, he steps up like a real hero. A sword in one hand, a magician in the other, 2 rare talents awakened in a blazing pair of scarlet eyes. People called him the god of war, the hero everyone feared. Scarlet light burns in his left eye, and his sword and magic skills are so sharp you can't miss it. Yeah, he's a hero. No surprise ace pulled from the sleeve. Akira won't even need to summon that golem. And they'll slip out of here, just watch. He's already betting on Medes. Thanks to that aristocrat's magic, the great crumbled into nothing, like bills being burned away right in front of him. And yeah, the guy's even using magic. The hero's leaning toward it. This isn't a normal noble at all, it's some kind of unusual aristocrat. Medes grinned and promised, "I'll protect you." He said the explanation can wait, right now they've got to move. Freeing every captive won't be simple, but Akira was relieved he wouldn't have to resort to drawing. The demon cult men clocked the boys instantly, and they can't figure out how they managed to crawl out of that cell. Akira blurted out that it was a cult hideout, but his friend snapped, "Calm down, stay right behind me." And right then the men decided to strike the children. They hurled the Cadius flame, but the aristocrat snapped into action and brushed it away with effortless skill. The men go wide-eyed as the kid parries, sending a blazing column of flame straight at them. Medes charged straight into the attack. On top of magic, he tapped into lightning-fast speed, and in seconds he surged right up to the cult members. They spotted the boy's scarlet eyes, but before they could even blink, he unleashed Kata's flame. Akira can't believe it. Only his bare hands, and he's still that strong, and now he's sure this is the way they break free from here. He said it was unreal, and with powers like that, of course he's so cocky. But first, the cult-s got to regroup and gather before they can move on. The hero fired off a plan: escape from here right now. Medes couldn't wait to take the boss down. Their opinions clashed so hard that bitterness started simmering between them. Meanwhile, Arya fought to soothe Diva's panic, whispering that Carl and his guards were already out there hunting. But she's sobbing at the top of her lungs, saying if the guards have even begun to act, it's proof this case is deadly serious. This isn't some ordinary missing person, so what is she supposed to do now? What if her kid really was snatched by that cult, and what if he's already trapped somewhere she can't reach? And if Akira gets hurt, how does she even breathe through the aftermath? Arya grabs Diva's hands and tells her to trust Akira, because that kid is wiser than anyone realizes, and he's going to come back safe and sound. Akira and Medes face off across the room, locked in a tense standoff. The second one demanded what his friend had just said: "Let's run away together, just us two." He hadn't misheard a word, but Akira couldn't wrap his head around what his friend was thinking. Why is he spouting this nonsense? Don't they even have a clue how many enemies are out there? Still, he's not wrong to recognize Midas's brutal strength, and yeah, maybe he could knock down that devil cult, but right now, they're completely blind to what's really happening. Charging enemies blind is a gamble. Run for it and shout for the adults. The aristocrat figured the boy was just scared he'd lose control, but the truth is, he didn't have any other thoughts at all. So they'll break free and spill the truth about the shelter. Yeah, they'll be safe. But what about the kids they captured? What happens to them? When help finally shows up, will they just abandon these kids right after their escape? Or will they race to cover every trail? He decides to press him again about escaping. Maybe he just misheard. Akira figures he can't really argue with that noble aristocratic weirdness of his. Yeah, he actually agreed with him, and with that drawing in hand and the boy's raw strength, they might finally pull off a win. Every word he said checked out, and even though he'd judged it too fast, he still turned to Medes and told her to think again. If they battle the cult and still lose, the trapped kids won't be the only ones who die. Those heroes will be killed too. Medes' face darkened, like the shadows just swallowed the light in his eyes. Right now, some kids are already being dragged to the altar, and people swear a child's soul is tiny but unbelievably pure. The light of life was finally blazing for him after decades, and it felt like the world was flipping its energy switch in his favor. No matter how that woman stared, wonder and joy never once faded. Medicine Akira's take on it, it doesn't match anyone else's. The aristocrat swears he'll risk his life for what he believes in, but the hero snaps back that this isn't worth anyone getting hurt, saying he understands, then orders him to run. Akira is stunned. His friend took it the wrong way because going solo isn't bravery, it's a straight-up bigger danger, and he's about to handle the cult by himself. They finally hit the altar, and for once they could actually see what was out there. It meant escape was finally within reach. They duck into a massive limestone cave, and right out front, the coast is laid bare for everyone to see. This is the northern coast, close enough to the city to be dangerous. He has to bolt immediately, but something gnaws at him from the inside. That suspicious statue and altar just feel way too wrong. Medes barked at his friend to duck just as they watched the kids' bodies get hauled away. Akira's gut told him they had to race before anyone caught on. Medes was seething at the whole situation, because this was the first time his heart had ever burned with this kind of rage. He shot to his feet and screamed at those heartless people to free the children and repent to God. Because if they didn't, he'd seize the goddess's spot and deliver judgment himself. But the hero has no idea what his friend is really doing. He just keeps poking them like he's trying to start a fight. A woman suddenly appeared behind them and she pressed, "Why is Medes acting so serious?" Boom, an explosion tore through the air and she snapped to it. The boy had pulled off silent magic, and now this wild little guest had her fully hooked. As soon as the aristocrat touched down, he snatched the hero and demanded, "How are you?" Then he barked, "Watch the kids," and promised he'd handle those troublemakers himself. The cult crew stepped in front of the kids and made it crystal clear not to mess with them. So what could they possibly pull off together? Medes didn't listen. She surged into the fight and snapped the enemy's dagger out of the way with deadly precision. Then he forged a blade from it, and the woman's eyes widened, scarlet pupils shining. because she finally realized he was a hero. The aristocrat wipes the floor with every opponent, so the criminals panic and realize they can't beat him with magic alone. Then they call in Lady Karamise. Medes dares a woman to a brutal one-on-one bout, and the moment it starts, all they do is make people suffer. Akira bursts out, "We found a way out," and you can't help but wonder, why does he care so much? If it's that simple, they can run, get help, and be done. But Medes decides to hand the choice to him. He'll never turn his back on an enemy, especially not in front of someone weaker. That kid is desperate to prove to Akira that the right beliefs always win, and his sense of justice won't let anyone get away with the wrong. Karamias blurts that she's shaking all over. She hasn't felt excitement this sharp in ages. This is a pure heart and untainted soul. She can feel it in her bones, then begs him to show her his justice. A crazy magic circle suddenly blazed into existence right in front of the heroes. He burst onto the scene out of nowhere, and the boys froze in pure shock. Mai snapped to the truth. She wasn't just part of the cult, she was its devilish leader. The aristocrat shrugged off his friend's warning and lashed out on pure, immature justice. And now she's finally in a position to make the best sacrifice for him. Karamias charges in with full force to crush his so-called justice. She calls for the middle one, the feared hero's killer, the only one who can snuff out the sword and the flame. Out of nowhere, a stone golem erupted from the circle. Akira realizes they've stumbled onto a mid-class golem, and the leader isn't just commanding it, he's a summoner too. This is bad news, and it's already getting dangerous. A colossal summoning circle roared to life. Her enemy was a summoner, and she answered it like a pro with zero struggle. She yanked forth a mid-class golem. No doubt about it, this wasn't some beginner mage. She fought like someone with years of battle scars. And remember what Arya said, summoners are rare among mages throughout history. This enemy is terrifying. If Medes gets wiped out, does the hero really have to fall back on drawing? But Medes wore a haughty smirk like he owned the place. Did he honestly think he could pull this off? The aristocrat finally realizes she's a summoner. And then, oh no, the heretics aren't just here, they've leveled up into something far more dangerous. He tells his friend, "Don't panic, I'll rescue you with magic." The hero clocks it like, "You've got an ace hidden somewhere, don't you?" Then he gets a wild idea. Maybe he should swap spells on the golem, something that won't get burned by fire magic. But the boy had a wild new plan. He was about to shatter the lie that golems can't handle fire magic. And as he burst into song, that fire magic surged past every limit, becoming the most powerful spell there was. He unleashes fire magic that's on a whole different league. He unleashes the blazing phoenix skill and everything ignites. But nothing changed, then the golem slammed into the boy. Akira's stunned so hard he can barely breathe. She burst into laughter, saying this isn't even the top tier of fire magic, so what, a kid naming a bird-shaped firework a blazing phoenix? And then the real reveal hits. The mage shifts into a phoenix and incinerates enemies into ash. That's the true form of this fire magic. With his barely there magical power, the kid can only mimic his own body, and she tells him it's time to go beg for forgiveness. Medes refuses to do that, not even for a second. He'd rather end himself than bow to a fiend like her. Akira grabs his friend and begs him to stop right now, because this is not the moment to let his temper explode. He already apologized to the girl, so she'll let him off. Golem slammed the aristocrat right across the face. Then Karamise stepped in again, offering to apologize. She snaps at him that he shouldn't have bragged, he should have run. And before he can even recover, the golems start brutalizing him. Akira rushes in and tells her to stop, but she brushes it off like he's still just a kid, and then he drops to his knees and begs his friend to just apologize already. He shot back that he'd never apologize or repent to their evil gang, and not even death could make him bow. She tells him that this little kitten needs manners taught the right way, and she's sure you can't shatter his good sense with pain. But adults have a whole arsenal of ways to get naughty kids under control. Instead of punishing a bad kid, they punish his friend. Because if he'd been obedient, he would have saved him, but stubbornness wins and there's no other way. She demands he engrave the face of the friend who'll die because of him, and Akira realizes there's zero time to hesitate. One way or another, he'll have to face his golem. Suddenly, Medes blurted out that he'd messed up, apologized on the spot, and begged them not to hurt Akira. He rushes to his friend, blurts out that they were right, admits he should have called for help, and then punches himself with the truth, he'd been careless. He could only pray that somehow, anyhow, he'd managed to escape. He tells him, "Sprint as hard as you can, don't even think about me." He'll apologize until she's satisfied, so he begs her, like she promised to spare Akira, and the hero can't help but admire Medes. Those aren't fear tears for death, they're the weight of responsibility crushing his chest. He refuses to betray his own principles, but he can't stop what's happening, and guilt pours out as he breaks down. The hero once lived just like him. He rushed to seize responsibility, and his sheer talent forced him to push himself into a desperate corner. Because he wasn't just dreaming of success, he was going to break through and claim it. He even hurt people by pressuring them, convinced it was just how things work. But he didn't know meatheads aren't built the same, because when a man is ready to die for pride, he won't sell his principles for someone like him. That's real nobility right there. Akira said the meaties don't have to apologize anymore. He wasn't wrong, real strength isn't about hurting people. That was the old him, and he sure as hell isn't using true strength for himself. For everyone else, Akira made up his mind. He wanted to become just like his friend. With fire in his eyes, Akira poured everything into a brand new painting. That woman can't even wrap her head around what this square magical field really is. Akira's panicking inside, thinking he's got zero guarantees he'll survive the strength it demands. But menace is already gone, so there's no other road. Everything now hangs on the elixir he drank back then. To take down that mid-class golem for good, he'll summon an advanced one. Medes is stunned, his buddy is a summoner. And Karamais can't believe it either because that tiny shorty is packing summoning magic like it's nothing. This thing is an advanced golem, top-tier mages sweat bullets just trying to forge a contract with it, and some random kid summons the monster like it's nothing. Who the hell is he supposed to be? Akira couldn't forget Arya's warning. If he used a top-tier summon on his own, he'd burn through all his magic and end up dead. The hero clocked that exact feeling. He was running on fumes no matter what he did. He chugged elixir until his magic should have surged, yet his power still wouldn't rise. Akira remembers those editors snapping at him for the 7th time that the design still isn't right, so he's on his knees, begging for mercy. Because this is his first weekly magazine, and he's been grinding for 3 days straight without sleep, and he's about to collapse before the sales even kick off. He snapped back that the design had to go minimalist, no excuses. Then the editor shot back, "So you're an amateur, Kamishiro." He'd heard the message loud and clear. Draw manga, not pictures, and that kind of polish belonged to real professionals. To make it hit manga-level quality without losing what makes it special, that's called reworking. So you have to somehow crack the code with the author and earn the reader's trust too, and that's exactly what a professional does. Of everything he could have remembered, he still honed in on that first injury from when he started with zero magical power. So what? He's a pro, and this canvas is his turf, no shortcuts ever. If that design crushes his limits, he'll strip it down, but he'll protect the original's signature features no matter what. Karamias can't even explain why the light keeps roaring brighter, so she orders the golem to wipe out the boy before the summoning finishes, while Medes frets over her comrade's safety, and then the golem slams in and strikes. The woman wrestled with the idea of stopping him, and the worry in her gut only kept growing. Akira swore she was seconds from grabbing him, but he burst in at the very last moment, so fast the plan barely had time to form. It turns out he pulled off a remake, resetting him with just enough magic to make it work. The reworked drawing is finished, and it reveals an advanced golem version of Akira. The women and the meaties are reeling in shock. Calling up a creature like that when he's only 7 is straight up impossible. The aristocrat replays every word his friend said, how fear hit him hard because he was just human, and how they had to run and grab the adults the moment they got out, thinking about his own caution with all that power and realizing how damn foolish Medes was. He's completely blown away by how awesome Akira Rainford is. Karamais snaps at the boy to stop joking because this is insane. Forcing a creature to switch forms during a summoning is one thing, but doing it like this, she wants to shut the whole farce down. Is this really some advanced golem, or is it hollow right down to the bone, with only its core doing any real work? And still an arm? That's wild. She'd never say it was a summoned creature. Akira's stuck on one horrifying thought. Did the golem need to be made thinner just to squeeze in enough magic? It looks awful, no doubt, but one thing's clear, this is an advanced golem. The cure is hidden right in the wall and it's drawing itself closer. He wasn't targeting the enemy golem, yet Medes' safety had to come first. Because his maid warned him, if the summoner gets crushed, the summoned beast gets wiped out. So now it was time to hit back. They told the hero this. If the summoner gets smashed, the monster breaks and the summon vanishes, because Akira's magic is about to run out. We've got to shut that puppeteer down right now fast. Then just like that, he pulls the meds from the pinned, powerless golem and takes them safely. The hero locked in his mission and finally snatched Medes. Now the only thing left was to bolt and get out alive. His golem started to crumble away piece by piece, like it was fading into nothing. Karam showed up and declared she was raring to play again. The puppeteer couldn't bring her down. She snapped that his defeat was on him, and the second he faltered, he zeroed in on her. She unfurled a scroll of full restoration, and the boy's world instantly flipped because he never saw this kind of mess coming. Then the woman leaned in and demanded to know, who was the golem's natural enemy? Behold the divine beast Leviathan. This monster of the sea is about to change everything. She went toe-to-toe with a land golem, using a beast powerful enough to prove she's nowhere near the beginner ranks. So how could she start by snubbing everyone as just kids and only calling up a weak middling summon? Leviathan unleashed the tsunami skill. The golem summoned an earth barrier, and the woman cheered the hero. until it became clear the golem couldn't hold off water attacks by itself. So Akira snapped her out of that thought and the hero fired a resolving beam. This isn't just any pile of rocks. It's a full-blown advanced golem, and somehow some kid actually pulled off a contract with it. She can't stop wondering, who is this guy supposed to be? Akira snaps at Metis to quit just standing there and bolt before the golem catches up. Yet this woman refuses to back down. With a single shot, the Leviathan ripped off a chunk of the creature, because the golem was getting wrecked by water. So he didn't hesitate and slammed the beam attack again. The woman shrieks that it's pointless, this beam won't hurt him anymore. So how's he even supposed to battle an earth element enemy with a natural water element? Metis can't believe it, Akira doesn't seem scared of a thing. The hero reckons he's burned through every last drop of magic he has. What kind of showdown is this? He's stuck on one mission, keep the golem alive. But is this truly the end? He even got reborn into another world and still that's how he's going to get killed. He refuses to accept this whole ridiculous mess as real. Ideas hit walls all the time, but he never threw in the towel. He pushed through until the very end. Because Amangaka's real power isn't just how he draws, it's how his work builds worlds and rips straight through people's hearts. If he built the whole world and caused this crisis himself, then the answer would hit like this. He spotted the fresh, empty scroll the heretic had just tossed aside, and he knew it could be scraped into an elixir. The girl was so sure victory was practically within her fingertips. She triggered water breathing, and the moment she did, the golem shattered into pieces. The hero sprinted straight for the scroll. She couldn't make sense of what it would even do. Could it really change everything, or was it just another trap? Deep down, Akira clung to the hope that the elixir would refill all of his lost magic power. And yeah, there's no magic at all in it. This is just a used scroll, so it can't conjure a thing since it's totally empty of magical charge. If he were a mage, he'd slam the imbuing skill into place. But he's no magic genius, so there's no way he can pull it off. Karamis clocked that the young man was out of options, so she leaned in and dared him to play a beautiful melody on his own bones. Metis blared at his friend to run. He'd already done everything he could, and now they had to get out of here. Akira grabbed the scroll and hurled it straight to his friend. He lunged and grabbed him, and right when the hero realized it, magic flared in his hands. He leaned in and ordered Metis to use the imbue skill to cram the scroll full of magical power. Even though he's had magic power since he was a kid, the hero can't cast a single spell, so instead of giving up, he hunted for another way, and that's how his unique talent was born. Magic charge sketches on chain scrolls handed Akira a do-or-die item with every single power it held, turning that ancient repository into a cheat code that lets him smash the rules of this world. Akira roars at the golem, ordering it to slam into him with every last ounce of force. And here's another power of his, he can pull objects straight from his drawing. Karam admits he dangled hope in front of her at first, then casually marched the golem to its death, like a pathetic, childish tantrum. Like a hero always does, Metis poured magic into the scroll, because of course that's exactly what she'd do. The girl stares in shock. Why is he so obsessed with this used scroll? If he recharges it and reuses it, does he really plan to fight with that busted hero magic? Akira flashed a smile and said it was something even a hero couldn't pull off. He's about to unleash the elixir. With full health and MP back at max, his magical power surges even higher than before. Karamez stared in disbelief at the elixir he'd just drawn. Did he seriously think his bluff would pull off a miracle? Metis, meanwhile, flashed back to what that young man sketched the very first time they met. Akira decided to find out if his own threats were real. He grabbed a canvas and called forth a blazing fire golem. The girl can barely breathe after she wins against the water summon, then he flips the earth golem into a fiery one like it's nothing. This makes zero sense. What is any of this supposed to mean? The hero mutters because even he doesn't get it. Still, his mana's maxed out, and right now he's about to barrel forward with everything he's got. Karam grits it out. No matter how you twist it, this is straight up impossible. An explosion ripped through the air like a thunderclap, and everything shook. Carl snapped to attention the moment he heard it. The search party snapped to it. This blast was roaring from the coast, and those caves were the only way in, so they sprinted hard, while Carl prayed Akira was still alive and okay. Right then, the hero crumpled from sheer magical exhaustion. He couldn't even figure out how much mana he needed, and he didn't have the strength left to draw the elixir. He barks at Metis to hurry, because the enemy could come back any second, and he's got to get out now and scream for help. The aristocrat shrugged it off, saying there was no need for that. Meanwhile, the hero fumed, desperate to protest. He shot up and his friend demanded, "What's wrong?" He snapped back, "Nothing's okay. No choice left, call for help right now." Metis fired back that this wasn't stubbornness at all, then ordered the hero to look away. He whipped around. A roar of knights crashed into view, and the boys were trapped in the middle of them. Carl sprinted to his son, sobbing his heart out, while Kira tried to slip away from his father's reach, desperate to stay hidden. Metis demanded answers. She wanted the hero to finally explain exactly who he really was. Their eyes snapped together. Akira snapped to the truth this was way too dangerous, and he knew he had to find an escape route pronto. He begged his friend to keep it secret and his friend swore he would. He claimed he was the heir to a magic shop, then promptly admitted he couldn't cast a single spell, so for now, they'd just roll with that. Medes flashed a grin and said, "If that's what you want, then I'm not stopping you." He's overflowing with gratitude that the hero saved him. He named it the mysterious little summoner. To earn the right to lead his people, he decided he couldn't stop. He had to study even harder. So he trained in fencing, dived into magic, and studied the other sciences right alongside grown-ups, bold as ever. Then he met the hero and something snapped into place. He'd been feeling proud, sure he'd learned everything, but the truth hit like a punch. His knowledge was just pure arrogance. Akira grinned and said, "Some people never figure this out no matter how long they live." Then he leaned in like it was a secret worth celebrating. To truly know yourself, that's the kind of win only a great leader earns. Someone yelled for Medes, "The cart's ready, now hurry." For some reason, the boy blurted out Metasfin Main, and the hero just stared, because he had absolutely no idea what that meant. He shot back that it was his true name, then promised they'd see him again. Akira fired her name into her thoughts over and over. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about this was off for him. Was he really that worried? Still, he waved to his friend and told him, "See you tomorrow right back here." He tells him, "Don't stress, there's nothing wrong with a girl's name." Akira isn't happy because he's suddenly buddy-buddy with an aristocrat. For the first time ever, he's found a real friend, someone he genuinely looks up to and respects with his whole heart. He burst in saying a message had come straight from the palace. Good news, too. He'd kept his identity hidden, and the rebels who swallowed the double trick got caught, every single one. He crowned her princess in his own voice and ordered her to get ready, because they were heading back to the palace. Metasfina told her point-blank that the Count's son's life was finished too, then she slid into an apology that shook the room. "This is all my doing," he said, admitting he'd pulled her into the local chaos. And she just smiled back, telling him the whole mess ended up being an eye-opening, priceless experience for her. The hero writhed in agony, every breath screaming as the pain took him over. Diva couldn't make sense of what was happening to him. Arya demanded answers, and the girl told her it all hit at once, pain smashing into him. Even the maid's face confirmed the signs she'd seen before. She insisted it wasn't magical exhaustion at all. If the nerves that carry mana start swallowing more magic than they can handle, they get jammed up and clogged. Damaged magical nerves get patched with mana transfusions from the outside. But if that gamble fails, even if they manage to save his life, he'll never cast spells again, and that terrifying curse won't ever go away. The young man has no idea what's happening. This pain is the first real one of his life, and it hits like a storm. He doesn't fully get it, but he knows the spell casting is slipping away, even if it's accidental. Still, once it's over, he'll go back to being just an ordinary guy, and yeah, it's really not that scary. If he doesn't show up tomorrow, Medes is going to spiral, and Diva and Akira finally crash into sleep. Whoever said Pennsylvania is fine, a place where geniuses are born, she didn't expect some backwoods kid to drag her into all of this. "It's fully caramelized," she says, and then she drops the bomb. "It all comes down to the singularity. And tell me, who would have guessed this little kitten was being nursed straight by death? If she's one of the shadows that keeps the world balanced, why would she even shelter something like that? Because the other shadows aren't letting this slide." Arya snapped back that his power was sealed tight, so she'd better not even think about laying a hand on this child. And if he ignores her advice, he'll earn her wrath and become her enemy. She snapped back that she had zero plans to turn hostile, not even for to quote death. If he pushed harder, then he could finally relax, because things were already decided. Arya nodded and let her pass. Then Karamais hit the brakes and retreated, swallowing the maid's words like they were truth, and she called her the malaria of doom. Arya's thinking, can I even control Akira's power? She's been testing the idea in her head, and sure, she's holding it back for now, but she has no clue how much longer she'll be able to stop it. That night, barely conscious, he swore he spotted a stranger's shadow, then panic crushed his mind with 1,000 fears. Medes, what was he supposed to do if he kept waiting? A few days later, once he finally came back to his senses and stumbled to the meeting spot, Medes was gone. So he kept showing up day after day, waiting for Medes to appear. But she never did, like the whole meeting was a mirage that vanished the second he blinked, and that's how the years slipped by. People are whispering that the stink of the return has crawled back, right on the northern wall. Under Queen Sisira's command to stop the coming disaster, the throne's heirs had no choice. They had to hunt down the very best sorceresses in Stormheim. She runs straight to her mentor, Katia Mayan, begging for help, and honestly, he's the most gifted summoner she's ever seen. She has to hunt him down and drag him straight back to the palace. In Ultarad, year 6 of the calendar, undead swarms with stinking breath swept into Stormheim's northern kingdom, clawing at people and siphoning their life force dry. Golden glowing monsters poured out their stench, drank in life force, and copied the faces of the living, Then their victims rotted into fresh odors, multiplying fast until tens of thousands swarmed in, and within 2 weeks they had wrecked half the country. Humanity froze in terror as this curse munched through both humans and magical beings, and even the biggest mages couldn't stop it with higher magic. Then the mages from Pennsylvania finally came crashing into the scene. With the help of the strongest magical country, Pennsylvania, the stench was crushed and the war finally slammed shut. Mayan and Salaria, the Stormheim princess who kept her people's rage in check until help finally showed up, ended up paying for this victory with their lives. Survivors of the war's nightmares banded together into a global alliance, bracing themselves for the horrors that would come crawling back. And in the north of Stormheim, they hammered together a massive defensive wall to hold the line. After witnessing what the hero race is truly capable of, the Queen of Stormheim, Kaisera, touched down on Stormheim and tossed aside the land's hero pride, vowing to build a new army of mages and summoners. 14 years slammed by since that day, Alterad 712 CE. Stormheim's living in peace. Men are huddled at a dice table and one guy goes all in, wagering everything. If he lands it, he'll rake in 9,000 gold, 9 times what he started with. He meant to help his friend, but instead he got stuck with him because getting too tangled in other people's business is never worth the headache. A girl pours out wheat beer and someone blurts that he's grateful for the hero's help, like the guy couldn't just lend the money in the first place. He insists he'll pay back every last bit he lost, but that kind of hit isn't some small thing to him. Akira, you always explode with anger when you've got zero reason to. He admits he took the bait. Then his friend quietly mutters about borrowing 100 gold coins, all while completely forgetting he's already burned through 1,000. The hero yanked him by the shirt and snapped, "So you're betting on other people's gold? Was I just a wallet to you?" Gus fired back that he wasn't finished, he was going to win the money back. Now the debt's hit 9,000 and there's no turning back, no words left to save him. Akira claims this is a whole year's worth of shop cash, so why did he dive into it at all? Gus snapped back that no matter what he tried, it never mattered because talent and luck never showed up for him. He was just the court knight's son, and the swordsman in him was downright awful. And then there's the shop owner's son, born with zero magic, yet somehow still thrown into a world that runs on it. I swear, I wish I'd been born into a simple peasant family. Because when his older brother and sister slipped into the knightly order and got posted to the North Wall, they turned around and treated him like absolute trash. Gus grilled Akira about how his family ran things. Akira shot back that nothing was weird, yet he couldn't believe it. In his own household, nobody even blinked that their heir wasn't a mage. Then Gus snapped back to that childhood accident. It smashed his magical nerves, and that one curse stole the chance to be talented, unlike everyone who could have been. Akira shot back that he'd been magic weak from day one, so he always leaned on scrolls, just like he does right now. With his abilities, he can't just settle for a dead-end job, he needs a real career. But yeah, he can still help out in their shop and act like it's enough, because he's the family heir anyway, so the money's basically locked in and he can stop stressing about the wedding. The girl stepped up and told them, "For a while now, I've been hearing young guys mope about nothing but grim stuff. So don't just sulk, dream bigger, and I'll treat you to sausages." Gus leaned in and asked Louise if she truly understood what they were feeling. She answered, steady and sharp, that elders were meant to hear the young's pain because she'd been born broke as the dirt too. And even if she had no talent to speak of, the heir to the store still felt to her like he'd be her own prince. After the shop shut down, she pushed Akira to take her out on a real date. If he still hadn't picked a bride, then he shot the idea down. Gus stepped up as a candidate, and she shot back asking if he'd be inheriting any place or property. Gus shook his head, saying he didn't, but he could offer her nothing but his true love. Yet Louise warned him that love alone would never be enough. As soon as the girl vanished, her friend leaned in and demanded why Akira flat-out refused her invitation. He shot back that she was only joking, and Gus brushed off his friend's optimism as plain naivety. That's how they clicked in the first place. Still, he's got no interest in jumping into a romance. Could he really be one of them? Rage surged through Akira as he snapped about the debt, and then Louise called him to say Arya had come for him. Gus finally got it, why the hero didn't need a girl. Akira shot that idea down hard, saying there was no way that mattered when he already had a noble elf as his maid. The friend cracked another joke, and the hero snapped back, demanding he figure out a smarter way to pay off that debt. Arya told him, "We've got company." They were posted outside the house, and he figured they'd show up to ask for something until she said, "Nope, they're from the royal palace." Since they were kids, Arya has been guarding the hero like he's her own, and even though she's a maid, she's family in everything but name, plus, she's the only one who knows his secret gift for drawing. 8 years back, heretics ripped the magic right out of his nerves during a kidnapping. Since then, he can't trigger magical power on his own anymore. If someone else hands him mana, he can pour it into the drawing and make it come alive. So him and Arya tested it, and he's over the moon about how it all turned out, even if he secretly just wants a plain life where talent doesn't decide everything. They strolled through a spot people came to on dates and there, right there, a couple sat. He stared at Arya and cheeks lit up with a deep blush, then Arya snapped, "What happened?" And it hit hard that he might have been fretting over what Gus had said. Arya's family to him, and that's the rule, right? So why does the thought of feeling anything for her still hit like a crime? Staring at all the couples around them, Arya slipped the guy's hand into hers. He froze, confused out of his mind, and she just smiled and insisted, "Everything's fine." Even with his magic gone, he's still Akira, and that's when she finally clocked it. She'd heard the whole conversation. Akira told her she was right, then thanked her like it mattered. People crowd around with pity because his power vanished, but Arya doesn't flinch. She's right there for him, just like always. An adult son with nothing to show yet gets this gentle pressure at home. His mom grins and asks what's for lunch, while his dad keeps cheering him on, pushing him to practice his scrolls and seize the chance. No matter how hard he hustled or how rich and praised he got, he never managed to grab that one prize, simple, modest happiness, until somehow this world finally gave it to him. He refuses to dive into petty rivalry that ruins people, so he just owns who he is and lives with himself. This is the spot he finally carved out for himself. But what if it vanishes because he can't cough up his 9,000 ruble debt? Now he has to scramble for cash fast, and someone even whispers, "Wait, is he Kira Rainford?" When she got no reply, the woman pressed again. Could the genius troublemaker standing in front of her be Akira Rainford? Akira's jaw drops because this girl knows exactly what he can do. He's sure she's the one from the castle, and yet he can't shake the feeling he's seen her somewhere before. She stepped right up and demanded, "Are you Akira Rainford?" Then shot out a rushed apology for the maid, insisting she wanted to see him immediately, no waiting around while the servant went to fetch him. When the dust settled, the hero finally turned to her and asked, "So what exactly is a summoner?" She finally understood that talking wouldn't change a thing, so she stood up and went straight into action. Rays of light traced the clean glide of her blade, and the hero snapped to it Medi's technique. The girl realized the truth in a heartbeat. He remembered everything, and what he'd used back then was just a sloppy copy. Now this was the real, perfect form. With one swift swing of her sword, she pops out a whole storm of strikes, cutting left, right, and everywhere at once, attacking and guarding in the same heartbeat. That's the hidden secret of the Mayan line of heroes, the magical flash of *Suinjin ***. Katia Mayan, the commander of a court order, was handed the title of Swordmaster, and she's the Roma Mayan family's second daughter. She's even crossed paths with Fina's mentor, and the hero suddenly remembered the boy he'd befriended years ago. He finally clocked it. She wasn't just anyone, she was the young master's mentor, and they hadn't crossed paths since that day 8 years back. He couldn't shake the question of why he was even being called to his lady teacher. Maybe it was some order from Lord Medes, but the summoner made it clear she hadn't mixed him up with someone else. If there were no more questions, he'd be free to go, except Akira started to leave, then she stopped him. She told him she'd been sent by Metasfina, the one who shared those special memories with him. She's got it all figured out, and honestly it feels like Medes took his drawing like a personal challenge, promising it'd stay their secret. Arya warned him this kind of hobby spells trouble, and he's terrified it'll blow up his whole life. He was plotting how to pull the wool over her eyes, but Arya snapped that it was better to steer clear of misunderstandings, because she didn't look like she was there to threaten him. Katia leaned in and demanded he give her a moment. They ducked into a pastry shop in the heart of the city, so yeah, he didn't look like much of a suspect. The girl ordered a pastry set while the boy picked tea and sat there quiet. She figured he didn't like sweets, but he cut in. He wasn't just picky, he had absolutely zero appetite. It feels like the police are grilling him, so he has to keep things upbeat. Otherwise, the whole conversation will fall apart. He kicked things off with a sweet compliment, then blurted that he never expected the commander of the Knightly Order to be that gorgeous. And when he looked closer, her face hit him like a memory, so he asked if they'd met somewhere before. She said you should hit your peers with compliments like that, because it's the smarter way to approach them. He told her she was real beauty and that no one else in their city came close. The waitress just sat there thinking, he's really laying it on thick. While Kaka chimed in that from how old she looked, she was basically closer to his parents than to him. Then it hit him, Katia Mayan, born to aristocrats and living as a sword master, was closer in age to his parents than he ever expected. He snapped to it she was one of those mother names on the list. She told him, "I'm a mother too," and then admitted the wild truth. At 24, she'd never even gone on a date with a guy. Turns out it's not just Diva, other divas exist too, and depending on his choice, he could have ended up as this woman's son. Yeah, the whole thing feels wildly strange. But if she might end up being his mother, she can't be a threat. So he pressed her hard and demanded to know why she really showed up to him. Katia admitted straight up that she'd been a little slow to get going. She's begging Akira Rainford to join her crew and help them finally tame the fire dragon. She swears his talent is absolutely vital, and the hero nearly drops in shock at those words. She stretches her hand across the table to him, and he instantly gets it. She's here to recruit him for the pacification team. He's caught off guard, especially when she drops the fire dragon she knows about and even points out his power. So yeah, he realizes the only move is to come clean and tell the whole truth right now. The boy admits he once tried summoning, but a brutal childhood incident scorched his magical nerves. Now he's got zero magic left. Still, he grins like it doesn't hurt. No scrolls means no spells at all, so he figures he's useless to them, especially when they're hunting a magical beast. She can tell this guy has an insane gift, but he still keeps it locked away from total strangers. She thinks he's an incredible person, strong in his heart and completely selfless the second a friend is in trouble. She can't wrap her head around why he keeps drowning his talent in secrecy, but his magic nerves are wrecked, and the whole town already knows it. Then the girl decides to pour mana into him and he panics. And yep, they've got a gifted sorceress on their team, originally hailing from the magical land of Pennsylvania. She presses him, asking if he truly controls the golem, because a golem standing as a shield is the only way to calm the fire dragon. Sure, summoning it might do the job, but he hesitates, worrying it won't work, until he remembers there's a reward waiting for whoever tries. The girl blurts out the reward, 10,000 gold, and the guy's jaw drops as he stammers, "You mean a whole 10,000? Because that's more than enough to wipe the entire debt in one shot." She clocks exactly what he's reacting to and tells him, "I'll handle the whole payment right now." Then she hits him with it. He'll get mana just for summoning Golem, no matter how his campaign turns out. She even says he can do it, so now the real question is, will he help them? She tells him to go straight to his parents and demand answers for the broken nerves and why his summoning talent never got reported to the palace. The girl's face darkens. Then the main character snaps that they promised they wouldn't threaten anyone. She shoots back that this never even crossed her mind. Because as the head of the court knights, it's her job to dig up why those precious human resources were hidden from the country, and the protagonist knows one thing for sure. They've just blown it completely. She realizes she's way more than she looks, and he claims he's figured it all out. Now she just has to nod, cross her fingers, and pray the secret stays buried. Then he says he'll accept the offer, and they'll have to call the golem using the mana he's given them. She's overjoyed he agrees, and she thanks him like a miracle just happened, calling him a good man and worrying it would be a tragedy to throw him behind bars. The guy only gives a quiet, forced smile as he begs her not to talk like that, and when she says they're leaving tomorrow, asking if she should come pick him up, he shakes his head. No, his parents have zero clue about his money problems, so he begs to keep this trip hush-hush from the family because he can't let them find out about the drawing. The girl nods and agrees, and somehow that mix of pressure and soft persuasion seals his fate. He loses. The Fire Dragon suppression team gets sent in to finish this job. He's left praying the other members are decent people. The girl in the suit gasps, can he really summon without pouring in mana? And just where does this genius summoner belong? She turns to Katia and demands, so what is all this supposed to mean? And honestly, calling it a joke is impossible because this brat actually signed a contract with an advanced golem. The main character is left reeling, totally blindsided by how this happened. Katia claims he drained his magic in a past incident, but she lets him swear he's a genius who signed a contract with an advanced golem at 7. So when the witch asks, he doesn't back down and insists it's all real. The witch leans in and calls it suspicious, grills Katia with, "Are you sure?" Then swears there's no reason to panic, because she's got undeniable proof, even as the guy fumes that everybody always treats him like he's just a kid. The girl decides to put him on the spot. She shoves mana into her body, baits him with a demand to be grateful, orders him to make a summon, and the protagonist is left staring, shocked by just how much mana he's hit with. To pull off a real summoning in no time, he snaps together a basic golem, then it slams into existence right in front of the guy. Katia turns to Prol and blurts, "That's a golem." The girl can't hide it. She's sure it's tiny and plain, like it's nothing special. So tell me, what kind of disaster hit this kid? His magical nerves are shredded to nothing, and the magic he gets just won't reach his mana pocket. Pearl quips that he's messing with her, and before Katia can even react, Pearl crumples to the ground. Katia jolts back stunned and demands, "What's happening?" Pearl sneers that this brat can't even cast a spell. Every drop of mana gets hijacked and pours straight into the golem before it ever reaches his pocket. Every magic user carries a mana pocket, basically a hidden vault that stores all the power they're able to unleash. The bigger the pocket, the stronger the sorcerer. Mana has to flow from it through the magic nerves to fire off a spell, and the infusion is there to refill a teammate who's completely drained of mana. Even without your own magic, the mana that drips in from the outside should stay locked in your pocket for a moment. But with those torn nerves, it all just vanishes into thin air. Throw mana at him and it's like pouring fuel into a rusted trough of holes. No matter how much you add, it leaks out, and you end up slapped with magical exhaustion. Katia leans in and asks if she's messing around, getting a mage of her level to burn out that fast. The girl doesn't laugh. He drained more mana into that plain golem than the advanced one, and now his magic nerves are wrecked for real. She asks that girl if she can cure the magical nerves driving him crazy, and even in the biggest magical kingdom, everyone still calls her an unrivaled genius. But for the mages of Stormheim, that kind of cure is impossible, until Prawl. He'll figure out a way, at least that's what the main character is convinced of, because he's blaming everything on one thing. He has zero magical power, and after all, he's lived a totally calm life. He mentally begs her, please don't tell me you can restore my nerves, because to him, she's just an ordinary little girl and the mischievous type. The girl crossed her arms and shot back, no, that's impossible. She explained that treating manate disorders takes mind-blowing tech, and they don't even have the equipment to try, so you can't just barge in and fix it. She offers the boy a one-way ticket to Pennsylvania with a jaw-dropping 100,000 gold pieces. She'll study him as best she can, but there's no promise it'll work. When he pushes back, he doesn't have that kind of money. Then it clicks, she isn't trying to fix him for her sake, she's trying to save him. And since he doesn't even want to be cured, he snaps back, asking if he can at least be useful on the dragon hunt. The girl says, of course, and calls him a loser. Katia shoots back, of course he'll be useful. That's how valuable summoners are. Prul glares at the girl and she just freezes in awkward silence, so she blurts, are you even in your right mind? Prul spits back that she'll only drag him down because even calling up a basic golem is a huge deal, and right now, it's all he has as a shield against a fire dragon. They're going to need a monster shield to pull the heat off them, convenient, right? If it gets ugly, she'll even toss her mana in too. She begs for a shot and Prowl says yes. And if the only threat is the dragon, then Prowl and he can handle it. But the real reason for this mission is simple. It's a full-on test of Akira Reinfeld's true skills and his character. The girl starts doubting he's really that amazing, and then she leans in and orders Prowl to grab that thing. Prowl's jaw drops when she hears it was made just for Akira. She snaps that it's way too good for him, that he doesn't even come close to the requirements. But they insist it's a gift, and to hand something like this to a total idiot is basically the same as tossing it in a ditch. The protagonist threw his cloak on, because these royal knights were dripping with extravagance like it was stitched into their armor. He can't stop thinking, these robes look exactly like today's modern clothing, and they're forged in Pennsylvania just for mages, pre-enchanted like a cursed scroll so restoration and protection spells kick on by themselves. Of course costing a fortune, because yeah, they're truly Pennsylvanian. This kind of thing doesn't happen anywhere, except in the greatest magical country, the real deal from a whole different league. She pleads for the medical doctor to let her take it, and the protagonist is caught off guard by how genuine the move is. Pearl tells him it's like tossing pearls to swine or it's not, depending on what he chooses, because right now, contempt and hope are both squeezing his heart. He never imagined they'd spoil him like this, so why are they shelling out 10,000 gold? He's got to bust his tail to make sure everything runs smoothly, even though he can barely scrape together beginner-level skills. He vows to do everything he can, and Katia lights up like that's exactly what she wanted. Now they're finally moving forward, because the next adventure is already calling their names. Then the girl raises her hand, speaks a spell, and unleashes a thunder arrow straight into the dragon right in front of her. Katia unleashed the demonic Flash Suinjin, slashing the dragon with her sword as the vicious female dragon Basilisk, pregnant and terrifying, got cut down like it was nothing. The protagonist crashed down and bruised his knee, and the whole time they bragged about being a brilliant sorceress and a court-ordered sword master. The main character stares at those two girls ahead of him, stunned by how brutally strong they are, and he can't even wrap his head around why he folded so easily when one girl turns to the other and tells her to use her skill to look straight at what's coming. A girl asks if she should cast restoration magic, even though nobody's hurt, and she pushes Akira's name, his knees bruised, then scoffs that wasting money on a useless kid is pointless, saying he'd be better off just chewing medicinal herbs. The girl snaps in fury, demanding he keep his eyes off them, and the protagonist shoots back an apology before turning away, because he's desperate to head into the source thanks to that precious restoration trick, several scrolls. Since childhood, he alone has carried scrolls packed with blueprints of the elixir, this cure for exhaustion, and with those drawings he doesn't need any restoring magic. He can sketch objects into existence and hide them from Arya. Even though those steps saved Akira's life, the cost is brutal. He can't use his mana pocket anymore. His mana stops building inside him, so if a summon hits without someone else's magic to back him up, he doesn't just fail, he drops dead from magical exhaustion. He can't stop thinking that all Arya does is worry about him, and it hits him, he just tricked her again. He told her this was a delivery of scrolls, not some invitation to a campaign, and it makes his stomach twist because the truth is he keeps lying to her nonstop. They demand what he's doing there, sneaking around with that scroll, and the moment he whips around, horror hits his face. He blurts that it's just a restoration spell, and if he's doing it because that bruised knee is bothering him, then yeah, he's a total softie. Keisha, though, stares as the water around Prawl starts shifting color. The girl grins because she knows this spring isn't normal, it's magical. And Katia leans in, saying she can see the water's color shift the moment the girl touches it. Everything around Prul practically glows like pure gold, like the world itself is stunned by her magic of the highest order, the same golden power that defines her. Sure, she's a knight and that feels unfair, but she's born from a family of heroes. Good news though, her magical source doesn't just show off, it restores her mana. Due to someone's sheer incompetence, she's wiped out today, so the girl blurts out, "Do you think Akira will come here too?" And Prawl freezes, stunned, while she just shrugs, saying it's a rare magical source. Maybe this will shake up the mana running through his nerves, right? And if the source steps in right now, it might actually help, so she asks Prawl, "Do you think we should try? Doesn't sound like it could hurt." Prawl snaps that since she said it, there's nothing else to do, and she talks to the guy like he's hopeless, telling him to just sit in the corner. The protagonist thanks her, but inside his head he starts wondering if this source is really his to claim. Then the main character plunges into the water, praises it as perfect, and Katia's eyes widen at just how well-trained he is, while Prawl dives deep and keeps a sharp, watchful eye on him the whole time. Suddenly the girl blurted, "What's happening?" And the water around the main character flared into rainbow colors. The girl fires off, "Are you the one making that rainbow spill out from the source, and who are you anyway?" Behind her, the other girls and the beast stare at the main character, utterly stunned. He stares at the water in pure horror and it hits him. Things are seriously wrong, and this isn't some cheap trick, it's a weird, special kind of gift, yet he can't make sense of it at all. The girl then fires back that Akira still has insane magical powers, and that idea blows his mind. The girl blurts out that she has zero clue what that rainbow glow reaction is supposed to mean, and she makes it clear this is the very first time she's ever seen anything like it. But the guy is downright strange. She always seems to know what's coming, like it's built into her bones. The magic source glows in 5 possible colors, and the shade depends on how much power it's got. Zero means nothing changes, but if magic is there, it lights up by strength. Green, then blue, then reds, then gold. But no grimoire ever mentions a rainbow. This guy's basically a walking insult to it. Still, he brushes off the disrespect and tells himself, once people finally see what he can do, he's totally fine. Prawl wonders if he's secretly some kind of monster, or just brutally, impossibly stupid. So the protagonist snaps at the girl, begging her to drop it already. Prawl creeps up on a lonely girl by the tree and asks if she's cold, then, since she's way off from the fire, he presses a hot drink and a mug into her hands. With a warm smile, she tells her she just woke up and rushed over to take her place right away, then adds, "I'm thankful, but you can still rest." Prawl glances at her and asks, "Mind if I sit here too?" They clink drinks together, and Pearl snaps that he ditched the girls to mindwatch while he crashed out asleep. Then she calls him a fool to his face. The girl begs Prohl to hang in there and be patient, like he's never traveled or slept outside a day in his life. Because yeah, she's got zero patience for modern guys. Prohl grins at Katia and asks, "So why are you hovering over me like this?" Then he leans in, reminding her that Stormheim has only a handful of summoners, so yeah, her interest makes perfect sense. But if magic power is being violated like that, an advanced golem can't be summoned, so before anything else, the real question hits. Did he ever manage it before, and did he actually make a contract with the thing? At 7, she summoned an advanced golem, and swore she had to be dreaming, because the one who told her couldn't lie even if she was being a little too hopeful. Then she dug in, and it all clicked when she uncovered his father's name. Carl Rainford. The second she saw that, her world jolted. She couldn't believe it. Prohl tells her to wait, then Rainford hits the scene. Is it really Carl Rainford, even in the Magical Academy of Pennsylvania, where geniuses are a dime a dozen? They crowned him the best magician of his generation. People even whispered he was the devil's second coming, and that sleeping mediocrity was somehow his son. 18 years ago, he vanished from Pennsylvania and slipped into hiding, refusing to join the War of the Orders, which earned him brutal backlash. And that's how he ended up settling in Stormhay and raising his son in silence. Katja leans in and asks, does this finally explain everything? Because normally no 7-year-old could summon an advanced column, but with Carl Reinfert somehow, it's absolutely within the realm of possibility. People swear it was his genius that dragged Pennsylvania's magic into the modern age. Like summoning an advanced golem for his son and shoving him into a contract with it. Sounds totally plausible, right? Pearl instantly got the whole story. She even clocked that someone as careful as her didn't just stumble in for fun. She clearly had a personal reason to mess with him. Katia tells everyone that the same thing hit her the first time she laid eyes on him. He didn't feel like a stranger at all, more like someone she already knew, and you can tell she wants to take care of him. After what felt like forever, Prahl bursts out, "We found it." And they've been grinding on it all day until the main character finally spots the truth. It's a fire dragon. Pearl storms up to Akira and orders him to summon a golem, then challenges him to prove he can do it. After Akira finishes his drawing, an advanced golem erupts into the world right in front of him. Katia yanks Pearl closer and demands she stare at this massive golem, Yeah, it's absolutely advanced. She realizes this guy is pure mystery. At just 7 years old, he was seriously summoned and sealed a contract with an advanced golem. Suddenly, the girl crumples with sickness, and Pearl snaps that the man is already slipping away fast. She begs Katia to wrap it up and Katia hurries to finish. Katia yells at the protagonist to keep the dragon locked onto the front lines, but the golem lumbers so slow it can't keep up. He throws every ounce of effort into it, then panics, like, am I not getting enough mana? But since he can't actually control the flow, he blurts out an apology and begs for just a bit more mana, and that's when Pearl snaps at the guy. The golem's terrifyingly strong, but it gulps mana like crazy. Katia demands an idea, then suddenly she snaps at the two of them to get ready, because the dragon is about to unleash its breath and rip into them. A rampaging dragon lunges at them, but the protagonist's advanced golem slams up its shield and blocks every hit. Katia yells that somehow it all turned out fine, then tells him to keep covering them with his breath because Prahl's done with the games. Right after that, mana gets sucked out again and again, and while she's shocked he could summon an advanced golem, she realizes in this condition it's basically useless. She can crank up his magic for a short burst by yanking every ounce of control into the guy's severed nerves, tying them up as tightly as she can. So yeah, it should help at least a bit. Because if it doesn't, he's going to crash hard from pure exhaustion. She pours mana into him and the magic nerves start firing stronger. She knows it boosts things only a little, and it won't hold for long, so she turns and screams at Katia, quick, kill the dragon. The girl hears it, grabs Blood Ash, and with a 30x acceleration surge, she rockets forward and smashes the dragon. An ancient goddess of war unleashed a mutation that turned the victim into a walking war machine, one living embodiment of battle, packed with a superhuman body and terrifying magical power. The Mayan line of heroes for Stormheim stands as one of the 7 great houses guarding this world and Sungana. That's the secret Mayan art, an heirloom passed down from the ancient ancestress. Katia's body flips into a totally new form, and in the blink of an eye, up to 100 attacks crash down on the enemy all at once. So fast they're said to outpace even the speed of light, and that's how the girl brings the dragon down. The Mayan clan's signature move is that nasty red-eye effect. Then comes the Bloody Ash, and that's exactly what Katia is blazing with right now, the same bloody berserker that people all across the world have come to fear. The protagonist stares in horror as the girl swings her sword once, and that giant dragon drops like it's nothing. So that's what real hero power looks like, and now the big question hits, will Medes ever become like her someday? Honestly, she didn't buy it at first, but now she was fully convinced. Because Akira had a contract with a super advanced golem, and there was no doubt in the way the guy looked at parole. Now the quest is finally overdone. The girl collapses on the ground, drained from all that mana she poured out, and he just summoned her. That's it. No big deal. The girl explains mana is possible to give, but forging a real contract with a summoned creature. Turns out that's not so simple, and it shocks the boy. Either the caster wins the beast over and turns it into his own, or he inherits it from someone who came before him. And either way, being able to forge a contract with a high-level creature is something only a handful of people can do. At just 7 years old, she'd never even heard of it, so she grabbed Akira and demanded answers. Why he hid his gift and whether her father made him do it. He can't stop wondering why everything feels so perfectly arranged. This dragon hunt started out looking fishy, so why is she suddenly pushing to uncover the truth about his power? Did Medes twist her arm? And what do they want to recruit him as a state summoner? The protagonist realizes he's the one who fell for the reward, and that panic is driving him to dodge the truth. So he demands to know what exact order his father is being talked about. Akira blurts, "What does my father have to do with this?" And the girl exhales hard, then admits the truth. If this is Carl Reinford's project, there's no point pretending anymore, and suddenly everything clicks into place. He hid everything away so his son, where his blood runs, could grow into a brilliant magician, and the main character just stared at the girl, utterly stunned. He demands a minute to stall, then presses again about the genius magician, claiming his dad is just a plain shop owner, until a voice behind him snaps, "Don't lie," because he won't get past her. This is Prahl, she says, the golem contract story from when the protagonist was just 7 smells wrong as hell, and he originally brushed it off as nonsense, until he proved it in a real fight. Yeah, he swung in battle with no mana, and somehow, he really does have the contract with the golem. A 7-year-old can't possibly land a high-level contract, so there's only one answer that makes sense. She spills the truth, someone else with terrifying power helped him pull it off. Take Carl Reinford, the most gifted spellcaster the Magic Academy has ever seen, and then watch the protagonist's mind race as he tries to figure out what that title really means. Rage flares in the main character as he can't believe the nonsense they're talking about, so he snaps at the girls to wait. The girl shot him a quick look and the guy blurted out, "So your father's that famous?" When she implied he was the most talented in history, he went silent, like he'd never even heard of anything like that. He's convinced this guy is his father, and it never even crosses his mind. because this harmless fool is a genius in disguise, and if it's a mix-up, maybe they just mistook him for someone with the same name. Yet if it's real, the main character snaps his fist shut. The boy finally clocks what happened. His dad meant to pick a simple mother, but somehow he ended up with a total cheater instead. And then in his head, he still imagines his parents living happy. He can't stop wondering if they're all laughing at him just because he's the son of a genius magician. Then he shuts that worry down hard, because he doesn't need that mess. Katia lets out a heavy sigh and blurts that she can't figure out why Carl got struck for his talent, then quickly apologizes, because she never told him the real purpose of the campaign. She breaks down and swears she's truly sorry. She says they had to test his abilities, they only meant to check, and they'd never set out to hurt him in any way. But the moment she says it, the main character is left absolutely horrified. The girl also says Metasfina trusted the guy with her whole heart. Then the floor under the three of them starts shaking out of nowhere, and all three of them freeze in shock. Pearl snaps around and demands, "What is that?" Katia thinks it's an earthquake and guesses the volcano has finally woken up. Then the sight in front of them sends chills straight through their bones. She whips around and locks eyes with a dragon that's just staring her down, so her mind races. Is this the fire dragon, and did she somehow kill it? Before the panic can even finish, she yanks her sword up immediately. She freezes in disbelief, and Pearl blurts that it wasn't just a fire dragon's nest. Everything about it was dangerous, and nobody is supposed to mess with it under any circumstances. And that massive monster isn't just any creature. It's a divine beast that's been peacefully sleeping here the whole time until they finally arrive. The hero's upgraded golem, the divine beast of the earth, Norm stands toe-to-toe with the dragon, the divine beast of the water. Leviathan, while Elfin, the divine beast of the wind, hangs in the air like a storm waiting to strike. And the biggest threat of the lot, the divine beast of fire, gets the name Salamander. Pearl tells Katja that the divine beasts tower over everything alive, command the four elements, and won't tolerate a single bit of disrespect. No provocations, and not even the hero will walk away unscathed if he goes straight at them, which leaves Katja stunned. This isn't some run-of-the-mill monster. It's a real beast people once worshipped like a god, and the main character is absolutely terrified. The main character shoots her an awkward grin and asks if he can make a run for it. Then the girl answers, "I don't know," and warns him to stop moving fast. Its blazing breath will scorch every last thing inside a precise 100-meter radius, burning at a scorching heat above 3,000 degrees. The guy asks if Prowl's a real mage and whether she can even use ice magic, like, for real, and the girl admits she is that great at it. Then he cracks a sarcastic jab and her temper flares as she snaps that he should have shut his mouth because you can't master every single attribute. Even if ice is her best weapon, it won't matter because Salamander is the deadliest divine beast. To stand against it, she'll need the help of the divine beast Elfin, the one with the perfect opposite power. Or maybe, just maybe, if Leviathan and Norm team up with everything they've got, you might actually have a shot at bringing him down. The protagonist freezes when he hears the name Leviathan, then blurts out if it's really a massive sea serpent he can summon, but the girl snaps back that divine beasts don't sign contracts with people, and if something can be summoned, it isn't human anymore. He racks his brain over the cult's leader, the one he battled, and then it hits him. She wasn't human at all, and that's when the girl's face comes back to haunt him. Katia rushes up to Pearl, blurts out an apology for cutting in, then grabs the moment and tells her they've got to choose fight or retreat, and Pearl's weighing that choice with a death-serious stare. She warns them, if you run, he'll go for you, so don't turn your backs. They have to slip away in total silence, and they try. Then the divine beast erupts in a thunderous roar, and the girl shrieks, "We failed." The next second, Salamander lunges for the kill, but Pearl slams up a barrier and shields his friends. The protagonist's jaw drops. She throws up a defense right after she just swore she'd burn through all her mana. Katia screams at Pearl that she'll handle the divine beast herself and orders her to grab Akira and run. Yet Pearl snaps back in panic, yelling not to pull something reckless, her face terrified as she watches the girl bolt into the distance. She snaps at Akira, calls him a mediocrity, and demands he summon the golem right now. With that barrier in place, they'd finally get a shot at retreat, and she'd pour mana into him, so no time to baby his strength now. He had to move fast before her magic shield faded. He roars that this is madness. Because of him, the mana drain is already massive, and if you feed him mana right now, it'll burn out instantly. The girl snaps at him to shut up, pure rage in her voice, like she's already cooking up a plan, because he can't run, not when she's leaving Katia behind as bait. Teeth clenched, the protagonist vows he won't stop trying to pull the golem's focus, so he snaps out a sketch, then the very next heartbeat, the golem erupts into existence and stands right in front of the beast. Prowl cheers that it's great, and she swears she won't call him a meanie anymore. Then he snaps that now's not the right moment for a promotion, so she decides to tackle his magical nerves and get them back on track, and yeah, it won't be pretty. 3 spells at once, and she hasn't really gone all out in a while. The protagonist gapes in shock at the girl, She's holding her magical barrier steady while pouring mana into it, determined to stitch back his severed nerves. That's the real punchline of Pearl Bryce's power. She's a gifted witch from Pennsylvania who snaps into a spell, demands the air itself obey her, and turns it into a never-ending cloud to swallow everyone up. And right when the protagonist catches on, they realize she's not done. She's firing off a fourth spell too. Katia conjures a cloudy descent, and boom, rain starts falling as the protagonist stares in stunned silence. He realizes it's weather magic, and he can't believe geniuses can do this kind of thing. Katia blurts out a thanks since the rain makes moving easier, but Prawl grabs her attention and tells her to hold on just a little longer. She realizes if she cuts down Akira's mana use, the golem will surge, faster on the move, sharper in control, until they can finally break out of here from the divine beast. She uses integration like a scalpel, snapping each last nerve into her grasp and lacing them together, even the ones buried farthest away. Then she leans in and tells Akira to show her every hidden corner of his body. Suddenly, the girl spots something and freezes. What the heck is this blazing rainbow light? She's standing right on the edge of those connected nerves and pure shock hits her. She realizes this is his secret pocket of mana, like his own stash, hidden behind those torn nerves, but then she asks herself what's in it besides that. The girl leans in, peers into his pocket of mana, and realizes it's a bottomless well, so overflowing it blows past her own power, and she can't help but stare in total shock. Pro Bryce absolutely crushed expectations. She wielded magical power so wild that even by Pennsylvania's insanely high standards, she still stood out as the strongest on the whole continent of St. Ed. By syncing their magical nerves with another person using special measuring tools and sheer skill, they can literally see their mana pocket and clock exactly how much magical power the teacher told them about. Most mages carry mana like a human heart's worth, but the truly exceptional ones, their mana pools stretch up to the height of a person, and some go even bigger. While most mages struggled with tiny pools of mana, Prawl had an absurdly huge pocket, and people instantly labeled her a monster, talking trash about her the moment she turned away. The girl, still frozen in shock, blurts out, "Why, what's wrong with Akira's mana pocket? It's not even just big, it's wildly oversized, and he's clearly down way too many elixirs, because that thing is tens of times bigger than she is." Was that rainbow glow from the magical source hinting at something, or was it just because this guy had a magic amount nobody in any book even knew about? And still, how on earth did he hide a mana pocket that big? She leans in and boom, she spots it. Those severed magical nerves around the pocket are lined up just right to cover it up. Suddenly, the girl snaps to it, her eyes widen, because this isn't some random glitch at all. Someone planned it, then went out of their way to bury this hidden pocket of mana. Right as everything goes chaotic, a voice yells at the parole to go all in on physical defense. Then the girl jolts back to consciousness and freezes in terror, realizing the divine beast is already tearing into them. The beast slams onto the ground beside them, and that shockwave blasts them backward like a cannon fired. Katia blurts Prawl's name in pure shock. Then the girl shoots into the air and realizes she's been so focused on breathing she forgot the moment, while the guy lands and stares straight ahead. The divine beast locked eyes with the protagonist and charged. This was it. Then it blasted an attack straight from its mouth, and the guy's soul screamed, "No way, not yet, I'm not done with my second life." In the next heartbeat, Prawl rockets in front of the guy who just blocked the beast's strike, whips her head toward him, and yells for him to get out of here, because she realizes she's too slow and they're getting crushed out of the space they have left. The protagonist yells the girl's name. Then, right on cue, the beast lunges and tears into a massive stretch of ground ahead of it. Katia clamps both hands over her face, staring straight ahead in pure horror, realizing Prawl won't stand a chance against that kind of attack. So instead of rushing in without thinking, she drops an apology and begs them to stay safe. She snaps her head up, and there it is, a divine beast looming over her, and the moment she locks eyes on it, she gets it. Salamander's weak spot isn't where anyone said, it's right behind the fire sac on its chest. Before it can move, she grips her blood ash, swings in, and uses her second style, piercing spear, straight into the beast's hide. Then the divine beast gapes in pure horror, and the girl's mind races. Did she actually make it? Up top, all she can see is a pool of wild liquid, and her mind races. Did the fire sac melt into lava when it got hit? One thought slams into place. She's trapped. The main character creeps forward step by step, while the girl lies there with her eyes shut tight, and he drags her across the ground on his back. Prowl tracks the guy down and blurts, "Where do you think you're going?" She snaps back, calling him scum and a coward, then begs him to let the guy go because he ditched Katia and bolted. The guy fires back that even with magical exhaustion and burns all over his body, she's still screaming insults at him. Pearl snaps with rage and demands silence, then storms off and abandons his comrades, only thinking about saving himself. "Am I being manly?" he asks. The other guy fires back that he's in pain, but he's not some coward running away. Right before the fight, they have to rethink their tactics. The girl weighs it all in her head, and the guy finally gets that her impatience is exactly what's driving the moment. The main guy leans in and tells the girl to listen, saying he's got a scroll packed with an elixir. She snaps back furious like, "You've got time to joke." He just insists, "Yeah, it's real." Then he pushes harder. "Trust me, once my spell fully restores your mana, you're going to hand it to me." The girl demands answers. What's he even talking about? Is he delirious? Does that scroll really exist? Is he trying to hand over mana even though it rips you apart? Or does he just want to break free riding a golem? But the main character slams down his decision. He's going to crush Salamander. And then he demands once more that she pour every last drop of restored mana into his hands. He admits that it's not the perfect choice, but he swears he'll still summon it, because this guy, he's dead serious about Leviathan, the divine beast of water. A girl tells him straight to his face that he's probably furious she broke her promise. She knows it'll drag him into trouble, but she understands him anyway, and when she finishes, she grins and says this country still needs Akira. Katia crumpled on the ground, barely holding on, wounds screaming and breaths coming in harsh, ragged bursts. Because even with that magical barrier wrapped around the hero, she still watched herself get burned to ashes by the salamander's heat. She barely manages to rise, and one truth hits her hard: she can't hesitate, not even for a second. No matter what slams into her, she's standing her ground. Then she lifts her sword and looks up, ready to go all the way. She realizes she has to grab every last second she can, so Akira and Prawl can slip away from here. Suddenly, the battlefield shakes with a deep rumble, and then boom, an explosion tears through the chaos. Prawl and Akira whip their heads that way, horrified. Prawl roars Cock's name. The protagonist snatches the girl's hand, and she snaps in rage, demanding he let go, or is he just going to watch her die? The main guy snaps that dying together is absolutely off the table, and the girl stares at him in total shock as this eerie light starts spilling out of him. The girl stares at her body, stunned. Her wounds and magic are gone, healed overnight, and she blurts, "What happened? You really fixed me." She presses him for details, wondering if it was some elixir, but he tells her it was a scroll with an object inside, and then she sees his hands gripping two torn pieces of that scroll. He tells her, "I lost my bag," and then admits the last one was stuffed inside his coat, leaving the girl staring in shock at what he just said. Akira flinched, knowing that part of the scroll had burned, but the fact it still worked was everything. Because right then, Akira demanded he transfer his mana to him right now. Pearl stares at him, totally thrown off, wondering if this is really happening, if the elixir from that scroll is actually real, because she's hearing about it for the first time. She tells them it's fine to give him mana now, but then she can't help asking, so what is he even going to do with it? The protagonist flat out tells everyone, "I already said I'd summon the divine beast Leviathan," and you can hear the seriousness in every word. He pushes them to decide if they're really going to save Katia, because doing it means wagering everything they've got. The girl tells him it's like a divine beast will strike a contract with whoever dares to step up. No time for jokes. Then he snaps, furious, and demands why she even brought him into it. Akira leans in and asks the girl why she doesn't just try handing him mana, and warns that if she thinks he's lying, she should cut it off right away, leaving the girl absolutely stunned by what he just said. He leans in and asks if she'll do anything for Katia, because the elixir worked, and now he's basically begging her to let it finish the job. The girl can't stop wondering if he can really summon the divine beast Leviathan, so she grabs herself by the nerves and forces calm, because no book has ever shown a flawless contract between a human and a divine beast, her fist clenching tight. Right now, she refuses to risk bleeding her precious mana into some high-spending fool's hands. Yet there's no way out, so she grinds her teeth and snaps at him. She rips into him, screaming that if he lied, even death won't wash it away. Then she thrusts her mana into his body and hits him with an infusion. The protagonist stares at the girl, shocked, and blurts out, "What is that?" If this is all Prawl's power, then it's already out-muscling Arya. He grins like he has hope and tells himself it'll all work out. After that, the protagonist finishes his drawing. Then bam, he summons the colossal divine water beast, Leviathan. The girl stares at the beast in front of her, frozen in shock, then it hits her. This isn't a rumor or a myth, it's a real Leviathan. Pearl's stunned. Did he really strike a deal with a divine beast? But the girl shuts that down fast, explaining it's the same deal as the elixir scroll. It's not some mind-blowing miracle, it's just flat-out impossible. She clings to his name in her head, but it still doesn't click. She has no clue who he really is. Then Leviathan tears into the enemy, and the girl gets swept off her feet by the rushing water. Shock slams through her, and she wonders if this is some divine water beast, where it came from, and when she finally looks up, she's stunned by what she sees. She stares him down, watching his focus lock in tight, and can't shake the question. Was it really him who called Leviathan into the world? Then Leviathan sucked in a deep breath, launched himself at the beast, and the girl instantly felt her mana go bone dry the moment that spell hit. The guy figured his attribute was weaker, but with the same divine beast backing them up, they'd still find a way to survive. After all, the enemy is the deadliest of the divine beasts, And right behind him, the girl is already wiped out, yet she keeps feeding his mana with everything she has. She knows his spell costs are too brutal, and she's terrified she won't be able to keep up if he unleashes another overwhelming technique. With her eyes shut tight, the girl wrestles with the giant pocket in her mind, the magical power she saw trapped inside it, and she can't help thinking if they could only find a way to use it. Leviathan and Salamander keep tearing into each other, smashing everything around them with ruthless attacks, and right as the chaos rages, Keisha bursts in and yells at Prawl, demanding if he's okay. Then she fires off one terrified question. Where did this water divine beast even come from? Pro swears only one person here can pull off something like that. Then the summoner he hired calls him in, and the girl is left staring in stunned disbelief. Katia stared at Akira and couldn't shake the thought. Was he really the one who called the divine beast, Leviathan, into existence? She remembers how she told her mentor it was all true, that guy was unreal. And she leans in to tell the girl, summoning a blazing fire attribute golem at just 7. Even with my own words, I can't honestly say I would have believed it. Right before her eyes, Akira burst out of nowhere, pulled an item straight from the scroll, and instantly flipped the summoned creature's attribute. She spilled it anyway, even after promising him she'd guard his secret, because she firmly believes they can't afford to lose him in times like these. So yeah, Akira is the one who can become Stormheim's great savior, or save the whole world from all these stinking horrors. Prudent Lady Metis lit up at the memory of this young man, the way a child would bask in a treasured dream. Pearl practically begged Katia to stop spiraling and help her, and Katia asked if she was okay only for Pearl to snap back. No, to be honest, I'm not doing well at all. Katia snaps that they've got to use the divine beast as a shield and bail right now, but Pearl fires back that they can't, because she'll burn through her mana instantly. She hits them with the truth. Once Leviathan vanishes, it's coming for them next, so they have no choice but to crank up their magical power and smash the salamander. Katia blurts out, "How do we get this extra magic?" And Pearl shoots back, "No matter what, I'll make sure Akira gets the magic, not you." Katia shoots, "Is this enough?" And Pearl grins, "Just swap with me for a blink." She leans in and demands trust, then says she wants to try something wild, because for Katia it's just a talky little request, but for Pearl it's a request with no words at all. Katia will always be his most reliable friend. Then she slams mana infusion into the main character, and Pearl and Akira just stand there, shocked. The protagonist demands, "What is it?" Even as Katia hands over her mana, he grabs it, thanks her, and tells her, "You're about to be hit with a rough parole job. It'll stitch his ripped pocket of mana back into the magical nerves. He has to patch it up to at least 30%, or everything falls apart. If the unification goes wrong and the balance gets thrown off, you don't just watch your magical power vanish. You could end up paying with your life." She's going to pour every skill and scrap of knowledge into this, then come back and slam Akira Reinfeld's pocket of mana right back into place. The girl realizes she's basically out of options, so she begs the pocket of mana to answer. Then, just like that, it finally sputters her down to 30%, and she can't believe what she's seeing. Prawl locks onto what's happening, the main character jumps up and starts piecing it together, and the mana inside him suddenly feels like it'll never, ever run dry. She bolts out in a rush. An impossible magical power surges around Akira like a glowing rainbow aura, and Katia insists it's real even though they aren't in the source. She turns to the Pearl, demanding what she did, and then realizes it's only at 30%. The girl straight up admits it. He'd had this magical power from day one, and then she leans in and asks if he really thought he could hide something that absurd for so long. She can't tell if he's a genius or just pretending, but now there's no hiding it. He's got to buckle down and grind. The girl grills the main character, asking if he really thought he could duck the whole battle just because he hadn't thrown a punch, and then she even heals his magical nerves for free. So now he's staring at her like, "Wait, why would you do that?" What? He stares at his hands, still buzzing as his magical nerves finally calm down and his mind won't stop racing. What did that cure really fix? What power is flooding him now? Is it magic or something stranger? He clenches his teeth, his head whirls like crazy, he's lost for words. Yet one thing is crystal clear. The main character roars that he's about to burst from a flood of magical power, and it suddenly feels like nothing can stop him, not a single thing. Next, the divine beast salamander fires a beam straight from Leviathan's way, but Leviathan snaps aside in time, dodging it clean. He dodged yet another blow, and Akira grinned like he'd finally cracked the code. He could steer it any way he wanted. Then Leviathan tore open its toothy mouth and spat out a rainstorm of water projectiles. He unleashes those projectiles and rockets straight at the salamander enemy, and the girls gasp in shock. This fight kicks up so much wind they almost get blown off their feet. Prawl's eyes bulged wide, like she can't tell if this is real or some impossible dream. Who in the world can summon and control a beast this divine so freely? Meanwhile, the guy just stands there, calm as ever. Katia snaps at the girl to stop getting sidetracked, because they still have to help Akira. Then Pral's thoughts get yanked away as she finally comes back to reality. Katia barrels forward with a grim look and declares, "We're pinning the salamander by its back legs, then ice magic now." She tells the girl to step in because she's about to cast a spell. The snowstorm spirals into a raging storm. Ice grips everything. Katia smears blood ash. Then they slam together and fire off a deadly joint attack. Katia's red eyes blaze as she lunges for the kill, unleashing the ultimate crystal storm. Then the girl unleashes Suinjin, the third style of joint magic. Gladius Maderica unleashed the dancing sword technique, powered by a Maderica crystal storm and a 50x acceleration, launching a non-stop girl attack as the salamander blazed forward. Then the salamander gets swallowed by flames and unleashes a brutal roar, and the protagonist realizes his balance is gone, so he snaps to action, throws a gesture, and his Leviathan, fully under his control, charges straight into the fight. Leviathan lunges and sinks its bite into the divine beast's neck, and the protagonist thinks, "Yes, this is perfect, right where I can grab." Until someone snaps, "No, that won't work," and his whole world flips as horror hits him. Katia erupts in a scream, yelling that his weak spot is his heart, buried deep inside that burning sack on his chest, and unless they smash his heart, the fight will never end. The guy hears it and, stunned, snaps his gaze away. It's wild, but the salamander's heart sits under hardcore muscle armor stronger than steel. Then Pral snaps into focus, shouts for everyone to brace themselves, and warns them. The next attack is coming, and it's a flaming breath. The salamander lunges with his attack, and thick, rapid beams blast out in every direction as he lifts his head high. Pral can barely stay upright as he screams like he's about to break. Katia snaps into place behind a barrier, and the main character throws a hand over his face and shuts his eyes tight. Then he snaps his eyes open, and there it is, a magical barrier right in front of him like it popped out of nowhere. Akira whirls back, totally stunned. There he spots a girl who's fighting to hold that barrier steady for all of them, and it hits him hard. She just saved him again. She panics at the thought of him dying, like the whole world would shut down. She grabs his attention, begs him to do something, and calls him boy, while Katia drops to her knees, heart pounding, wondering if she can survive another hit like that. Meanwhile, the main character is stuck in serious, desperate thought about what he has left to do next. He stares at Leviathan and Salamander and instantly gets it, so that's why he's called the strongest. He's got a ton of mana, sure, but as a divine beast, Leviathan still can't compare to Salamander. And here's the real kicker. The penalty from that attribute is absolutely brutal. Fire hits way harder than water ever could. Even when the protagonist burns every last bit of magic, he can't break Leviathan's limits, because deep down, he realizes there's no way to beat this blazing fire lizard salamander with anything Leviathan can do. He's tempted to switch his attribute to wind, but nope. He knows nothing about Elfin or how wind works. Boosting his size won't fix it either, his strength won't grow, and that move would just jack up his mana costs. He needs a deadly form, so he conjures a quick sketch in his mind, takes one heartbeat and draws it right on the spot with his fingers. This form lets Leviathan crush his attack power into a single point, then turbocharges it to hit harder than ever. Then the main character shoots his hands up, and both girls snap their eyes to Akira in shock, because Akira tells Pral that when he takes his next breath, she's got to cover him one last time, and the moment he asks, Pral can't believe what she's hearing. The protagonist snaps that, by the time the breath runs out, he'll aim for the weak spot and drive straight through it. Then Katia drops into her seat, staring in shocked silence at the guy. He figures that if there's no way to win this brutal, never-ending fight, he'll crush the Leviathan's power into one single point and forge it into a bomb. Because yeah, he's an artist like that. If he carves the right deadly shape, it'll work. Once everything finishes sinking, Leviathan morphs into something totally new, and white threads shoot out toward the main character. Peril stunned, Katia starts mulling over how the divine water beast now looks like a massive spear, and the guy blurts out, "So why not name it in the spirit of the manga?" He points out he based it on Leviathan and the divine spear Gungnir, a colossal spear whose tip funnels all the divine beast's raw power. With a wicked grin, the protagonist decides from that day on his name is asterisk the deadly living year asterisk asterisk. Katia knows she doesn't have a clue how much power she's still running on, but she digs in, gripping her sword like it's her last breath. While the main character insists this is their only shot, then whips a spear around and charges a deadly strike straight at him. The protagonist begs Pearl for protection, then turns to Katia and orders her to rile up Salamander into unleashing his breath, while both girls stand there completely baffled. Akira tells him, "After your next breath, I'll zero in on your weak spot, then I'm landing the blow that ends you." Pearl can't shake the feeling of why he just gave those orders, while Katia eyes the guy with a proud, satisfied grin. Katia decides to trust him and then barrels straight at the beast, roaring that she'll be the bait, while Pral realizes she's charging in alone again, because they could crush her with one strike, so Katia can't help but wonder why she even believed his words. That kid with zero combat experience talks big, and it snaps the girl into full seriousness, So she slams Salamander with blow after blow, hurting him little by little. Then Salamander rips the silence open with a roaring roar, and Katia finally gets it. Metasfina was obsessed with Akira for a reason, while Prawl seethes because all she's surrounded by is egoists. Pearl insists they should try support on their own first. Then right on cue she starts casting a spell, unleashing boundless magic to power up boundless defense. The girl snaps together a windowless wall, Katia whips around in shock, and suddenly she's staring at this spell like it's unbelievable. Because it's a barrier that burns life energy to make up for the missing mana, and Prawl is dead serious about it. She knows they can't afford one wrong move, so she begs for protection for herself, then tells them to charge him and never look back. Suddenly, Prowl gets blindsided by something. She yells, screams that it's finally begun, and demands they slam it with every ounce of strength. Salamander unleashes another scorching blaze breath, and blasts deadly beams out in every direction from his own body. Prawl clenches her breath when she realizes the power hitting her is even stronger than before, and that she might run out of magic. Right then, she feels a shift and asks Katia straight up if she's feeding her mana. Katia's help lands, Prawl thanks her, and with the job basically done, she turns to Akira, because the real essence Medi's recognized is finally ready to be revealed. The protagonist flicks a spear straight past his body, and the next second he realizes he's trapped in blistering heat. Prawl's probably in for a brutal fight, but he has to endure the burning air and win. After unleashing that kind of power, his body hits a drag, so you've got one job. Wait for the scorching heat from the salamander's breath to finally fade. When the protagonist finally drains all his reserves and begs for a way to breathe, he snaps orders to reveal the one weak spot in your defense. Then he charges you the moment you crack. Right then, the salamander starts pulling in air, and the protagonist snaps to it, because he knows this is the exact moment. He realizes the time is now, so he crushes all his magical power into his fingertips and moves. The protagonist twists the old drawings into a weapon, then hurls the divine water beast Levener's spear straight at Salamander. The guy stands up, the girls stare in stunned silence, and the main character locks eyes ahead with wide, terrified eyes, begging for that spear to pierce him right now. The spear rockets straight through Salamander, punching a hole in him, and just like that, he's done for. The girls freeze in shock. Pearl can't wrap her head around it. This guy just beat the divine beast, and she's left wondering if she's still dreaming. At last, the chaos faded, and peaceful days finally returned, so someone leaned in and said, "I just hope Akira's doing okay now." The bespectacled guy turns to the dark-haired girl and jokes, "What could possibly go wrong?" As if delivering ordered scrolls is harmless, she just tells him the trip there and back eats up 4 whole days. They've never sent him this far on his own, so what if girls start throwing themselves at him on the way? He's seriously adorable, and she's freaking out, totally nervous. Carl grips the bread in his hands and snaps that Arya's missing, nowhere in sight. So tell me, is she really going to show up for dinner? She says Arya told her she'd already gone, and the second one snaps back, "Why?" She looks like she's got something big to handle, and the girl just stays silent, chewing quietly while her mind races about what business she's really here for. Right in front of the salamander they just crushed, the main character, Prawl and Katja, stand shoulder to shoulder. Katia's jaw drops, because that guy actually wiped out Salamander, and his magic and summons are even stronger than the princess ever warned her about. She glances at the guy, and her mind clicks into place. Everything feels exactly like Mrs. Metasfina promised. This guy is about to shield Stormheim from that disgusting threat, the one who will save their whole country, though right now he's completely worn out, barely upright, and breathing like he just survived a war. Prohl starts off calling the guy kid, then catches himself, snaps, and hits him with his real name. She leans in and demands the truth, then presses the guy, asking if he really has any mana disorders. "So tell me, what kind of cursed scroll was that with an elixir inside?" And even crazier, it summoned a divine beast by mimicking its shape-shifting form, and Katia's standing there like, "Wait, what scroll? What elixir?" And for real, how is he even supposed to explain this freaky, abnormal magic power of his? Prawl keeps pushing the guy, demanding to know who he's talking to. But the main character doesn't even answer. She just drops to the ground, and both girls snap to attention in total shock. They don't have time to catch him. Akira slams to the ground, and everyone freezes in terror as they beg him, "What's wrong with you?" The main character struts like he's the hottest guy alive, but both girls are trembling. Then Prowl snaps, saying if he's messing around like this, he needs to stop right now. She realizes he's burning up with a blazing fever, while he's left wondering if this is magical exhaustion, and why on earth he suddenly has so much magical power. Akira just lies there on the ground, realizing he's got no clue how to understand anything anymore. From the sidelines, a bunch of people stare them down, each clutching some kind of staff, wrapped in flowing robes. One of them straight up asks, "Is this Akira Rainford, the singularity of the soul tamer Oswald Williams?" Another source claims that even having the power to take down Oswald's salamander isn't a bad thing at all. But this weird, non-contract summoning is raising eyebrows. Because the one thing making all this click is the healer's singular power, Emeline Days. Another guy begs that the plan in Stormhia won't foul the smells, because this is the singularity spell from the spatial mage and it's mine. The last one trailing behind them confirms it. Yep, the power is already level with a singularity, and she's sure this is about to shake everything. They press her, so you're here to wipe out the interference. And then it clicks that they mean Karamez, the summoner singularity. The girl agrees, saying, yeah, it's probably true, but then she whispers, stay sharp, that scary older sister is watching all of us. They realize she's talking about one of the four shadows, malaria, the one that brings pure destruction. They say that 700 years ago, the gods forged four ancient singularities, and when they woke, they didn't just clash, they sparked a war to claim dominance. They called them shadows, the terrifying veil of darkness, and the four were ready to lose themselves except her. Maria, one of the higher goddesses, tore the conflict apart and slammed a stop to what the shadows were building for the future. Chaos didn't just wreck worlds, it destroyed everything in its path, and that's exactly why Maria stepped in. Then she struck a pact. The shadows could keep their power, but they would never create new singularities again. That's why she can't see it, she's the one who started that deal. So why is she suddenly tearing up her own promise? What was she really planning, or maybe she didn't break it at all? The girl gets asked if she really means that death doesn't bind them, but she fires back. I'm not talking about that at all. If death never created him, then it doesn't break the contract. She can feel the world heating up with every new twist, so they press her. So you're saying his power has nothing to do with death and it just erupted out of nowhere? But she can't back it up yet, not with proof, only questions. She jolts her eyes open and blurts the reason she spilled everything. She's deciding if she has to crush this force or pull it right into her own side, and then she dares them to judge her. This power was way too good to wipe out, unless it came with that death side ability. He wanted to stare at it a bit longer, then decide if it was about to become a real threat. The girl backs it right away. She's ready to watch him only if every single one of them agrees. Kara gets asked straight up if she fell for that boy from the very start, and if that's exactly why she pushed them to keep going. The girl claims she's just terrified of death, but that doesn't matter anymore. Now everyone's hooked on one question, just how far can Akira push it, so they decide to go see. It all clicks into place. This was the whole plan to bring Icarus and Lil back, because that great shadow is the reason they're still here. She grips a steaming mug, looks at them both, and first off asks, can I say I'm sorry? Because the truth is, she and the other side secretly dragged their son into a campaign against the fire dragon. She also swallows her pride and apologizes for hiding the real reason they showed up here, then begs them, now stop concealing things from each other, tell it all. The girl snaps around to a terrified Carl Rainford and demands, why were you hiding this whole time? What can your son Akira, fast asleep in his bed right now, possibly do? North on Ileana's cold continent, tucked beneath the Elfhargo Cliff's icy grip, Stormheim rules, an icy duchy called Kalins. While on the ground a dead deer lies and a stranger's sword is still jutting straight out of it. Just today, 13 animals have already been converted by those deadly odors, and it's only been a matter of days. He declares there's a clear third wave coming, and he locks eyes with the dark-haired guy, Cord Cannon's Gilsadin of the 7 great houses, dressed sharp and looking exactly the same. He says the second wave hit just a week ago, but the gaps are shrinking fast, so he fires back, asking if the knights can't hold the line anymore, and pushes for sending a bird with a message straight to Stormheim. Trouble is creeping in right now, so they'd better slam reinforcements into place, with a whole detachment of magicians ASAP. The girl snaps that, thanks to the Queen's special command, every heir to the throne is scrambling, desperately hunting for anyone who can summon. She shoots Karl Rienfeld a stunned look, and demands to know why he's been hiding Akira's talent. Karl brings it up again and the girl just nods like, yep, you nailed it, because now he can't dodge the truth. He blurts that he's totally lost the thread of this talk, then asks whether Akira messed up somehow. The moment she hears it, fury sparks in her chest. Did he just pretend he didn't understand? She shoots back no, then points out he's still acting mysterious, insisting he doesn't know anything. Karl blurts out that he has zero clue what she's even talking about, and the girl pauses like, is being this shameless a talent too? Then she blurts that she finally gets it all. She admits he knew nothing at all. Because back when his son was only 7, that kid summoned a top-tier golem, and it shattered his magical nerves. And yeah, there was a sealed pocket of mana in him, and people were desperate to hide it. But he had zero clue about any of that either, so Karl just stared at the girl, totally shocked. She sarcastically suggests he should finally admit it, because this 7-year-old pulled off the impossible all by himself, and still somehow kept it hidden from his father the whole time. Then she slams her palm on the table and declares she saw it all with her own eyes, Akira's summons, the magic, everything, and she can't pretend she didn't witness it. As a knight loyal to her country, she's taking every last detail straight to the palace. She steps in front of Karl and declares, with full confidence, that Akira absolutely deserves to join the Royal Magic Academy and rise as a court summoner. Carl says he can tell her words are the truth, and that's exactly why he can't make sense of what she just said. He asks her to give him and his son a moment, just the two of them, to talk in private. She's caught off guard, yet she steadies herself, lets out a calm sigh, swallows her pride, and apologizes for snapping, because family stuff always eats up time. She tells him she'll stay at the hotel and wait for updates, and as soon as Akira wakes up, they'll hash everything out. She meets the guy's eyes like she's bracing for what's next. She's going to get it out one last time. She knows parents worry sick about their kids. But the truth is, she and Akira's talent is what this country needs, so maybe, just maybe, they can help ease those fears. She calls him the esteemed Carl Rienfurt, the once gifted mage from the Pennsylvania Academy. Akira is told to calm down, but all he can think about is that nasty magical exhaustion again. His whole body feels like it's on fire. Until the girl beside him swears everything's fine and explains he just let loose his hidden magical power, so his body needs a moment to catch up. She tells him, don't worry about a thing, just let me handle it and take care of yourself. The girl declares, you're my future husband. And the guy snaps his eyes open, then she grins and promises she'll boost his mana flow by improving the circulation. He gasps, screams in pure shock, and demands the girl beside him what she's doing to him right now. She smirks and says it's exactly what he's been thinking. And then he grabs her and hurls her out the door. The girl slumps on the floor, totally stunned, wondering if he was honestly that shocked by the massage meant to boost mana circulation. The protagonist's father leans in and asks the girl for just a minute with her, and she freezes, staring at him like she can't believe what she's hearing. With a sour look, the main character snaps that she terrified him, yet Arya still keeps treating him like he's a kid. He can't stop spiraling, asking himself if she still remembers that ridiculous promise, because part of him swears it was all a dream or maybe just some childish prank. And he refuses to believe Arya ever saw him as a real man, like the whole thing was written in third-rate fiction. He realizes he has to snap himself together, so he pulls out the bottle, takes at least a sip of a Lescure, and only then makes his drawing of the object. He looks like he can whip up an elixir on command. Then, in the very next breath, something bursts into flames and he's left totally baffled. He's freaking out, yelling that he's burning up, grilling his own thoughts over what's happening, whether that scroll is catching fire, and why the world is suddenly heating up. The burning scroll slams onto the floor, and Akira, barefoot, stunned, stares at it, trying to figure out whether the drawing of that object was the spark that set it ablaze. He can't stop wondering why this happened right as he's drawing like normal. Could this be tied to my magical power changing? He blurts, staring hard at his own hands. His mother calls him by name and he freezes with a confused stare, like, what's wrong? Because you can see the worry in her eyes. She fires off, asking how he managed to summon without a contract. Then the boy blurts out a baffled why. As his mother snaps, demanding he spill every detail, nothing left out, because she's already heard it from the swordswoman. What unlimited magical power really means, and how contractless summoning works. Carl tells her that 8 years ago she said Akira got hurt in that incident because the cultists stuffed his body with mana until it hit the limit. But she never pressed for the rest, even though she could feel it wasn't true. He tells them he's a magician too, and those traces of mind-blowing magic, they're clearly Akira's doing. But he held that power seal tight, betting everything on her, even with Doom's shadow lurking over her, and trusted she'd guard Akira. Still, what kind of wild magic is this, a summon that never needs a contract? He blurts out, yelling at the girl if she really knows all this, and demanding what she's planning to do with his son. With her eyes shut tight, the boy blurts to the girl, did you turn Akira, my son, into your singularity? The girl snaps her eyes open and with a grave seriousness tells Carl, you once promised me you'd give me a family, and Carl freezes in shock, because back then she truly placed her whole faith in that promise. She finally admits the truth, Akira has been able to summon a power even stronger than the singularity ever since the day he was born. She couldn't shake the fear, because as this power kept growing, he was going to draw the other three shadows, and every dangerous singularity straight onto him. That's why she tried to seal his magic to keep him safe. Then he blurted, what's going on now? What other seal? My power is about to go off. And just like that, his limitless power turned him into an easy target for them. The girl admits it at last, no matter what she does, his power can't be held back. She says that once it's gotten this far, Akira isn't just an ordinary kid anymore. He might be something more than a singularity, even a shadow. Carl snaps this can't be real, and demands to know, does that mean the Rienfurts are trapped by this curse for good, even Akira? Carl demands to know if it still isn't enough that he's hooked up to this blood spout. The girl calmly demands they listen, and Akira realizes he's already become the target. So he decides it's safer to unleash his power to the world instead of hiding it any longer. Because if a court summoner recognizes him officially, that kind of status could turn into his shield later on. Rage bubbling, the guy snaps at her, so you'll be my court magician and the shadows won't dare touch us. Then he pushes harder, tell me you truly believe this is right, that it's the best move for Akira and that you mean it for real. The girl squeezes out just one message, and the boy's stunned. Because the boy who'd been so careless about the covenant tying her to the Rainford ancestors now swears that if Akira is in danger, then Malaria will step in and protect him, no matter how those shadows turn around and become her enemies. Carl says even if this kicks off a shadow war, these words are terrifying as hell, and the fear in them hits like a punch. The protagonist presses his father again about the Magic Academy, begging to challenge something, and asks, "So you know it all?" His father just answers, "Yeah, that's summoning." Carl blurts that he's got it all figured out, everything, no exceptions, because Master Katia told him, like how he can summon without a contract and still pour out an insane amount of mana. Honestly, even now it feels impossible to believe. Then the boy can't help but worry, is his father furious? But Katia knows this much. The real truth behind drawing and reincarnation is still locked away like a forbidden secret. The protagonist drops to his father's level and blurts out an apology, because he never meant to lie. He just remembers spotting this power in his childhood, and the moment it scared him, he feared what would happen to their family if anyone got tangled up in something no one understands. Carl grins, pats him on the shoulder, and asks if he's sorry. Like it's no big deal even if it drags trouble in. So since that's his dad, the main character clams up and just stares back. On the contrary, he was thrilled to death because all he could think about was his family. For a kid, this is straight up unbelievable. He tells him to stop worrying about his mother and promises he'll explain everything to her himself. The protagonist grins at his father, and his father lets out a heavy sigh, shaking his head like, "Man, it's a shame the whole palace already knows. Kids who can actually do magic and summon things, they get shoved straight into the court magic academy, no questions." The boy insists Katia discovered him, but there's nothing anyone can do now. His mom will probably be ecstatic that he's got such a big, successful career ahead. But this power doesn't thrill him at all, because all he ever wanted was to take over his father's business. The second he steps into that academy, he's ripped away from his home for years. Because sure, it's gotta be better to get teased again as a magical invalid. Carl says if that's really the case, then why don't we flip the whole thing and look at it from the other side? He tells his son that his power can shield everyone he holds dear, because it's a priceless gift, and Akira is stunned by the words coming from his own father. He begs his son, don't shut him out, fight for him, nurture him, and someday you'll finally see your destiny. He then flashes back to how his mother once asked him whether he had artistic talent. And when he grows up, he swears he'll become a manga artist, so he can make her beam with pride. He starts to break down and Carl asks, "So you really don't want to go to the academy?" The guy wipes his tears away and shakes his head, "That's not the problem." He finally admits he's just crushed about having to leave, pouting like a total kid, and his father steps in, telling him to go on, drop the worries, chase new opportunities, and not forget one thing. The father tightens his arms around his son and promises him this is the place he can come back to, and the protagonist only nods, thanking him. Because he's right, and the version of him standing right here now finally has a home, where he'll be greeted with open arms anytime after this. Then Akira flashes a grin and tells everyone what Katia said. A legendary magician had left a mark on history. Carl snaps that life is always way more complicated, and promises that once Akira graduates from the academy, he'll finally spill everything, while Akira fires back that this is completely unfair. A week later, it was finally time. She sent the boy off on his journey, grilling him with priceless advice. Don't skip meals or go hungry, stay respectful to everyone in the palace, and keep up with strict hygiene. His mother said it all, and the young man swore to her he'd be diligent. She only wanted the best for her child, and when Akira was gone, she fought the loneliness and tried to stay strong. As he called out his goodbyes, the boy begged Arya to watch over his mom and dad while he trained at the academy. Then he finally said everything he needed and stormed out of the house. Stormheim was a fortress city through and through, and once you crossed those walls, the whole world felt different. After the expedition's prize, the hero finally wiped his debt clean, and Gus hit him even harder, because Gus's reaction to the news he'd been accepted into the academy totally stunned him. His friends cut right through his thoughts and bombarded him with one question. Had he ever been on this side of the wall? He didn't even bother to answer, and her bright smile slowly cracked and disappeared. She went straight to Prawl and started blasting him with complaints about Akira, acting like he couldn't care less, so blatant it stung. But somehow the girl still clung to the illusion like she needed it to be real. Her friend stared in shock at how clueless Cock was about what was really going on. She'd slipped close, hid her real motive, then pushed him into enrolling in the academy, and the hero's distrust was practically screaming from every step. After their deadly salamander ordeal, the girl wouldn't let it go. She was convinced they should have forged a real bond, and she kept pushing that belief hard. Akira was stunned, because this same woman was also the one who dragged a man away before, using threats against his parents. Prawl listened to her friend vent and then hit back, saying the job was done, so yeah, their paths were about to split. He never saw it coming. When she refused to go with him, the goodbye hit way faster than he could prepare. Rage burned in her chest. Was Akira really dreaming? She hadn't signed up to be his nanny. She was in this only to earn cold, hard cash. Still, he couldn't bring himself to say goodbye, so he swallowed his sadness and thanked her for everything, like it might be the last time he ever could. She pulled him out of the salamander's claws more than once, so he'd never forget her. And when Pearl felt that friend's warm, smiling face, heat rushed up her cheeks and embarrassment caught her by surprise. The mage scrambled to defend herself, insisting she was doing everything she could to survive, then she bolted before anyone could stop her. Katia lit up her friend with praise for the amazing work and promised she'd reach out later to sort out the payment. The girl halted mid-step, spun toward her friends and blurted out some advice. Akira needed it. She trusted Katia, no question, so if Katia couldn't hand him the truth, it was only because there was a real reason behind it. Pearl swore that the young man's heart had to be as massive as the magic sleeping inside him, because that's when everything would finally fall into place. With that, she walked away, and the mage called out to the hero to chase his luck, praying they'd meet again someday. He couldn't believe it. After all that time, even though it was only a goodbye, his girlfriend finally said his name the right way, like everything between them had just clicked. Katia saw it as pure pride. If her friend recognized him, the kid had real potential, but she still couldn't believe it. The young man's magic power was even stronger than Pral's. The bloodline of a true genius mage mattered more than anything. Akira's smile started to crack because he couldn't just admit he'd probably downed too many elixirs. As they kept talking, the boys finally closed in on the palace, almost there. The hero still had one job: meet Metasfina. Then his chest tightened because the gentleman was already there, and the closer that meeting got, the more nerves took over. The castle loomed massive and breathtaking, and the young man instantly froze in stunned silence. Inside, the palace blew past his wildest dreams, way more majestic than he'd ever imagined. The girl told the young man to hold up for a sec while she ran to grab the Metasfina. Akira felt a crushing pressure, nothing like the rush of a movie or the thrill of a game. Standing there made him feel tiny, and all he could do was secretly pray his companion would come back fast. Then it hit him: why were they stuck in the palace right now, when nobles usually just invited guests to their homes? A stranger suddenly slipped in behind Akira and kept badgering him, demanding he never, ever turn around, no matter what. Panic slammed into the hero's chest. He reached for the guards, then something hard pressed against his back. He instinctively reached to spin around, but the mysterious stranger shrieked, "Do!" And then she pushed Rafer to answer one thing straight, whether he was angry at Metis and how deep that anger ran. That girl demanded an answer on the spot, or she'd rip him to pieces. And the hero was left writhing with a brutal, lingering misunderstanding about why any of this was happening to him. He weighed her question for a heartbeat, then shot it right back. Why should he even waste his anger on Mr. Metis? Hearing that, the stranger went limp and let him spin around. A stunning young girl stood face to face with the young man, and 8 long years had passed since they last saw each other, so she asked, "Are you okay?" But the real question of what happened back then still clung to the air unanswered. The girl bowed hard, heart pounding with regret, because every last disaster that followed was her fault. She broke the promise they swore to each other, so Akira had every right to be furious. No excuse was good enough. The stranger kept grumbling, convinced she was being judged as selfish. But if the hero could forgive her, she'd do anything he asked, anything at all. He cut her off, but he had zero clue who she even was, and that question instantly left her speechless. The hero had zero clue who she was, but the stranger somehow felt like a big deal. And it left him wildly curious, even more confused, especially because she apologized to him. An awkward silence slammed down between them, and the hero had nothing. Metis could see it plain as day. He didn't remember a single thing. Katia's patience finally snapped, and the girl, using those night skill shamelessness radar instincts, caught him cheating and smashed him on the cheek with a real hero's punch. As the young man crumpled on the floor, scolding rained down on him. So was Akira really about to use the princess's apology like a trap and push her into something filthy? And it wasn't just him on the hook. Her Highness didn't get a free pass either, because for a princess to confront a young man and spit out words like that was simply beneath her. The hero couldn't stop it. Over and over he replayed one terrifying truth. The stranger wasn't some nobody, she was royalty. He had no idea what Katia was even saying, and she stepped in front of the princess so boldly she might as well have been daring anyone to try. No one was getting close. Akira was left completely lost, because the person who was apologizing to him wasn't just unfamiliar. She was someone he'd never seen in his life. His friends stared like, "Wait, you're actually serious?" Because with all that time gone by, you couldn't miss it if you tried. She announced Her Highness as Stormheim's very first heir, Princess Metasfina Stormheim, and the title hit like thunder. Akira's jaw dropped. He'd pictured Mr. Metis as a man, but when the truth finally hit, she was a woman, and he wouldn't fully accept it until the very end. He even thought they were setting him up, but there was no way he'd fall for a woman's clothes. So when Katia saw it, outrage hit her hard. It felt way too cruel. Later, they sat at a huge table, and the princess still swore she'd broken her promise, so the young man was probably done with her for good. Even after keeping everything hidden for 8 years, she still had to meet the hero face to face. And it cost her pride because the princess apologized for her selfish behavior. This young man just couldn't wrap his head around it, until he realized the girl in front of him was absolutely breathtaking. This princess was the single meanest kid the boy had ever known. The tension between them kept cranking higher and higher, so high the hero hadn't even taken a bite. The princess leaned in, tried to smooth things over, and told her guest to relax, and she couldn't stop smiling at the look of pure shock on his face when he finally realized she was a woman. Akira remembered how back when she was a kid she'd sounded just like that, laughing because the hero had actually mistaken her for a girl, and then it hit her. This was the very same Midas she'd known since childhood, the real one. The young man admitted he never thought he'd actually see the princess again. His nerves were wrecking him before they met, especially after what tore them apart before. And he said it would have been cruel beyond words for her to vanish without even a goodbye. Medes couldn't give the full story, but it was clear. She regretted every second of hiding who she really was and every promise she'd shattered. The boy grinned right back, just kid-to-kid banter to him already filed away in the past. No way could he keep that power under wraps anymore, and Her Highness had her own tangled reasons for this call, so there was zero point in spiraling out over it. Until that moment, Akira stayed invisible, living just outside the fortress walls, right under everyone's nose, and still somehow nobody saw him. The princess' shoulders sagged, but relief washed over her when the young man finally got it. Yet she knew she had to slip in one last message before the moment slipped away. Raising her voice, the girl told the young man that once he graduated from the academy, he'd step into the role of a court summoner and become her vassal. This hit the boy like a punch to the gut. Both of them froze, staring each other down with wide eyes, breathing in silence. The hero flashed back to Katia, who had only told him to ditch the academy so he could make it home. Yeah, back in their country, every kid who could wield magic had to enter the academy, and once graduation day hit, they were finally let loose to choose their own destiny. But the princess demanded to know one thing. Did Akira really know about the creatures tearing out of the north and putting humanity in danger every single day? Medes' warned voice raised ominous about the disaster everyone called odors. Akira finally started to piece it together. Their story was about those colossal hordes of undead that showed up and got smashed 14 years ago. He froze at their sudden return, but the princess shut that down fast. Nothing was really back, because every single thing unfolding was being hidden from the common people. Turns out this nightmare never truly ended. 14 long years of invasion after invasion, all of it getting slammed back by the Duchy of Kalins, defending the continent's northern cliffs with the allied countries throwing in their combined strength. Since evil could only be crushed by sorcery, Stormhill had to beg for help from wizarding countries, and little by little the kingdom started depending on them. So the queen clenched her resolve. She would learn magic herself and reclaim her country's authority. Akira finally clicked with what the princess had warned him about, yet the stink threat was still hanging over the whole kingdom like a nightmare. Medes, along with the other princes and princesses, was ordered to scour the world for the best mages and summoners, and since she was the first heir, everyone expected her to prove she could deliver results worthy of the throne. She pushed her offer into his hands and demanded he take it, because he was the strongest summoner she'd ever heard of. She had one mission: get the hero to hand over his power and bind it to her as his vassal. Akira stalled again and again, because that polite apology felt like a trap, like the princess did it on purpose. After a beat, he finally said that once he graduated the academy, he'd been craving the chance to take over his father's business, that dream sitting in his chest for ages. Then he asked point-blank straight up, should he treat her words like a royal order? Mattis's eyes shot wide and annoyance sparked, because the hero twisted her words right into that meaning. She shot him one more heartfelt apology. She never wanted to trap him. The princess had already vowed she'd never fight his wishes once she graduated from the academy, and with that promise hanging in the air, Her Highness turned to go. She still craved one more chat with the boy, but out loud she just declared, he gets a room in the widower's quarters so he can rest. Akira nodded along, and before long he was sprawled on the bed, staring up at the starry sky. He replayed his talk with the princess, the way her voice cracked, and the look on her face that instantly tore him up inside. That call had hit out of nowhere, and sure, getting blindsided can confuse anyone, but hearing it come from Akira himself, that was a shock he didn't see coming. Katia burst into the hero's room, seething that after his talk with the princess, he still dared to call himself a man, and the young hero just stared in stunned disbelief at this way-too-late visit. He jerked back from the window the intruder had climbed through, then demanded why she'd barge in at a time like this, looking like that, yet the girl just couldn't grasp why he was so shocked. All Katia could see was herself in her pajamas, and suddenly worry started clawing at her, like she might look completely ridiculous. Akira eyed her like trouble in human form, but he still pushed the same question. Why was she sneaking into his room at midnight in those pajamas? He tried to shame her, but she just swung a kick, and Akira got yanked backward to the floor. Katja towered over the boy, seething with fury. Like, what could she even do now if she'd just shown up on her way back from that slumber party? She and Lady Medes had been having a blast until the girl bolted out, swearing she had to check on something. Akira went bright red and broke into a cold sweat at that revealing pose, and his friend demanded, "So why did you shut down Her Highness?" But the hero didn't see it as some simple request at all. He swore this wasn't just some command. It was a real power trip from a princess with hungry ambition. Cock's face snapped into a new look. She couldn't believe it, wishing Medes had just handled it instead of giving that narrow-minded, insensitive guy the time of day, and the young man chimed in too, saying he didn't have a heart either. He could admit it, he felt like a total idiot, hoping that, as a lowly commoner, the princess would actually welcome him back with open arms. After a breathless pause, the girl leaned in and demanded, "Tell me, Akira, you really feel what my highness feels?" Because Lady Medisfina was in a tight spot, one wrong move away from losing her title as first heir. Still, even with her own worries crashing down, the girl spoke to the hero and issued her words, like a request, not a plea for pity. The young man's face darkened, and he snapped to his friend, asking if Lady Medisfina's situation was really that desperate. Then Katia straightened up and told him the truth. Her Highness was Queen Kaiser's child at all. She was the daughter of the second princess. This hit the hero like a sudden spotlight. He wanted nothing to do with politics, and his friend couldn't believe how totally he shrugged off everything happening in the kingdom. 14 years ago, in a brutal war against the odorous threat, two legendary men stood their ground and paid with their lives to protect their country. First came Celeria Stormheim, the queen's younger sister, then her husband, Sword Mayan, the heir to the line of heroes. And from their union, Princess Medisfina was born. When he heard her real name, Her Highness's true name, lightbulb realization hit him hard, because the Mayan surname was the exact clue that made him realize he'd never once assumed she had royal blood in her veins. In Stormheim's old tradition, the kingdom was ruled by a queen and held up by heroes, until a brutal curse ripped them all down, and that stench became the ruler's worst nightmare. After that, Queen Kaisera ditched the whole heroic superiority fantasy and built a magic academy, forcing every under-18 kid with magic to enroll, then threw herself into one mission, leveling up the nation's magic. This was exactly why Akira had ended up in the palace, so Katia sat him down and spilled the real truth about what was going on. At first, the crown was meant to pass straight to the first princess, Queen's very own daughter. Then when the first princess, Ursula Stormheim, abruptly tossed aside every single right she had, the crown of that honor snapped to Lady Medisfina, now as the second princess. Because the throne couldn't legally land on a man, no matter how indirect the claim, Lady Medes seized the spotlight and became the only real contender. But with Prince Oswald Stormheim, there was one problem. He wouldn't just swallow that plan, and to make it worse, he was gifted with magic. The queen ordered her first prince to study across distant lands, right in the thick of powerful magical schools, because the fencing and hero glory traditions back home always sickened him. But after the war with the Odor, everything flipped. The prince's world changed, and even magic itself felt different. Akira figured it out fast. The queen was pouring everything into boosting the country's magical power, and he'd nailed the reason dead on. Oswald set out to turn Stormheim into a magical powerhouse, and he started importing culture and spellcraft from countries that already mastered magic, pushing the heroes and his allies into a pressure cooker. Long ago, when Lady Medes was still the second princess, someone tried to assassinate her, and the real reasons never changed. Katia was convinced the princess's supporters had a hand in it, then Akira snapped back. He remembered it happening right when he and the princess were meeting. Oswald's magic-policed reforms shut down every last bit of courage in the hero's supporters, and the timid ones backed off fast. Then the queen stared at her son's wins, weighed her country's next steps, and decided Prince Medisfina and Princess Medisfina would both get a fair shot at the throne. By letting this rivalry play out, the ruler effectively issued a decree. And if the prince, propped up by foreign backers, ever seized the throne, their nation would be chained into a puppet state controlled by outside powers. Even in that brutal mess, Princess Medicina turned to the hero and shot him a desperate request. Katia believed he truly was a close friend, someone she never wanted to boss around or drag down, because that's just the kind of person she was. She could still see it, the way her face lit up, mouth hanging open, when she listened to Akira's wild adventures at the pajama party. Those weren't a princess's eyes at all. They were the eyes of a man totally swept up by his friend's wild exploits, and Katja swore it was the same clean, innocent stare a young girl would have. After his friend's words hit him, the hero's mind snapped back to that ancient goodbye with the princess. Then Medes stepped forward and swore they'd meet again. She was absolutely sure the princess was the only one who could sit on the throne and truly shield their country. And with Akira, blessed by the goddess, standing right beside her, her heart finally had something to cling to. He doesn't have to pull off legendary feats just because he's tied to a massive power, whether it's for the country or for the people. But the boys weren't the only ones with motives. Up on the windowsill, the girl beamed under the moonlight, and for Akira, that smile meant one thing: unleash his gift, no matter what anyone thought or what the situation demanded. She thought it was the coolest move ever, shield the one who'd stolen her heart. The hero snapped his gaze to his friend, and the moment she looked back, his courage stalled. Katia thought it was hilarious. Her friend's cheeks were burning, while the young man insisted he was too above it to fall for a woman's charms, bragging that he couldn't be swayed by anyone, especially older women, because he'd built some ridiculous immunity thanks to a certain elf until he blinked, and Katia shoved him onto the bed and pinned him down. So he decided to prove to him that older women aren't to be underestimated, because under that face, that girl had already fought life-and-death battles more than once. For her, it was child's play to reel a young man into loving her with that mature, irresistible charm, easy as breathing. Akira tried to stop her, but he couldn't wrap his head around why everything felt so wild and out of control. Then his friends dropped the truth and left him frozen. She'd never dated anyone before. Menace strode down the corridor, lamp blazing in her hand, and the girl couldn't stop worrying. Like the hero had been through hell after everything that hit him, while she kept rambling about herself. They just wanted to relive the good old days and trade 8 years of updates, and she even fed him so they could dig into a mouth-watering meal. Then, with that on her mind, she slipped into his room, blurted an apology for barging in, and the smile vanished the second she saw him. She saw Katja jam the boy's face against her chest, and the boy shrieked that he was surrendering. Then, when the princess showed up, her friend snapped into defense, yelling that they hadn't done anything wrong and that the hero was suffering nonstop from that brutal hold. Medes blurted out an apology, saying her castle show must have cut into him, and their precious hour of peace with his dear mentor. Katia snapped at him not to joke like that, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Just two people messing around, nothing more, nothing between them. On the contrary, Akira was thrilled to have the princess at his side, and he nodded along, agreeing with every single word she said. Meat leaned in and asked the hero if he truly didn't mind her being there, and the boy blurted, shaking with nerves, that it was a huge honor. That moment lifted her spirits sky high, and she told him to trust her with everything. She'd take him anywhere she pleased, even into the deepest corners of the castle. And the hero. He even brushed it off as if the lady was just plain simple-minded. The crew wandered through gorgeous spots, soaking it all in, until boom, they hit the main gate, the very one the hero had first stepped through from the back. So now he finally got to see it fresh for the first time. Those gates stood there like pure royalty, exactly what a castle should have for a face. The princess leaned in and said the court knights were posted behind the eastern gate, while the western gate opened straight to the Magic Academy. Then the young man froze, staring like he'd just witnessed pure wonder. With enlistment still looming, Katia pushed for a quick preliminary exam, and Medes asked Akira what he made of the idea, only for Akira to brush it off and say it wasn't needed. The boys perked up the moment they heard a cart rattle in, and when that guy finally stared at the luggage, his eyes snapped wide open. That carriage was packed with the wounded, those who'd crawled back from the Duchy of Kalins. And Katia knew she couldn't stay glued to it for long, so she leaned in and told the princess she needed a moment. Then she bolted off before anyone could answer, and the princess, wearing a grim, ugly look, strode up to the carriage where the wounded soldiers sat. The girl's heart finally lifted when she saw them again. The man thrust his battered, calloused hand toward the princess, and she grabbed it instantly. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she looked up, admiring how they'd all fought like champions, and how they'd become the pride of their entire country. The warriors begged her not to touch them, warning that she'd end up getting filthy. Rushing back to her friend, the girl said those knights had battled the horrors. But even with victory, the nobles still wouldn't dare announce they'd come back. So the soldiers battling in the north, risking everything, got zero proper honors. Being a real hero meant giving your life for your country, with no thirst for fame and no demand for reward, just sacrifice. Staring at the lady, the hero realized she hadn't changed a bit since she was a child. Suddenly, a snobbish voice cut through the air, sneering that heroism sounded fake and accusing them of clinging to outdated fencing. The first prince eagerly welcomed the sacrifice warriors, nice, neat bargaining chips ready to be sent straight to their deaths. Every one of the friends recoiled at the sight, and a cruel grin snapped onto Mead's face. She snapped back to Brother Oswell that no matter how he dressed it up, he'd gone too far the moment he started talking. The hero snapped his gaze to the man beside him, and finally, with his own eyes, he saw the first prince standing on the queen's side. Oswald couldn't figure out what he'd even done wrong. Rage was boiling out of River more and more, and he knew the town couldn't stay blind for long. The peaceful days were already slipping away. For him, the truth was brutal. They couldn't save themselves by betting on heroes and swinging swords. The prince snapped his gaze to his sister, because she'd surely clocked it too. The age of blades was over, and by clinging to heroes, Stormheim had shrunk down to small, fragile strength. Oswell wouldn't back down. He kept calling the country behind the times, then proudly praised old, useless traditions like they were something to worship. But Medes didn't stay quiet. She fired back, asking if the authorities really thought it was acceptable to pull magicians into their plans alongside foreign nobles. She agreed if they wanted to crush anyone who stood in their way, they had to team up with the other powers and pool their magical strength. But she still insisted blade magic was the kingdom's true pride, the very thing that had shielded their home for generations. The path where sword and magic match didn't hold the answer they needed, so she practically begged her brother to snatch back what he'd said. Knights weren't bargaining chips. Her boundless enthusiasm cracked the prince into a grin, because when she insisted that warriors stood in front of calanets, shields up, guarding the mages, he just kept smiling wider and wider, like those ideals were exactly the kind worth cheering for. He refused to let his sister shut her eyes to the truth, because even Archduke Cord Kalines, no less a hero than Gilsadin from the Seven Great Houses, crumpled under the stink and begged for reinforcements with magicians. He couldn't stop wondering what Medes would fire back at this. Could she really squeeze out even a single capable mage or summoner? And deep down, he knew the prince's words had crushed the girl's spirit. Oswell kept pressing his sister, demanding to know what she'd done to make sword and magic move as one, and what hard work she'd poured into building magic back in their land. She threw herself into hunting gifted people among the common folks, then ignored the developed countries altogether. But deep down, she still believed magic talent wasn't something nobility or commoners deserved, only something that mattered when you had the chance to learn. The brother realized that with so many childish claims flying around, not a single real spellcaster would ever back her. He demanded she snap back to reality, because under his banner there were already hundreds of magicians and summoners ready to act. While his sister struggled, the young man kept pressing her with relentless questions. How many cultivators would actually risk their lives to stand up for her? He'd been fed up with all those empty speeches about the right path, the proper traditions, and the rest of that nonsense. Because with Medes already calling dibs on the throne, real changes had to start now. Oswald demanded she lay out everything she'd done for the country and its people, because if she couldn't prove it, she didn't deserve to lead. In his past life, before he ever earned anything, he saw these so-called professionals as nothing but smug hypocrites, mere excuses dressed up like glory. But the prince had the perfect offer to give the princess her chance to serve their country. In the kingdom of Schaffhausen, the one he'd been working side by side with for ages, the second prince was on the hunt for a wife, and if he picked Medisfina, his country's huge support would make it impossible to say no. The first prince leaned in and begged his sister to hear him out, because only the real harmony of sword and magic could give her the life she craved. She was just about to reply when their whole conversation got ripped away by an unexpected interruption. He couldn't stay away when it came to lady summoners, only one name mattered. All three opponents froze, staring at Akira like they'd just seen the impossible. The prince stared in disbelief and finally realized, somehow this very man was the hero. Suddenly, it felt like he was staring straight into his own past, back when he tossed his assistants aside like they were replaceable, and that memory started to unnerve him fast. This first prince isn't a hero. He slams his own soldiers into the bargaining table, treating the people who risk their lives for their homeland like they're just chips. Oswell nodded yes, then leaned in and introduced himself. Right here, Brian wasn't some nobody. Lady Medisfine picked him as her chosen commoner summoner. At first glance, this prince looked like the kind of man who'd cut down everyone near him without batting an eye to chase his goals. Like Akira once did too, but Medes wasn't the same. She still cared deeply about the people around her. Stormheim grabbed the hero as its next prize, and choosing his ruler was a no-brainer. He was Lady Medisfine's chosen summoner, pulled straight from the common folk. The princess beamed and kept saying her friend's name over and over. The boy tried to back her up, but he pushed it one step too far. Then Oswell snapped, frowning hard. The prince caught the name Rainford and went pale. How could he not recognize someone this distinguished from his own country? He leaned in and demanded where Akira was from, and Akira instantly knew he'd drawn unwanted eyes, so he hesitated, fighting the urge to blurt out the truth. The young man leaned in and told him, "I was born in Stormheim. My dad ran a magic shop tucked right behind the fortress wall." Oswell's face twisted as the young man spoke, and mild fury flared when he realized the boy might have missed a hidden gift, right even among commoners, until it clicked. Now the kid could be in serious trouble for keeping it secret, maybe even prison. The man sneered that Akira bombed the qualification test, trying to wind up the hero. Since guys from humble backgrounds usually can't land a decent teacher, he pressed him to prove himself and summon at least a slime. The young man finally steadied his breath. This was his chance and he knew it. He just had to sound convincing, then peace would follow. So he nodded and agreed. He could summon the slime, but anything bigger than that felt unlikely. Medes sat there in silence, listening to every word, her face wearing a look that tried to flatter. She snapped in out of nowhere, grabbed her brother's attention and demanded, "What did you just say?" Then she called out his prejudice. His foggy stare was twisting everything, and that was why he kept missing the whole point. She stood up for her friend even though he was a commoner, because that boy's talent was unreal. So sharp and so powerful that he dwarfed every summoner she'd ever met. And she refused to let her arrogant brother sneer at the hero just because he didn't know a thing about him. Her sudden reaction stunned the young man cold, and Oswald couldn't find a single word. Then, out of nowhere, a strange noise erupted, yanking every eye and ear in the room toward it. Even the fortress guards and soldiers heard it. She was about to stand her ground, defend her honor, and shoot down the prince right to his face. The girl had seriously grown up fast. Because rage didn't come from nowhere, it hit hard when people started spitting cruel words about Akira. Oswald had no plan to judge the hero for his lowly birth, but he swore the princess cared about the young man more than the nobility ever could, because in families like theirs, status and talent always get handed down for generations. Still, the princess shut that idea down hard. Once the prince saw what Akira could do, it hit him like a punch. He'd been ridiculously narrow-minded all along. Because not the foreign magic casters, not even the noble assemblies and elites he bragged about, could ever compare to the hero. With a grin, the first prince summed up his sister's verdict. Akira was better than any of his men, and that fiery lady backed it up all over again. Then her brother demanded, "Are you ready to stand by what you said?" And even after that, she just couldn't be stopped. Oswald grinned and tossed out a challenge. He could say anything he wanted, sure, but if this kid was truly stronger than the men he'd trained, then let him prove it right here. Now the academy was about to explode into a duel, aristocrats versus commoners. The prince would assemble a top-tier band of nobles, and anyone from the common streets could throw their hat in the ring by recruiting the most driven students they could find. If he loses, he'll waste no time apologizing to Akira, praising how brilliant his sister's search skills were, and then sticking to his promise to teach the common folk. If Tonko wins, that princess won't just celebrate, she'll have to swallow his conditions too. Admitting that Stormheim's magic can't grow without other countries stepping in, and agreeing to the marriage promise he laid out, as fearless as the Veda's princess sounded. The hero's mouth dropped wide, shock and panic hit him all at once, because for Medes it didn't mean take a break. It meant the throne was straight up abandoned, and that young man could only pray his friend wouldn't stumble straight into his brother's trap. Suddenly, Katia cut in, furious at how outrageous it all was. She snapped that a petty dispute had no right to spiral into politically huge consequences, and demanded that sacred national matters stay far away from this story. Oswald flashed a grin, totally betting he'd humiliate her right in front of the guards, because his sister was still way too green, and that poor outcast Mayan was the perfect target. He stepped up to take the challenge, right there with the knights watching as witnesses. And if the princess wasn't sure of herself, he'd bluff and act like that conversation with her never even happened. Akira finally felt relieved. His mentor was right there, because Medes was so naive that this first prince had tricked her in seconds. And yeah, he wasn't as simple as he pretended to be. The hero leaned toward the girl's side too, because picking a fight over marriage in a place like this felt reckless. And honestly, it was time for them to head back. The girl blurted out that she'd accepted her brother's challenge. Keisha and Akira started to breathe out in relief. But the moment the meaning hit, their eyes nearly popped right out. They yelled at Medisfina, but she stood her ground and once again swore she'd accept the marriage terms, everything included. As long as Akira stayed on her side, the girl felt victory in her bones, and Oswell was downright inspired by that kind of unstoppable faith. But her friends didn't feel the same. Then Oswell pushed the question again. Was this really final? Because he wasn't messing around. The princess was still in the air and she wasn't about to back out of her word. In the end, she defeats him, and only then does the prince have to give the hero a real, heartfelt apology, because he also swore he'd start trying to help the people. Oswell nodded, only if Medes beat him first, because she was totally baiting him so he wouldn't dare forget his own words, and the prince had to stick to his promise too. The hero and his mentor stared at the princess, eyes full of awe. Then the second look hit, and her face looked totally different, while the young man had already lost sight of who she really was. Believing she'd been right all along, Medisfina tore forward like a runaway train. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy of Magic, Probryce tried to convince everyone that qualification training was pointless. Then he heard the bombshell. She still shut down every offer he threw at her. He couldn't shake the question, why did she pick their academy to teach in the first place? The girl flashed a smile and shot back that there wasn't any special reason at all. She just caught a rumor this year is gonna be wild. In the academy's student cafeteria, the 21st level silver mage Anthony Green strode in and blasted the latest news to everyone, loud enough to turn heads. The students suddenly found themselves thrown into a brutal standoff, teams split between commoners and the nobles. The 18th level bronze mage, Eliza Regan, had told him to stop shouting like they didn't already know everything, so he held back, no need to strain. At level 16, Bronze Mage Ani Bradling figured this wasn't some random brawl at all. It felt like a showdown between the lesser one Lady Metasfina brought and Mr. Oswell's wards, the ones who'd studied abroad. But they were chasing the truth hard, because if the competition went a certain way, the princess would be forced to marry, and Anthony had no clue, so he got blindsided when it hit him. He couldn't shake the question, where on earth did Eliza hear this? So she leaned in and told him. It was all the soldiers whispering about the same thing about that. Whispers ripped through the whole castle fast, and suddenly everyone was convinced the princess had snapped. The boy just couldn't wrap his head around it. He figured the lady must have planned everything before saying yes. But the student shot back that Metasfina's protector had shown up. Eliza huffed and pressed her cheek into her hand. Did the princess seriously think she could take on the elite? No way. Everyone had come back from abroad, and even the weakest among them still clawed their way to silver rank. And yep, there were 3 summoners in that crew too, but it was getting painfully obvious. The ladies had just been played, swept up in their own emotions. Anthony snapped he couldn't take it anymore, so he burst out yelling at his friends, furious that their whining was doing absolutely nothing. Eliza, second only in strength, whipped everyone into spirit and rallied the whole group. The girl waved him off, totally lost, just like everyone else, because if encouragement could boost her odds, she'd have flooded him with it already. But this wasn't some friendly bout, it was a princess's duel. That made her think the princess had just thrown in the towel and walked away from the throne. The boy snapped with rage at this insult to her, and Ani immediately clocked that the fight between the friends was spiraling, so she moved to shut it down fast. The brawl was already underway. This young man demanded an apology, but the girl slammed it down flat, refusing to see any fault and insisting she was right. Demetrius Fowl caught it all in an instant, and the sight nearly broke his heart, because it was one of the nobles, a silver rank level 28. He saw her highness as a lost cause, pure trouble waiting to explode, because she'd bared herself so fully that she couldn't hold up under the cutthroat fight for the throne, while everyone else marched right behind her, and the nobleman just watched the whole pathetic negotiation circus unfold. He let out a forced sigh, acting like he had it all figured out, then blamed the princess for everything, loading way too many expectations onto her clueless little minions. Anthony grew up as a baker's son from the lowliest of origins. Eliza sang like she was useless, and for Anya, Demetrius couldn't find a single word big enough to describe her. He clamped his hand on her face and cranked her jaw so hard it hurt, and even someone like him, coming from a shady place, had still learned at the academy, so to him that was the reason she'd turned into a total failure. The aristocrat tried to drag the boy through the mud and make him feel like a joke at the academy. Then, still gripping her, he turned to the girl and demanded to know exactly how much the men were paying for her. Fonwell burst in and barked at Demetrius to yank his hands off the student. This wasn't some rookie mage, it was Lord Alastair Fonwell, a level 15 bronze mage with power you could feel in the air. The boy smirked with a chilling edge the moment he saw him show up, because his older brother, a proud aristocrat with a rank even lower than a commoner, had finally come calling. Alastair brushed off the nagging, stepped up for Ani, and that was the end of it. She'd been grinding at the pub to keep her younger brother and sister afloat, and she had nothing to be ashamed of. Demetrius still felt it was a total disgrace. His brother happily played pretend, acting like he was cool with simpletons, and that's why he had no real power. The older brother saw it a completely different way, because at the academy, origin mattered far less than you'd think. They studied side by side, equal as night and day, and their grit carved the first real blueprint for magic in the land. So when the queen founded this institution, she was doing exactly that. Demetrius snarled through clenched teeth, then snapped back that the ruler's true intentions would be revealed soon enough. Fonwa burst into laughter at the thought that after that duel, the princess would actually help her homeland by marrying into another power and becoming the second lady. The boy kept gloating. Now it was just a waiting game to see whether this shady study could survive on equal footing without Lady Metis's shield. Then he snapped back a memory. His retarded older brother had once been on her team too, and he even acted like he was sorry to her face. Then he told him don't go too brutal in the fight. After Demetrius walked out, everyone there finally saw it. His words carried real weight. Eliza felt the sting of sorrow. She saw the princess march into a battle she couldn't possibly win. And still the girl followed anyway, throwing away her dream of becoming a singer. The girl stared at Eliza like, why would she do something so reckless? And honestly, it was beyond irresponsible. Ani realized that if she went back to her hometown right now, she'd have no money to survive and no way to support her family. And the truth was, she wasn't even an adventurer yet. Anthony can't afford to lose that scholarship from the academy, because if he does, they're going to kick him out. Still, he couldn't help but respect Lady Metasfine. She always put the people first, so she built a special scholarship program and gave everyone a shot at learning magic. And honestly, he just wanted her to rise as the next queen. If her team loses, they'll ship her off overseas for marriage. And this time, even Anthony was losing his mind with panic. Everyone couldn't stop wondering, did that princess really throw her dreams away, or was she still burning with real faith that they'd win? Their enemies were the nobles, slick, brilliantly trained, and wearing gold rank status like it was nothing, while everyone else sat trapped in a crushing, level-stacking nightmare. The young man planted his hands on the table, staring in total disbelief at the princess. He had no clue why she was doing any of it. Ani and Eliza slumped in heartbreak, then Alistair finally opened his mouth. He swore, right from his own ears, that the guards on the spot were telling him Medes was rock-solid sure she'd win. Eliza couldn't shake the question, where on earth was that confidence coming from? The boy barely wanted to talk, because it was all second-hand and he didn't even get the full story, yet the rumors still buzzed. The princess had pulled out a trump card so deadly the elite couldn't keep up. He was the most fearsome summoner among common folk, and the second people heard, they couldn't stop itching to know exactly who he was. Akira Rienfurt burst into the Royal Magic Academy, and Greta Maverick, his forced teacher and supervisor, shadowed his every move. The woman had heard he accepted a fight with the nobles, right in front of Prince Oswell, and she couldn't help but respect this unshakable young man who'd finally joined their ranks. Akira even clocked how strange his leader sounded, and the rumors about him were exploding everywhere. Then she told her to chat later about his dark future. Then she turned to the newcomer and asked if she needed to explain what really goes on at the academy. He nodded, but part of him couldn't shake the thought. Was she actually a summoner or just a fortune teller in disguise? The academy ran a strict 4-year program, and twice every year they put students through promotion exams. Every rank came with a certified tempte, and in those 4 years you had to break through to gold mage level or higher to earn your graduation. There were mage ranks from iron to bronze, silver, gold, and even platinum. The graduate was handed the honorary title of state magician, and if he wasn't nobility, that award instantly shoved him up to the rank of a baron. He even got the chance to marry a noble woman, and the leader leaned in with a tempting smirk, asking if that sounded appealing to the young man. Akira's stomach twisted with unease, though a secret part of him knew he didn't want any of it. Retta warned him loud and clear, graduating the academy would not be a walk in the park. If you didn't claw your way to the gold rank within 4 years, you got one last extra year. But after that, the door slammed shut. After that, expulsion hit. No second chance, no return, so the hero clung to his books and studied like his life depended on it. He strode down the hallway, racking his brain over Greta's warning that he'd get expelled for not being strong enough. On his way to class, and still somehow he couldn't believe he hadn't seen it coming. And yeah, he didn't just want to go home. He pushed for an exception, begging to be allowed back. Akira was the commoner summoner Lady Metasfina picked, and then the first prince threw down a duel, forcing the academy's aristocrats to fight the commoners. The hero finally clocked what he'd done, grabbed his head and froze. Oswell's stunt shattered his composure, and now there was no going back. After wrestling with it, he snapped his plan into place, go all in, no half measures. If Akira skipped a couple of ranks, he'd pick it up fast, then bolt back home. His plan for that mediocre reincarnation started slipping away, and the worst part, no one could tell what would happen if he failed. The young man crouched there, hands shaking as anxiety gnawed at every thought. Her princess words kept ringing in her head as she signed up for the marriage and every single condition, while that lady's smile burned with certainty. Because as long as the hero stood with her, victory was guaranteed. Akira shot up with steel in his eyes. He couldn't turn away and leave Medes behind, because if her heart got locked behind a marriage and it was his fault, he'd never sleep a wink. Then he spiraled again, what if he couldn't win and what he'd do if that nightmare happened, until Katia slammed her voice in, calling him over. Metasfina suddenly materialized right before him, already bent in a bow and blurting out a frantic apology. She took full blame for everything that had just gone down. She told him her mentor had called out her wildly inappropriate behavior, dragging the hero into a crazy bet without even asking what he wanted, even though he could have said no, leaving the young man stunned like, why didn't you lay all this on the table sooner? What? And yeah, she got it instantly. If she turned her friend down, she'd lose everything. She didn't want to pressure the young man, but she still leaned in and straight up asked if he thought she'd be getting married. Akira practically lost his mind over her move, and the worst part was why ask him at all. Yet somehow that question became the perfect kind of blackmail. He let out a breath, then leaned in and demanded, so what power's actually backing us? The princess's face lit up the moment she realized the hero had finally agreed, yet he didn't promise victory. He knew he could lose, and then, just like that, he went quiet. He saw Princess Metasfina's tears rolling down her face. Defeat scared her, not even a little. She already had power in her chest knowing the hero stood with her. But Katia cut in at the right moment, stopping her from fully falling apart while Lady's behavior left that poor young man fuming. She wiped the slime away and admitted, straight-faced, that it's been stuck in her head ever since. She threw everything she had at the dream of one day hearing that boy admit she was already grown up. Because if Metis never managed to be recognized as the princess, then their marriage of convenience would still serve a bigger purpose. It'd strengthen the country and forge a profitable alliance. The boy and his mentor sank into heartbreak after her words, because Metisfina was still that same 15-year-old girl. Losing her parents so young and then getting thrown straight into the throne, yeah, she had to bury a ton of feelings just to survive it. The young man finally got it. This wasn't just about anyone else. He carried his own share of the blame for what was happening, and he was determined to help his friend. Because he blurted in at the worst possible moment, everything spiraled, and suddenly they were all trapped in the worst spot imaginable. So the hero made it crystal clear. Standing as Stormheim's voice, he backed Lady Metisfina's dream of a world where everyone gets a real shot, no matter who they are or where they stand. That was exactly the kind of backbone that made Akira respect her. He swore he'd help her rise to queenhood with every ounce of power he had. Then the girl's face lit up with a blush. She clapped a hand over her mouth, and the tears spilled down her cheeks. Katia just knew the young man would nail the perfect words, and the relief in her chest came from how grateful she felt. This still didn't mean the hero felt sure he'd win. He just vowed to throw everything he had at it. The girl leaned in and swore to her friend she wasn't wrong about Akira Rainford and the help he gave. Then the mentor got cornered with the question everyone wanted answered. So what do we do next? The princess was glowing with pure joy, the happiest she'd ever been in her entire life. Seeing his friend look so calm and satisfied instantly lifted the hero's mood too. Then the young man shot her a question. If he truly lost, would she hate him for it? Both girls snapped as one. Forget it, don't push this. And yeah, he was worrying already way too much. All the academy students stared at Akira in pure shock. Because he was the boy the princess picked, the same guy who dared to challenge the prince, and just happened to be a gifted, terrifyingly powerful summoner. The first prince skimmed the book, frowned at the hero's name, and then it all clicked in his head. The name rang way too familiar because that young man was the son of that Pennsylvanian devil. Yep, he really did sever every last tie, vanishing from the world to become a merchant in Stormheim. And that's exactly what his sister had been praying for. He quizzed Ramira, demanding answers, but she just shut down and stayed silent. The prince stared at her, then brushed the moment off, because what he'd just learned mattered more. That guy's son was a useless wreck even with power he'd been hiding. He stood no chance against the man the assistant had sent to the aristocratic team. And Armira couldn't wrap her head around why anyone would have agreed to this fight in the first place. She just stared in disbelief as her sister charged ahead with reckless abandon. Akira's nerves were on fire, everyone's eyes were locked on him. But if he didn't trust himself, he'd crush Metis' faith in the very instant it mattered most. Greta strode in front of the students and made it crystal clear, everyone already knew the academy needed this push, so the prince and princess had thrown together a training match, commoners versus nobles. The teacher swore this was the payoff of effort from both sides, but that snobby aristocrat flat-out skipped her lecture while the students, they weren't laughing in the slightest. The teacher slammed the brakes on the lesson for now, then urged everyone to name the participants right away. No more picking and no more waiting. By level, Alistair Fawnwell kicked things off as the first one shoved into the vanguard health. 500 mana, 130 stamina, 120 intelligence, 90 potency, 90 intuition. 90 and the gift of the earths. In second place is Ani Bradling, health 480, mana 165, stamina 95, intelligence 55, potential 85, intuition 70, gift of flame in her hands and an enchant gift healing charm by her side. That middle spot obviously belonged to Eliza Ragan. Health 320, mana 150, stamina 70, intelligence 65, potential 88, intuition 70, with a gift that soaked up magic and an enchantment that could freeze anything in its path. This movie handed the spotlight to elite summoner Anthony Green, health 630, mana 250, stamina 80, intelligence 110, potential 92, intuition 75, armed with the gift summoner's gift and the enchant gift of light. He was the only one from the people's team, a silver-ranked fighter and the ex-soul summoner, so everyone's hopes were pinned on him, but deep down the young man didn't feel ready. He could barely call up a basic creature, and he'd only just clawed his way into silver as a mage. The teacher leaned in and dropped the real bombshell. There was a hidden ace, the man who'd shoved Anthony. The princess herself had vouched for him, a prized summoning genius. Akira Rainford stepped into the captain's chair, and the students erupted in happy applause like this was the start of something amazing. Yet to him, those claps sounded like his calm, peaceful life shattering into pieces. He sprang to his feet and flicked his hand toward the cheering crowd, like a famous manga artist who couldn't help but react on instinct. Greta clocked that the hero carried himself perfectly in public, but a bunch of the students clearly weren't buying his act. Anthony, on the other hand, swore the guy was faking that calm. Akira suddenly caught what he was doing, and it hit him like a shock. His move was just some reflex to the applause, but it looked to everyone like he was flaunting himself. The princess was out on the training field, slicing through drills and sharpening every ounce of her sword skill. Katja caught her sword trembling in her grip, nerves screaming about the academy, because there, not a single soul knew the real truth of what was going on. Medes wanted to rush to the students and lay out the whole mess, but the teacher cut her off, snapping that she'd be safer if she stayed far away. Rumors were already flying, and every new whisper about her personally hauling the summoner into town and even fighting her own way through the competition only made everything spiral faster. People were out here speculating if Medes and Akira ever got intimate, like it mattered. While the princess turned beet red with humiliation, and honestly, all of it was just humans acting like total idiots. She spun around to hide how she looked, but Katia clocked the disappointment in her face. Then the woman flat out admitted it might have dragged the hero into a whole heap of trouble, which was proof that skipping the academy was the right call. Then she cut the chatter, time to stop lounging and start wrecking things. Everything around them groaned as it began to crumble, and those two knights didn't even blink when they saw their princess and her mentor smashing the castle again. In the lecture hall, Greta grabbed the Electrocrown crystal, desperate to test the student's magical power. Anthony sat on 250 mana points, and he'd pushed his stats higher again, so that silver rank wasn't some empty brag. Compared to him, the rest couldn't even touch her expectations. Those guys were bronze ranked, and their mana never went past 200. While the enemy camp sat stacked with gold ranks like it was nothing, the students turned to their teacher and begged her to admit one thing: was she genuinely worried about them, or was she just laughing at them? Then the girl shifted her focus to Akira and asked, "Will you measure my mana?" But this was the day's main event to everyone, and the hero desperately tried to shove it all away, insisting he just wasn't ready yet. But Greta shut down every excuse, because they had to know who their allies really were, so he pushed forward and proved he had the strength to back it up. Akira knew he couldn't back out, so he charged straight for the crystal. Then he had to slam his hand on it and unleash mana. It was his very first time measuring magical power, and the curiosity in him wouldn't let up. Because it was coming no matter what, he took a deep breath and went for it. When the young man thrust his hand forward, the students gasped in shock. His stats were so close to gold rank that it felt unreal, and Greta's jaw nearly dropped as she stared at the numbers. Even his hero rank punched past platinum with 7,000 mana points, and everyone around him could barely wrap their minds around what they were seeing. But then boom, the count flipped from 7,000 straight to 70, signaling the 7th level had just arrived. The boys went completely ballistic. How could this young guy be their trump card when he was weaker than every last one of them? It felt like pure deception. He nudged his glasses up and told Eliza to breathe, like some tired cliché, like a plot twist was sitting right around the corner, waiting for the perfectly average mask to crack and reveal hidden power. But Eliza didn't buy it. This wasn't a storybook, and their big trump card was still only level 7. The guy kept quiet about the gold rank, even though it was only iron, while the clueless princess was to blame for the whole mess. With her position on the line, Eliza knew she wouldn't go in blind. Medes might be reckless, but even that kind of trouble usually has a plan hidden underneath. If politics was that tough for her, the students swore it'd be way easier for her to snag a marriage instead. If Medes actually walks away, nobody knows what'll happen to the academy and its students. Because once their main protector at court is gone, everything at court hangs by a thread. Nobody knew if the Royal Magic Academy would ever make room for them. In the student dorm, Akira and Anthony shoved their stuff into place, and Akira had already claimed the bottom bunk, so he shoved the top one toward Anthony like, "Here, you take it," and it was no big deal at all. But in return, the young man handed Anthony the whole closet to use, then scratched his head, grinned nervously, and admitted he didn't exactly have much to spare. Anthony shot him a warning, telling him not to spin lies in front of their new rare genius summoner. He told them to treat the captain's spot like it was simple, just an order. But the truth was they hadn't even listened to him. They'd slammed the decision down on their own, and Akira's heart just shattered when he saw how it all turned out. He walked into the academy with his head full of hope, and the princess's non-stop excitement pretty much explained his reaction. Even the young man didn't flinch about hitting his 7th level as he said it so casually, but Anthony felt the whole thing was getting messy fast. The lady had backed the hero, yet with every moment their odds of winning kept slipping away. He bulldozed right past his roommate, then fired off a few sharp questions about the academy and the magic itself. When he finally understood why the topic had shifted, the young man swallowed his pride and apologized, because he never meant to dump all the blame on Akira. Then he leaned in and pitched a new plan. Merge this friendly meet and greet with a proper intro to the case and tell the hero, "Ask me anything you want." The young man shot a sideways look at his counterpart, and it wasn't even about skill. Honestly, he hadn't expected the mana to be this low. At first, he couldn't make heads or tails of those numbers, but the crushed faces of the students made it click instantly, though it was weird, because Paul normally worshipped the sheer size of his magical power. He couldn't help wondering if this world's instruments just couldn't read elixir-boosted mana, or if something else was going on. Either way, he needed answers fast. The hero had to get the full picture first, so he kept his powers locked tight for now. Anthony stared at his neighbor's focused face, and the seriousness in his eyes said everything. Suddenly, he urged Rainford to finally meet him the right way. The young man shot out his hand, introduced himself, and in one breath, he confessed he hated being alone, so when he saw a neighbor, it felt like relief hit him like sunlight. Akira followed along, convinced the guy was mad at him, but the truth hit different. He didn't seem upset at all, he just looked like a solid, good person. The young man flashed a grin and promised he'd love to learn from the hero, soaking up his excitement, and swore that from this point on, they'd team up and work side by side. Ani couldn't stop wondering what they should do next for that upcoming competition. She still couldn't shake the worry that the princess might have messed up when she picked the one. Anthony said the young man would give it everything, but the student wouldn't bet on him. They grilled the hero about everything, and it hit them hard. His magic knowledge was paper-thin. He didn't know a thing about mage ranks, levels, or mana, and Anthony even suspected his summoning skills were shaky too. After all, without a contract, you can only summon unclassified creatures. Ani figured Akira was just terrified by everything happening, because he still hadn't even named who he claimed he might have summoned, and that left the big question hanging. How were they going to handle all of this? He finally got it, everything matched Eliza's warnings, so they should have sent a refusal to join. Even if the students tried, their no might still get crushed, especially since the princess's future was on the line, meaning not a single regular competitor could quit without going down swinging. The girl was seconds away from breaking. She couldn't make sense of Lady Menace's move, and it all felt like pure insane nonsense. Anthony reminded her they already knew what the princess wanted, and that only stoked her rage harder. Yet the boy pleaded with her to trust him just once. He swore he'd find a way to win, even if it cost him everything. And when Ani heard those words from his friend, they hit like lightning. Just like that, Demetrius and his crew clocked them, and he leaned in with that sharp, mocking grin, asking again how this brand new silver mage was supposed to stand up to the aristocrats. Fonwell had heard whispers that the princess's trump card was nothing but a useless summoner. He called it the kind of outdated thinking only a girl with old-fashioned views would believe, and he acted like the result was obvious from the start. The young man snapped that the commoners should get back to where they actually belonged, then told Anthony, straight to his face, that the baker needed to stay in his lane before he started picking fights with the nobility. Then his focus snapped to the girl. He'd promised Anya he'd talk to her alone once she came back to the pub. But the young man wouldn't let that aristocrat keep humiliating her, begging her not to ignite a showdown before the fight even starts. Demetrius watched that insolence with a grin, convinced it meant the young man could actually stand toe-to-toe with him. A young man wouldn't promise he'd win, because nobody could know until he actually tried. Still, if things went his way, even the common disciples would get their shot. Especially with Demetrius on the other side, two silver-ranked men, dead even, so when the aristocrat heard him say that, it felt like the floor dropped out from under him. Fonwell took it in like it was nothing, but for an ordinary commoner, that was a massive win. He shot Anthony a threat in his voice, snapping that he'd forgotten who he was talking to and accusing him of choosing not to address the aristocrat properly on purpose. Then he warned the young fool not to push his insolence too far, because it could have blown up in his face. No matter how the match played out, the nobles were handled based on their rank. In the dining hall, the boys dug into lunch, and Alistair couldn't wait to throw a proper celebration for Akira's arrival in Akaba, this reunion, this meeting, all on his dime, so yeah, he was the host. Fonwell nudged the hero to loosen up, have fun, and go all in on everything. He leaned in, trying to rally the newcomer before that mana measurement crushed his confidence, insisting it had to work out somehow. Then the young man flashed a shaky smile and thanked his classmate. Eliza rested her cheek on her hand, simmering with displeasure, and snapped that this was not how any of it was supposed to play out. Because the princess would be swept into marriage, while they'd get shoved out of the academy like they meant nothing. Kira saw this opening and pounced on it, demanding details about the noble team and pressing to find out if they were truly as strong as people claimed. The girl confirmed it, his gut was right all along. Chasing them was a dead end, so he just needed to round up their mages and summoners, because somewhere in there he'd spot 4 gold-ranked ones. Alistair begged Eliza to stop drowning in pessimism, but she only gave him the truth, no sugar, no lies. The hero pushed again, demanding to know how many gold-ranked creatures he could summon. Rage flared across the girl's face, as she couldn't believe the young man didn't even know something that basic. He shot off a quick apology because he was still in training, but the boys started to doubt, hard, whether he was a real summoner at all. Gold-ranked individuals could summon a swarm of mid-class creatures on demand, and still, those wild, unstoppable feats got shut down hard. After hearing that, the hero realized calling up mid-class creatures was a piece of cake. Then he leaned in and demanded if anyone could summon an advanced class beast, only for Eliza to stare him down like, "You're delirious." She shot back that cutting a contract with an advanced being wasn't as simple as meeting some required level and stacking magical power. Those beings looked at humans like they were nothing but a brain-dead speck, and they barely even acknowledged us. And even though the beast was bound by contract, it still drank your mana like it owned the place, so if you didn't have enough, magical exhaustion hit instantly. That's why gold rank summoners get treated the same as platinum mages. And there were 3 gold prize winners hiding among the aristocrats. That's what they told Akira, and it sounded like the whole kingdom was on its last breath. But Akira didn't fold. If that rumor was real, then the hero had a shot to win. When they looked at him, his friends threw up their hands, hopeless, and admitted things were getting brutally bad for them. Eliza threw out an apology because they'd crossed the line, but the young man had zero fault in it. Suddenly, Ani burst through the door, tears blazing in her eyes, and shouted for Alistair and Eliza. While she was flipping through the books, Greta finally snagged what she wanted. Then her stomach dropped, because the summoner the princess raved about had an iron rank and only 70 mana points, and the old archives even teased similar cases. So yeah, there was a glitch, because the mana kept coming in higher than anyone expected. This was a freak anomaly. Mana crystals topped out at 4 digits, and a platinum-ranked hero usually sat around 3,000 mana. But the numbers started with zeros, then 70, and if that first digit had been left out, the count would jump to 5 digits, over 10,000 mana, meaning the hero was sitting on power so catastrophic it could spell disaster. The teacher couldn't shake the feeling she knew why the young man wanted to vanish his identity. Because if that was true, then close surveillance was coming, no question. And just when that thought hit, Fonwell blew into the room, shouting, "Professor Maverick." What? Alarm hit the woman like a jolt, and she rushed to figure out what was going on. He practically begged her to rush with him to Anthony. The young man sprawled on the bed, bruised and bleeding from head to toe. Greta couldn't ignore just how brutal it was. Ani lunged in to help her friend heal, but both of his arms were shattered, bruises covered his body, and the doctor's worst fear, hidden internal damage, hung in the air. The professor snapped the numbers into place and declared that even with healing magic, Eliza wouldn't fully recover for at least 3 weeks. While Eliza's temper flared at this shallow answer, rage lit up the girl's eyes when she learned her teammate had been forced into an opponent's augmentation, and she demanded the competition be cancelled on the spot. Greta couldn't overturn the prince's order, and Anthony still had to step into that competition. So what was the student thinking when Anthony was already wounded? That treatment was brutal, like they were just the same aristocrats wearing a different mask. I had to wonder, did their origins really grant them the right to get away with anything? Ani sobbed as she explained how Anthony knew he couldn't win, but he clung to who he was, fighting that truth all the way to the very end. His motto was simple: don't lose heart, push forward. Even when defeat was breathing down his neck, he kept walking straight into the future. It wasn't just payback, it was the debt repaid for the princess's kindness and her selfless heart, and the young man swore it with full certainty. But was forgiveness really meant to wipe the slate clean for the people holding power? Ani practically begged Demetrius and his whole retinue to spare Anthony. So the guy gets his shot to shine in the competition. The girl threw herself at their feet, begging them to stop, swearing she'd bring them drinks and do anything they wanted, anything, just to save her friends from what was coming. The friends went quiet, Eliza's lip trembled with shock, and Ani kept sobbing, saying it felt like they were begging for her to talk. And then boom, they snapped his arm the moment she did. Everything felt horrifying. She couldn't wrap her head around why they would do something like this. Akira caught the sorrow in his new friends' faces, balled his fists tight, then forced himself to calm down, because he refused to let his emotions run the show, and honestly, he'd seen this coming. Out of nowhere, Anthony's voice cut through the air. He made it crystal clear. Their tyranny didn't just appear overnight. Everyone stared in shock as the young man bounced back so fast, and those healing spells were the real reason. The boys mobbed him, desperate to see he was okay, and Akira snapped, "Don't you dare get up, stay put." Anthony flashed a shaky smile and tried to soothe them, because he hadn't gotten knocked around this bad before. With a cruel little smirk, he snapped that if the aristocrats wanted him out of the game, they should have broken his legs, not his arms. His friends snapped back at him, started scolding him hard, and made it clear he'd better never try fighting them again. To Akira, Anthony looked like a cool guy on the outside, but on the inside, desperation was swallowing him alive. Greta practically burst with joy because she finally got what the young man meant. Everything would work out for him, and it was truly wonderful. With a stone-cold, serious face, he marched up to the professor and swore, no hesitation ever, that he was ready. The time was finally here. Now they could jump straight into the plan they'd been talking about, and a mysterious glow started to flicker and dance in the witch's eyes. That night, the student center teacher hauled everyone into a massive hall and scrawled a glowing circle of symbols across the floor. Right in the middle stood Anthony, wand gripped tight in his hand. Akira's eyes went wide when he finally laid hands on a real summon contract, and he couldn't believe his luck. He was about to witness it up close. But Anthony's health was shaky as hell, and that worried the hero to his core. Would the whole thing even go right? Reddit officially kicked off the contract for transferring her Wind Genie. And Ani tried to grab her friend's attention and warn her. This situation was way too dangerous for him, not with his condition. Eliza rushed to catch up with her friend, but Anthony hit pause. Fonwell reminded him that he'd just been promoted to silver. Even if he managed to seal the deal, that creature was leagues above him. 1 minute near it and magical exhaustion was a real, terrifying gamble. The young man shot his hand up in front of everyone. Flash. A ring glinted on his finger, an artifact the professor who calls herself Summoner's Pride lent him. Quote, thanks to it, they cut the mana needed for a high-level existence by a full 30%. Anthony gritted his teeth and stuck it out long enough. Then he leaned in and demanded the professor start. Even though the teacher was about to see Erwin's beloved student, her animal somehow felt like her, just as loyal and familiar. The circle flared with brilliant light, and you could tell this job was going to be brutal. Suddenly, a brutal wind ripped through the air, and the friends snapped their heads toward the creature that materialized. Anthony dropped to his knees and begged the genie for mercy, chanting his spell like his life depended on it. Bloody tears flooded the young man's eyes, and sheer panic flashed across his friends' faces. The professor had zero illusions. Magic alone wouldn't cut it, and emotional stability was a fantasy too. But the way that young man won the genie over was flat-out mind-blowing, so shocking that the woman couldn't even find the words. The boys erupted in cheers over Anthony's win, and Ani immediately sprinted straight to him. The girl grabbed the bandages and started wrapping his bleeding hand, even as she cried out that he always acted like this. Akira stared at them, jaw dropped, because he had no idea that the contract binding the summoned creature could be so brutally difficult and so merciless. The woman beamed and praised him for a job perfectly done, and just like that, he was officially stamped as a middle-class summoner. He was convinced it was all Professor Maverick's doing. Like, the genie trusted people, but the witch didn't even bother denying a word of it. She begged him, don't you dare forget. And because this genie was middle-class, he demanded mana to match that price. Even with Summoner's Pride in hand, Anthony still teetered on the edge of total magical burnout, and he knew it, so he was ready. Fire blazed in his eyes, daring the enemy to underestimate him. The young man was itching to gamble his life on anything that came next. The Royal Magic Academy's official competition was finally declared open, and the whole school crowded in to watch the duel kick off. Now the princess could only hope this show would be worth every second. All the teachers felt honored to finally stand face-to-face with the legendary sorceress, Mrs. Pearl Bryce. She waved it off like it was nothing. Why call her that anyway? They were all in the same group, but they couldn't back her up, because even in Pennsylvania she was still labeled a genius among geniuses. So yeah, every single one of them was bursting with joy, honored beyond words to get to work with her. That man couldn't shake the worry that she'd show up to the match, and he prayed the tournament wouldn't crush the girls' hopes. But even so, the gap in their power was just too massive to cross. Pearl flashed the professors a smile and told them not to worry. She already knew who would win, so now she couldn't wait to see how long they could keep pushing back. But the old man just scoffed that she was asking for too much. Turns out the aristocratic team was way stronger, and when those words hit, a huge smile lit up the girl's face. She broke it down for him. She wanted to know exactly how long those noble knights could hold out. Teachers traded sharp, worried looks. Then the man quickly apologized for leading the girl astray, but the noble team clearly held the upper hand since every one of them had already come back from abroad. But even with Pearl shining that bright, they still think they're no better than students. She grinned and promised the commoners an easy win in this competition. But the girl fidgeted with her hair, nerves tightening by the second. Meanwhile, the aristocrat's box was a mess too. People snapped, groaned, and looked exhausted, blasting the princess for being so desperate. Her opponent only carried 1 silver rank, and that made half the crowd think, why even bother? And if Lady Medes actually liked commoners, they figured, then she wouldn't need to make a whole spectacle out of it. The nobles were dead set on shutting it down fast, sneering that a princess who lived by the sword was hopelessly old school and downright reckless. Patricia jumped at the chance to go first, sorting everything out at lightning speed, and when it was over, she couldn't hide how thrilled she was. Demetrius stepped in, cut them off, and demanded a shot, because this young guy lived for teasing the weak. While the townsfolk grabbed their roles, the vanguard stayed locked in, Alistair blazing in front, then Ani, then Eliza. The professor promoted Akira to captain, but everyone knew the truth. Anthony, his own assistant, was the real captain all along. Then she leaned in and asked the hero if it bothered him, and the young man immediately blurted out that everything was totally fine. Honestly, he craved as many fights as he could get, plus showing up last made it way easier to sniff out intel. But the second he thought about his friend, worry hit like a punch. That young guy's face looked wrecked, and the hero couldn't stop worrying, would he even be okay? The woman laid down just one request for the boys she knew winning was a long shot. But they couldn't throw in the towel yet, because this wasn't only about the princess, and the professor still believed in his students. The young captain stepped up and demanded the boys meet this challenge with honor, because with that kind of grit, victory was theirs to seize. The friends raced toward the stage, because it was their turn now, and each of them was fully charged to blow the audience away. As soon as every participant lined up, the crowd roared and they were marched out to the spectators. Under the blue banner, the people's representatives stepped forward to speak. Team Captain Akira Rainford, Assistant Captain Anthony Green, second position Anya Bradling, middle position Eliza Reagan, and Alistair Fawnwell closing the vanguard. Under the blazing red emblem, the nobility stepped forward. Team Captain Carius R. Grantchester, Assistant Captain Pranny Craze, middle guard Patricia Tull Ryan, second position Aloy Newman, and the last line of the vanguard, Demetrius Fawnwell. The princess stared in shock when she realized the hero wasn't a vanguard fighter at all, he was a captain. Most likely the young man was itching to see what another team could unlock. And since childhood he'd stayed cautious as hell, Katia nodded along, backing the girl's call. Akira could have stolen the win in a heartbeat if he'd gone first. But of course, he hesitated again, maddeningly shy like always. The first prince was practically shaking with anticipation, dying to see what kind of secret surprise his sister's summoner would spring on him next. The girl shot her brother a warning and begged him not to break his promise, because now that she'd won, the academy was about to get shaken to its core. Oswell even played the coward, acting like her threats scared him, and then the princess spun her focus straight toward the stage. Watching the hero, she demanded her friends step up the right way, then quietly grabbed the whole responsibility herself. Demetrius slipped past the people's team and told the captain's assistant, "You've got him limping around, he's beat up so badly it's brutal to even look at." He was convinced the universe had already locked in the ending. No matter how hard he fought, it wouldn't change. Then Ani would slip back to the pub, pouring drinks again, and boom, she'd be back to entertaining the men all over once more. The hero called the aristocrat a loud, vile villain in everything but name. Yet no matter how rage burned in him, they still had to figure it out. Anthony even told him not to worry, because now was the moment they'd find out what kind of aristocrats these really were. The girl froze at the opposing team's unshakable stare, like they were already plotting to win from the first second, even if it meant standing still to crush her spirit. She let out a wistful sigh, wishing she'd volunteered to go first. Then she spotted a familiar face parked on the teacher's podium, and her heart flipped when she realized it was Pearl Brace. The noble woman swept up to the brilliant sorceress and practically buzzed with excitement, asking if she'd come to the academy to teach. Pearl shot her a confirming nod, though she couldn't help thinking the nobles were getting way too intrusive. Demetrius practically lit up as he finally met the sorceress. He introduced himself and told her he'd been performing in the vanguard, and she just smiled, wished him luck, and sent him on his way. The boy set out to teach commoner Lyad what noble blood was supposed to mean, and he ordered the mage to keep a sharp eye on it, while Bryce's patience snapped tighter and tighter, because she knew deep down that she herself came from the common ranks too. Pranny snorted at herself, calling her life a total failure. She should have led the charge the moment the sorceress showed up, but Fawnwell swooped in and grabbed all the best for himself. She begged the boy to trade spots, but he snapped no, terrified he'd miss all the fun, while Bryce watched their back and forth with a grin and turned to the nobles herself, telling them to relax. The girl was so sure each of them would get their moment to prove what they could really do. The hero blinked at all that pomp. Turns out the academy's administration had pulled out every stop. Eliza fought to get her head in the right place, but her nerves were screaming. Meanwhile, Anthony looked dead serious, like this moment could decide everything. Then the moment finally hit. Demetrius stepped into the very first showdown with Alistair. The first prince kept his eyes locked on those aristocrats who dressed themselves up as commoners, and honestly, it was a painful sight to watch. Fawnwell kept feeling small and out of place among the other nobles, but the princess shrugged off his nasty jabs and zeroed in on the young man. Prawny figured that even if he ached to make the princess happy, pride wasn't something he could just choke down. Because to her, it was pure nerve that he dared show up for the fight in disguise as some nobody. Demetrius leaned in and called out the brotherly backlash, those disapproving voices screaming about his hypocrisy and incompetence, and honestly, Demetrius was sick of it too. His older brother had sunk into disgrace, barely able to cast a lick of magic, so the younger brother snapped and set out to put an end to it. Alistair didn't like it at all. The younger one shouldn't talk about the older like that, because to him, he loved him like a brother. Suddenly, the clothes on the people's team representative's body started to rip apart. He hadn't planned for a thing. The aristocrat froze in shock, and right then his older brother snapped into action, swelling bigger and packing on raw muscle. Demetrius wasn't the only one shocked. Every commoner on Alistair's team went wide-eyed too, so Alistair exploded forward, driving off those power-packed legs, while the nobleman hurled his wand ahead and snapped off Fibian Damidora, punching the air with bruising magic that sparked pure rage. all because his relatives had the nerve to mock his strength and lack of intelligence. What? A barrage of fiery blasts tore through the air for his brother, then he juked every last one and slipped out of danger. The rival barreled in at full speed and demanded the aristocrat fight fair as a mage, but Demetrius couldn't wait. He wanted Alistair to be forced to cast magic. With one brutal strike, a People's Team opponent straight up mowed down an aristocrat's member. The young man tossed out that quote, tackle, a pretty clean move, and the hero just stared in shock at what his classmates could pull off. Demetrius finally caught a glimpse of what his older brother had used on him, right before he got smashed into the wall. Tekle looked like he'd already wiped out the first fight, and his friends just stared, shocked by how brutally fast and strong their own comrade was. The noble team stared in disbelief, and the princess couldn't hide her shock either, because that boy actually pulled it off. But Prowl scoffed, calling it a rough bargain bin trick. Demetrius stayed fully conscious, tears spilling from his eyes as pity hit him for his older brother's selfish desire to pull him in. Ani and Eliza spotted earth magic blasting through the fist, but it still fell short. Still, the plan wasn't bad at all. Pranny's choice to throw everything into close quarters combat felt like a total masterstroke. In the next heartbeat, the boy drove a strike of earth straight into his older brother's stomach, but he still hadn't learned how to attack with magic. The boy let out a nasty sound and his friends panicked, fearing for their classmate, while Oswald just shrugged, calling his physical and magical skills painfully mediocre. Demetrius snapped and unleashed Earth's wrath to prove what real Earth magic looked like, then slammed his opponent with a storm of rocks raining down from above. The captain's assistant lunged to warn his comrade, screaming that he shouldn't take the hit alone, then demanded he raise a magical barrier right now. Pro clocked at first that they were heading the wrong way, before anyone else even caught on. Alistair took a vicious uppercut straight to the jaw. The whole crew and the princess too froze in shock at what they were witnessing, while Demetrius just smiled, pleased as could be. The sorceress's hope sank hard, Alistair still couldn't read mana, and the gap between them felt way too big to cross. Just then, a woman slipped up to her, apologizing that she'd run late because of her research, and asked straight out whether they'd finally managed to beat that young man. She was the deadliest Eastern necromancer of them all, the Black Witch, Greta Maverick. Alistair was rushed to the medical center in a panic. His lower jaw crumpled and his teeth were shattered to pieces. Eliza couldn't believe someone would turn on their own brother like that, so Anthony had Annie take care of him. Meanwhile, the young man fought to get the words out. He had to warn her not to burn through her energy, because it was her turn next. Devastation hit the boy like a punch. He wanted to help so badly, but he felt useless. So he dropped to his knees and begged the guys to forgive him, while Anthony stared at his comrade with tight, pursed lips. Ani snapped at him to shut up, but the captain's assistant shot off a quick call for help, and the wounded man was dragged away moments later. Akira's worst fears got confirmed. Everything was exactly like he imagined, and yeah, they really were pushing the limits. When Ani stepped into the arena, she immediately hit a wall. Demetra didn't hold back, going all out and swearing she'd be extra polite. He picked at her clothes bit by bit, like he could have ended it in a heartbeat, but he dragged it out on purpose, because he knew exactly how wrong it was. Catch you, this is inhuman, like you've crossed a line nobody should ever cross. The young man had nailed a whole vault of spells, but the witch shrugged them off like they were useless. Owning the gifts of fire, earth, and air all at once was almost unheard of. He probably just stacked a couple enchant attributes and called it a day. That young man was basically a walking warning sign. He chased numbers over talent, ignoring the gift he was born with. Greta lit up at those words from a person packed with gifts. Then Prowl panicked and tried to explain that she'd trained non-stop. She laid out the academy's big problem, no real education beyond its walls, then leaned in and fired a question at the witch. Had she actually forgotten why the whole place was created in the first place? The queen built this place to smash the odors once and for all. Stormheim was once a kingdom of heroes and swords, ruled by the mightiest of the 7 houses. The House of Heroes, Mayan. So why did a land like that even feel the need to chase magic, even if it could twist government policy later? It was simple, a new enemy showed up, and heroes couldn't win just by throwing raw strength at it. Undead stench filled the air. An absolute nightmare that laughed at every physical blow, instantly healed itself and multiplied without end, draining life as it spread. Professor Maverick confirmed it all, and the whole nightmare traces back 14 years to the death of Sword Mayan. Even though he died while saving his wife, the heroes still walked away crushed. That's when their ignorance turned into a weapon, thinking only magic could hurt the enemy, and that the enemy could only get stronger by gulping down life energy. But there was a catch: those odors couldn't be crushed by magic alone, and the fighters Pennsylvania sent proved it fast. Only the mightiest spellcasters of that specific attribute could land lethal blows by odor, or they had to be hit by summoned creatures from an advanced class. To shut them down, they didn't need an army of mages, just 2 types of people: the ones who could wield high-tier spells and the ones who could summon advanced creatures. And if someone shows up who can pull off both of these feats, then yeah, he's the world's savior, plain and simple. Demetrius kept jeering at the girl, spitting out that she was begging for forgiveness, or that she wanted to strip in front of everyone, and she fought back, but it was still useless. At the very end, the girl's shirt got ripped to shreds. Friends and spectators gaped in stunned silence, and even Fawnwell couldn't hide his embarrassment at what he was seeing. Suddenly, rage lit a fire in Ani's chest. If he wanted to see her in that kind of state, he should have taken the courage to say it straight, no pretending. A chance at the Royal Magic Academy was thrown her way, and she jumped at it, only to realize for the first time that she was sitting on a hidden gift for fire magic. She decided a magician's certificate was the ticket to keep her family afloat. Sure, the scholarship got her the door, but the moment she stepped in, she realized this would not be a walk in the park. And I watched nobles snag powerful artifacts with zero struggle, like their skills just sprouted from potions and trips abroad, because plain hard work alone didn't cut it. But she refused to quit, because her friends stood by her, shouldering the stress of her final exams right alongside her. And even if things got tough, working at her father's guild was always on the table. She finally understood the Academy's real gift to her was, these aren't magic tricks, and they aren't the kind of talent that guarantees you'll make it in life. She broke into tears and declared that the real treasure wasn't anything else. It was the comrades she'd found here. The girl stared down Demetrius and snapped, "If you're here to bully my friends, then you're picking a fight with me." He snapped back that she wouldn't even pour him ale, then threatened to trample her straight into the dirt. Fabian the Supreme and Rubian the Madler Bruise slammed into a duel, trading pure willpower with bursts of flame. Firestream Supreme hits the crowd and leaves bruises everyone, because people can't believe they're using the exact same spells. The crowd felt it, something was off. Ani snapped the spell out quicker, but it came out with a nasty extra enchantment, and the mana was pouring in way too hard. Oni couldn't stop wondering, had he boosted himself with mana before this fight? She couldn't believe how much mana he still had in the tank, even after throwing all those spells. Anya's friends hyped her up, swearing the 50-year-old Mandrake's doping finally did the trick, and that no ordinary girl in the world could ever dream of pulling off something like that. Her opponent burst into laughter, claiming that after 3 sprouts his mana had to be overflowing, no matter what she'd done. He shot back with a sneer, taunting her, after all, fire was her specialty. Anya's friends were freaking out, swearing things were getting ugly, despite the fact that she was genuinely terrifying with fire magic. Ani shrieked, swearing she had 0 mana left. The enemy growled that if she'd obeyed from the start, she never would have been hurt. She leaned in and whispered, "My fire's taking over." She admitted she only got edged out in mana because she wasn't as strong as she should have been. As she crashed down, she swore that next time, victory was hers for sure. Someone yelled that she was way better at firebending, and her friend screamed her name like it was the start of a battle. A friend scooted in, leaned her head on her shoulder and said, "Ani's just wiped out, she burned through all her energy." People were praising her like crazy for the monster fight she put up against a silver-ranked warrior. Demetrius seethed, furious that she had the nerve to meet his gaze like that. A few girls closed in on him and demanded to know what was wrong, then promised they'd step in and take his place, begging him not to stress. He flashed a wicked grin, swearing he'd crush every last one of them down to the tiniest fly and obliterate them all. Demetrius wasn't acting like himself, and something about it screamed danger for her, so Eliza was told, straight up, not to try anything that couldn't possibly work. The guy demanded to know why Eliza was stepping in. Because she wasn't dumb, she was chasing the impossible, and no fight on Earth was worth that kind of risk. She confessed she had a dream she was going to rise onto that stage and glow like a breathtaking, shining diva. She shot back that she hadn't tried a single thing, because her path was art, not witchcraft, and they leaned in, telling her that with those grades she could climb straight to silver rank. She believed becoming a mage was a fate shoved on her by the country, so why bother trying when she knew she couldn't possibly win that competition? The enemy barked at her to stop her pointless fight, growling that as a commoner she was getting on his nerves, and that even stubbornness has a breaking point. Her friends snapped that she was nothing but stupid, because it was her, always grumbling under her breath and choosing to shut herself away instead of speaking up. Her friends roared, praising her like she'd already won, and then begged her to stop, to quit the self-torture now because her mana was already slipping away. The enemy snapped that even her own allies were calling her done, 0. Then he grinned and swore he'd let her slip away if she backed off right now. He made up his mind if he didn't do it, he'd snap her neck. She stared him down and asked straight up if he was nervous. The girl blurted that maybe his power was already dead. Then she screamed the spell Crystal Fang's Loom, while he snapped back that it was nothing but a pathetic bluff. Her friends screamed her name, but she kept her eyes locked on the nobleman, too much mana, and he'd definitely pulled some stunt before the fight. She realized no matter how much she fought back, they'd just shrug and claim it was all in his hands, and she couldn't figure out what she was clinging to with such desperate fear. He yanked her close and snapped that the low-born brat had made him break a sweat, then demanded she throw in the towel, because she had no more tricks left. Her friends were screaming for her to fold, and one of them even begged her to stop, like she could feel it too, that it was already way more than enough. She still remembered how fed up she felt, how she'd snapped at her father that getting into the Magic Academy meant she'd have to forget her music school dreams. Her father told her the decree was royal and that she truly had talent. He begged her to at least finish the academy for his sake, but she just saw herself as a selfish, narcissistic kid. She laughed at the idea of humbling herself in front of the common crowd, and then she made up her mind. She'd get kicked out right there on the spot. But her new friends told her straight up, status didn't matter to them. They defend their homeland, keep their families fed, and that's how they forged a real friendship. They were slammed with non-stop hardship, yet they stayed incredible, kind, compassionate, and full of heart. She finally got it, making someone smile felt insanely good. She finally confessed that she'd always been selfish. No matter the chances she was handed, she never tried, and every step was driven by nothing but her own cravings. And now she refused to back down. If she wanted to repay her comrades, she'd make him burn every last bit of dishonest force she could, while easing Anthony's burden like it weighed nothing. She barreled forward, screaming at the top of her lungs, and crushed everything in her path. The enemy froze in shock and demanded, "What is mana drain?" And the answer hit like a punch. Eliza's power was magic absorption. He screamed for her to let him go, then demanded, "What kind of bloodsucker are you?" He couldn't wrap his head around who'd let a low-class girl drink mana from a nobleman, so he grabbed the situation and demanded she release him. Eliza's friends grabbed at her and begged her to quit. Ani sobbed too, pleading, because she'd already swallowed her defeat. Anthony saw it instantly. She wasn't just fighting, she was clinging to one desperate chance to aid a comrade, siphoning mana straight from her opponent. He spat out curses and called her a bitch, then swore he'd finish her off if she siphoned another drop of mana. Ani's scream tore through the air, pure terror. He burst into laughter and mocked her, saying she was a joke. Then he admitted she'd blacked out while still gripping his hand and told her she was lucky she didn't let go. He snapped at her to thank her lucky stars he didn't go through with it, and her friends immediately clocked that stubborn streak, because she never, ever let go. The girl lined in and told Anthony she had a favor to ask, like it couldn't wait another second. One of Anthony's comrades stepped in, ready to swap places with him, and Anthony snapped back that with just 70 mana, he'd never stand a chance against them. He admitted he couldn't stand watching anyone else suffer anymore. So he clenched his resolve and swore he would crush Demetrius for sure. They warned him the class's leader was the strongest, except Akira, and when the injured kid finally said he felt better, he leaned in and demanded, "So how's Eliza?" Anthony nearly fell apart when he heard the truth about her fractured vertebra. Then they burst in with relief, saying the healing spells did their job and she'd be back on her feet in no time. He swore he just wanted time with her, but she shoved him off to watch Anthony's fight. And then, out of nowhere, someone chimed in that they were coming too. Everyone stared at Eliza in total shock and they blurted, "Can you get up yet?" She just stared back and said, "It doesn't look like it." They told her, "No, you can't, you've already injured your vertebra," and she nodded, fully getting it, but she said she still couldn't miss the moment like Anthony. "We're going to hurt them back for every bit of pain they dealt out." The crowd just couldn't wrap their heads around it. This commoner was somehow rocking that middle-class charm. He leaned in and demanded what had them so rattled. Because come on, he was a silver-rank summoner, and a contract like that was just business as usual. Fabian de Madler Yorsquike and Rubian de Madler Hold strode into the arena, and Rubian snapped, "Don't you dare laugh at me." The crowd gasped that he could even throw up earth magic barriers. Then one of the girls snapped that it wouldn't save him, because Jin's wind power was way stronger than any normal gift. He finally realized that this whole rock defense would never stand a chance. As he crashed to the ground, he shrieked that he would never admit it. Eliza couldn't swallow it. Out of all people, with that status, he was getting dragged into the middle class, and another girl beside her was cursing her own pedigree. He snapped with rage, swearing he'd never ever admit it. Anthony couldn't believe it. He'd shattered the barrier like it was nothing. Since he'd promised it, he slammed the breakthrough into his own body. They never expected Demetrius to get forgiven that fast after everything he'd done. His own friends basically declared him pathetic. Anthony strode up to the fallen enemy, stunned, and demanded to know if he'd killed the call. Demetrius felt like everyone had finally clocked his worthless existence, and Anthony snapped, "So what are you even trying to prove by undoing your spell?" His friends couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why would he show pity to his own enemy? Demetrius was convinced Anthony wasn't being kind at all. He was humiliating him, mocking him to his face. Anthony declared the fight was over the moment he swallowed his pride and admitted defeat, because after that point, the rules forbid hurting your opponent. He shot his hand forward and reminded them, loud and clear. This wasn't just any event, it was the Stormheim Magic Academy's honorary official competition. His friends kept calling him a show-off, and deep down he truly believed he was living like the hero of a shonen manga. Somebody in the crowd shouted that he'd turned into a clown, and right when they were treating him, he fixed his eyes on that stretched-out hand. In the stands, the girls either swore it was a legit win, or laughed it off like the whole thing was just a prank. Some random guy blurts out a question to the brother in total shock, completely clueless about what he just said. The armored girl snapped, asking if he was trying to trash the fight, and he smirked back that he wasn't insulting anyone, he was just pitying the commoners for their clueless, naive ignorance. He smirked and said, "Yep, that's exactly what makes nobles nobles." Another person leaned in and said it was all about what it feels like to clash with an aristocrat in battle. He claimed that nobles born into the bloodline carry the secret talents to conquer in war, lead the masses, and guard the royal family like their lives depend on it. He swears that on a battlefield where every second decides who lives, a fool perched in power will drag the allies straight into defeat. He burst out bravo and insisted that's exactly how an aristocrat should act, praising high status like it's earned. The girl nodded along, convinced that living at the top meant shouldering the weight of serious responsibility. She added, "Everything's like that if you don't turn the nobles' duties into their privilege." The fifth match got called. Under the blue banner, assistant captain Anthony Green stepped in, squaring off against second place Eloy Newman, who rallied under the red banner. He admitted straight up that he couldn't wrap his head around it, because even his friends couldn't fathom that kind of selfless move in a fight where the result was already staring everyone in the face. He told me the princess had stepped into a no-win war. She didn't want to fight the politics at all, so she planned to flee it by marrying off in a foreign land. The opponent snapped that it wasn't just for the princess. It was for their future too, and Anthony just couldn't wrap his head around why anyone would rage over the efforts of fools like that. Anthony decided they could pull off a miracle even without mana if they pushed hard enough, and he hauled Jin into the moment, swearing he'd never quit, vowing to prove their resolve once and for all. Friends screamed Anthony's name as he got crushed beneath the rock. His friends yelled, "Anthony!" But Ani snapped that the fight wasn't done. She demanded they let her in to end it, insisting everything was clear, and Anthony realized just how far he was from his goal. Viewers clocked it instantly, a middle-class golem, and said it hurt to watch, because it kept seriously weighing whether it could even go toe-to-toe with a gold-ranked one. Akira swore he'd tried everything he could, then admitted they were beaten, and that was the whole damn story. Anthony swallowed his pride, admitted Ani was right, and shot the boys an apology, because he genuinely hadn't expected the gap to be that massive. Meanwhile, Ani broke down in tears, screaming that in the end she still hadn't proved a thing. Anthony lay crumpled on the ground, clutched his head, and screamed that he'd lost it. Everyone's jaws dropped, because he just quit and his opponent had basically declared the fight finished. But he swore it would become his lesson. He'd never forget how he got blinded by something small and stupid, and he promised he'd climb past even the nobility. Akira said Anthony had already thrown in the towel, and get this, he'd be fighting his next. Then Akira leaned in and asked if Anthony truly believed that. Akira leaned in and asked, "Are normal people really that irritating?" Then casually revealed he'd summoned a middle-class golem. Akira suddenly remembered that one of his old acquaintances used to pass the exact same kind of judgment onto everyone else too. And even if you debut, your level is still just scribbling trash manga. Your friend can't stand that empty grind anymore. Akira demanded the floor and asked permission to cut straight to the truth. He said this kind of arrogance is totally out of line. He demanded to know if the status and talent he was born with gave him the right to sneer at everyone he judged beneath him. Gario said, "All right, then I'll let myself feel what it's like to hate other people so easily, just because someone handed you talent." He screamed that he'd never forgive them, then demanded they prove they had talent worthy of his rank. He was pushed to show with raw power that talent doesn't get locked behind status. The stunned guy shot Mara a panicked question and asked if she'd seen that call. Ermuro stayed weirdly calm and he couldn't figure out why, so she turned to her brother and asked what he thought, because she'd already told him all about it. She said Akira was an unreal summoner, way beyond those aristocrats, and that he was about to rise and wipe out the gold ranks. You felt it in your bones, like a storm of change was about to rip through their academy. Anthony was still on the ground when he stared at Akira, shocked and blurting out, "What are you doing?" He apologized for holding back, blinded by his own comfort. But after seeing their fight, it hit him like a punch. He'd been a fool, and he ordered Anthony to get treatment fast. He roared for the others to back off and leave him to handle it. And then he started thinking hard about how he'd fix everything right here. His friends had zero clue what he was cooking, because there were still 4 gold-ranked mages left, and he was only level 7 with 70 mana to his name. They couldn't believe it. He summoned a middle-class golem like it was nothing. Spectators erupted in fury because that ironclad brute was playing dirty, thumbing the rules and brazenly butting into everything. The second he braced himself for battle, goosebumps raced down her spine, and she couldn't shake the shock of it. How could some iron-ranked guy possibly order a summoning like that? One girl blurted that Akira totally caught her off guard and that her mana was barely running. Then another girl pressed, so does that mean you've got everything figured out? The girl smirked and said that was only the tip of the iceberg. Those aristocrats were doomed from the very start, and she clocked that the other lady wasn't just guessing, she was right on the money. She blurted that he had more mana than she did, even with her platinum rank, and it left her conversation partner reeling in pure disbelief. Aloy wanted to blast about the rules being broken, but Akira cut her off, saying she didn't need to, because after his defeat he'd taken responsibility for the attack too. The sixth match is locked in Akira Reinfert versus Aloy Newman, and Akira swore that right in the middle of the fight he'll spell out what it really means to try to surpass nobles, for the fools who think they can. Aloy decided the whole iron rank rumor was a lie. Sure, the summoning was fast, but that didn't scare her, because driving that golem took a ton of mana. He just said a summoner's real power is pure mana control. So tell me, can Akira keep up with his golem? Akira watched the gala drag along at a pace that felt insulting for something so hyped, and he snapped that he was bored out of his mind. As if a yawn was about to slip out. The girls stared in shock as the golem moved like a real human. This was the first time they'd ever seen anything like it. Pranny leaned toward her friend and demanded, "Did you see it?" Because the golem didn't just move, it suddenly surged ahead, like someone slapped an agility spell on it and turned up the speed. They were debating how rare a speed buff for a golem really was, then one of them realized the mana count was wrong. And just like that, their opponent's heads started spinning with confusion. He realized those proud golden ranks can't stand a chance against the iron one. Aloy couldn't wrap her head around it. There was no way that golem should have moved like that. She lost track of it instantly, and the whole thing felt like some kind of twisted trick she just couldn't figure out. Anthony couldn't wrap his head around it. Akira really was an iron class member. Aloy erupted in pure rage, furious that some fool would dare pull off something like that. Akira admitted he'd only guessed during Anthony's fight, but now he was dead sure. That mid-range golem moved way too slow. Everyone froze in disbelief at what they just witnessed. Someone gasped that it was pure magic when Akira landed the hit. The princess admitted that even though she'd known Akira since they were kids, seeing this still hit like a punch absolutely jaw-dropping. The girl shot back that it wasn't time to gasp yet, because the Akira standing here right now wasn't the same one from before. The prince froze as he recalled how Akira's advanced class golem tore through the battlefield, faster than a raging fire dragon. Aloy snapped to the truth, this wasn't just speed. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Akira's golem was built like a tank, way tougher than his. The crowd realized they'd been played. This whole desperate scramble was just a cover, because the favorite wasn't in an iron rank with 70 mana. He strutted in and swore, straight-faced, that he was a pro summoner who only specialized in golems. Aloy snapped in fury, demanding to know how he had the nerve to mock him, then accused Akira of straight-up lying and dragging the competition through the mud, before slamming on speed and durability buffs. Aloy admitted he got blindsided. He dumped it all into buffs, but he decided to shut it down fast before Kira's mana hit zero. Akira said that level of skill deserved real pride, but talent blinded him, and he dropped the one thing that mattered most on the climb to the top. He warned me that if you stomp on other people's hearts, cruelty crawls into you, and at the end of the day, that same cruelty snaps back and wrecks you. Akira roared that he'd make the truth finally sink in, the lesson he paid for the hard way, while the princess shrieked, and Aloy tensed up, bracing for a strike that could kill. The golem launched its leaping punch and slammed it straight into the target. The crowd stared like they couldn't believe who he was. His skill level was unreal, and the princess lit up with pure joy. The prince snapped that this summoned creature had a mind of its own, so you needed real muscle just to rein it in. And he couldn't believe this new guy had actually smashed the aristocrat's golem. Akira stared, stunned that a golem could move like that. Then his hope flickered again when he heard the rumors about summoning an advanced class might actually be real. The princess snapped that there was nothing to fear. She was sure as day that Akira would charge them straight to victory, the same fearless hero she'd always known. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she whispered, "This has to be a dream because now you're here, right in my corner, fighting for me." Aloy couldn't wrap her head around it. Akira shattered his golem with brutal ease, even after he dumped every last bit of mana into it, and the princess just smiled at him like it was nothing. He just couldn't wrap his head around that impossible, soul-crushing gap between them. Her friends erupted with relief. Finally, the princess had been right. With tears wiped from her face, she said she was happy, but it wasn't because she felt certain she'd win. They refused to quit, and that grit finally paid off, because this miracle came straight to them. A girl snapped at Aloy, screaming, "Why are you back?" Like she didn't realize he could still fight. Right then, the others finally understood they massively underestimated the princess. The seventh fight is locked in. Patricia Tom Ryan is set to face a real professional. The crowd snapped at Patty to stay calm and do it, and they weren't guessing. Since she's a gold-ranked witch, that spell was going to hit like a storm. She braced herself for even more pressure from that iron-ranked dark horse, but she's gold-ranked, and she refuses to fold without a fight. The crowd erupted in gasps when she pulled out magic, then everyone snapped to it. She wasn't just casting, she was revealing herself as a monster because her cut-down spell targets the one weakness golems can't hide from: water. She couldn't even breathe. Golem smashed back the advanced water magic like it was nothing. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How Akira's plain old golem could suck in so much mana that it utterly killed even advanced water magic. Akira couldn't believe it. This was even stronger than he'd imagined, so he launched the attack with a swipe of his fingertip. Patricia screamed she was done, claiming she had 0 mana left, and even though Akira looked a little crushed, it meant he was declared the winner. Patty's friend couldn't wrap his head around her quitting, so Patty just shot back. That fight felt wrong from the very beginning. I'll understand it the moment I get there. The friends cheered because this wasn't mere luck. It was the real deal. Eliza beamed with joy, knowing Akira had climbed even higher than gold rank. They leaned in and begged Anthony to power through to the very end, then guide them straight to victory. Anthony stared at Akira, and 1,000 thoughts started pounding through his head. After that humiliating loss, one of the opponents couldn't believe what kind of nonsense had crawled into their heads, and she just shrugged and said, "Yeah, stuff like this happens sometimes." She swore she'd rip their inflated hopes and dreams apart, piece by piece, until nothing was left but scraps. She said you need mana just to keep a contract alive. Then there's the summoning itself on top of that, so every summoner is basically a walking goldmine of mana. She told us the seminars trying to juggle contracts with creatures of totally different attributes is brutally hard. Mixed attributes spark conflicts, and it chews through way more mana than it should. They claim some people are born with a gift that lets them smash right through those two deadly obstacles. People whispered that Pranny, the one from a wild family of counts, was exactly that kind of situation. They went wild talking about how Miss Pranny was on a whole other plane. No matter how advanced a creature he summoned, she'd still be out of his league. He asked, "Do you really think so?" And they said yes, Pranny was insanely talented, but he still made it clear she wasn't the team's most critical piece. The princess straight up told him it was Akira's fighting spirit that convinced her to take the bet, because with his real strength on their side, they'd crush it and win. He realized she'd caught his trump card in advance, and there was no way he was going to get beaten by someone like Pranny. She stared at the trump card he'd cooked up and wondered, right then, if her choice had been nothing but a rash mistake. She couldn't shake the thought, did she really agree to this, knowing full well he'd deal out that card? Pranny told him the princess had really given it a shot, but nobody expected she'd be a golem expert. Akira declared that this is where it all ends, and now she's about to face the biggest creatures of her life and get absolutely destroyed. Her friends were left staring in disbelief, 2 advanced summons at the same time. Somehow she pulled off the impossible and sealed a contract with both. People even point out that water and fire are total opposites. There's no way they can coexist. The enemy barked, "Take out the golem lover," and he snarled back, "That's how nobles act." Akira figured he'd crush enemies at that level with a flick of the pen, pulling them straight out of his books like Ifrit and Undine. He figured nothing could go wrong after all the stuff he'd seen with his own eyes. And back when he was a kid, anything he made from his imagination would crumble to dust on the spot. That young man had a wild hunch he summoned the beast from an illustration, then snapped it into something else. There's only one explanation. He decided his powers couldn't clash with the world's rules, because if he played it perfectly, he could sketch anything his magic could imagine. They finally stopped hiding. Now it was time to smash the enemy's morale to pieces. Everyone staggered back in shock at the summoned monsters, massive, terrifying things, while the princess just stared like she'd seen them in the pages of some cursed book. The crowd stared in disbelief because divine beasts were suddenly real. She went pale with terror. Some lowly commoner just signed a contract with a divine beast. The prince demanded to know who this lowly commoner was, and Midisfina snapped back that she'd warned him from the start. Don't ever underestimate Akira, her hero. He was stunned. Turns out the mightiest summoner wasn't some noble at all. He was a lowly commoner, and he absolutely stomped those aristocrats. The friends refused to believe this guy was the real Salamander and Leviathan, so they picked at his mana stats and grilled him on whether he was a true golem specialist. The girl blurted, "That's not all." Because Akira Reinfert had 0 limits, no caps on his attributes, no restrictions on compatibility. She gasped in horror when she realized he might be the only summoner left in the world who wasn't under contract. He stared in disbelief and blurted, "Wait, you're a summoner who doesn't need a contract." Everybody froze, staring like the world had just glitched, because this was the first time anyone had heard of a summoner with no contract, and that meant, if he wants, he can summon any beast on command, and plenty of people still don't buy it, convinced there's gotta be some hidden catch. Friends stared at the proof and went, "So that's what's really going on." and they couldn't help but marvel at the princess for pulling off such an insane feat, tracking down a person nobody else could ever find. The princess beamed as her reputation blew up, while his friends screamed that victory was finally within reach and pushed him to prove what he could do. The prince suddenly saw the trap closing, Metasfina's fame was about to skyrocket, and when it did, the aristocrats would be staring down disaster. Pranny couldn't figure out why Ifrit and Andine were locked in fear, and she decided the smartest move was to steer clear of any needless showdown. Akira thought if that's the deal, then why drag it out, why not end it all with one final strike? To finally pin down the power difference, unleash burning breath and water breath side by side. He hit the water-breathing move at full minimum power, using it like a controlled burst of fire water. Akira snapped, asking if it was finally time to throw in the towel, and Pranny went pale with horror at what she was seeing. The crowd erupted in cheers, because this was the first step of the people's invincible summoner, and when the smoke cleared, they knew those weren't tricks but real divine beasts. Akira felt a crushing weight in his bones. Summoning divine beasts without a contract was a jaw-dropping breakthrough. The friends shut it down for good, because the noble crew had nothing left to say. Akira gushed that she could wrestle opposing powers under control, but he made it clear. He couldn't bear to hurt her again. He politely leaned in to Mrs. Pranny Christ and asked, "Could you please step back and give up?" She crumpled to her knees. Akira's princess supporters erupted in cheers, thanking him with shaking hands, but the nobles couldn't stomach it. They were watching commoners beat them. She leaned in and told the princess that the cards were in their hands, because in this whole country, nobody could match Akira. She felt it in the prince's gaze. This wasn't just confidence, it was a weapon in his hands, something that could flip the whole tide. Carius Grantchester charged into the arena, tearing the silence apart the moment he stepped in. The princess clocked the truth. This noble team captain was their secret trump card, and her curiosity sparked the moment she wondered how the duel with Akira would play out. Even the others leaned in, hooked just as hard. The prince figured this duel would keep everyone on their toes and stop boredom dead in its tracks. But the girl was unshakable. She insisted Akira would win for sure, and she was ready to stake every last coin on it. They swore it was Carius Grantchester, a gold-ranked summoner hauled from the kingdom of Shafossen by the princess's brother to smash his way into power. She thought she'd finally figured it out. The clash was coming between her and her brother because he was obsessed with the aristocracy while she was fighting for the common people to rise. She couldn't shake this dread for the life of her. Even after she'd seen Akira's raw power, her brother still didn't flinch. The prince couldn't shake the feeling. Was this just a bluff, or was someone hiding a truth he hadn't even guessed? Everyone figured the golden summoner the prince invited meant business and would go down to the very last second. But his friends, they were dead sure Lord Akira couldn't be beaten. Akira felt the whole air shift. Something powerful was lurking in his opponent, and he could sense it. He couldn't shake the feeling that nothing he summoned could possibly be stronger than the divine beasts. Akira locked in because he was dead serious. There was only one move left. The crowd roared they couldn't possibly lose. After all, they had a divine beast summoner backing them up, and nobody in the stands ever imagined the prince would get wiped out like that. A friend snapped her warning that this was only the beginning. She barked at Akira to stay sharp, because another attack was definitely coming. The crowd snapped into stunned silence when two elite golems appeared, and nobody could figure out if he meant to unleash them straight at the summoner. The princess let out a blood-curdling scream, because right then she clocked it. Every single golem was just bait. She clocked that he'd start by faking his way into the role of a classic summoner, then planned to smash the battle wide open with a full-on frontal assault, while her friends were just relieved that Akira was watching Carius. The enemy froze in disbelief. Did he really crack the whole thing? The prince snapped to his sister that because she brought that monster into the world, he had no choice. He had to hand it a rival worthy of the fight. He finally snapped, "No more hiding it, go ahead and believe me," because they'd already figured it out. He was one of the 7 great houses of Altiarat. They named him Lord Carius Grantchester. My friend's jaw dropped when he saw the strongest sword magic clash with divine beast summoning. Trust me, this is a match you'll never forget. Everyone's jaw dropped, so he wasn't some gold-rank summoner at all. Turns out he belonged to one of the 7 great houses, and you just don't see something this wild every day. They never saw this coming, not after getting completely outplayed, because he walked into the academy as a legendary summoner, and then revealed he could swing like a full-blown swordsman too. The girl blurted out that she couldn't deny it, and honestly, there was no way you could ever label him as just a magician. They said the rear guard exists to back everyone up, while the Rions, just like the vanguard, are real sword fighters who plant themselves on the front lines. People swear vanguard swordsmen rely on overskills, deadly close-quarters combat techniques that match a mage's own gifts. The princess clocked it instantly. Joining a powerful house shot him past the platinum rank, and that meant Akira was about to face a nightmare of an opponent. Akira finally got it, Being one of the 7 great houses meant he wasn't a summoner, so there was zero room to let that guy get near. He snapped into action and unleashed a water-breathing barrage. The crowd gasped as he dodged with insane speed and razor agility, then exploded in outrage when they realized they'd thrown a swordsman into a mage-only match, because this wasn't a duel for blades. The prince bragged he was just showing off the magic blades art, and as long as nobody touched a real sword, the whole fight was supposed to be totally harmless. Akira figured the beasts couldn't match his speed, and the target didn't help, small and darting like lightning. He had to bring him down somehow. The princess stared, amazed at his movements like they were magic, yet Akira couldn't match his speed and caught the truth. He wielded a magic blade too. The elf grinned and said she'd trained her well in fencing. Akira finally understood what true mastery feels like, because if he didn't move right now, the moment he faced them head-on, he'd get crushed. He remembered the advice, train harder every day, mold that summoned creature for close quarters fighting, and one day it'll be the one that saves him. He figured plain drawing wouldn't cut it with something like a sword, but he knew that didn't mean there was no way forward. Carius gasped in disbelief. Did he really just summon golems and butcher them into swords? A flash of that tiny hero hit her memories like lightning, because even as a kid, she couldn't believe her eyes when Akira reshaped the summoned creature's form. She blanked out her memories and stared wide-eyed at a scene that felt like reality got edited in front of her. And after seeing it again, she was absolutely certain. The prince demanded to know what was happening. Were the people and nobles clashing, or were the prince and princess backed by mages in the fight? Akira called it a light of hope that spilled over everything around it, shining past every status and faction. She stared at Akira and swore he was the ray of light that would rescue their world from the Odor threat, her sweet little summoner. He couldn't believe it. His right hand started blasting swords, while his left kept summoning even more, and there was no way he'd ever reach his target. The crowd roared for Akira to keep going, and the prince, already realizing it, believed Akira's magic power outstripped even that of a mighty great house. People say there are 7 families in this world chosen, loved by the goddesses, who were handed powers no human could ever fathom. He couldn't believe it. Metasphina, a mere commoner summoner, had somehow locked power inside him. The 7 great ones, and they're built to blow right past them. Metasphina summons Akira Reinfert into the fray. The woman leaned in and asked if he, just like his father, carried supernatural powers strong enough to terrify entire countries. His friends just couldn't figure it out. Where did he find the strength to whip up all those golems? After summoning 2 divine beasts, he should have been lying face first in magical exhaustion, ready to collapse. He finally clocked it. He was stopping him from drawing that magic sword, and he exploded, roaring that it wasn't happening. The crowd screamed for Akira to keep going, but Rion just grinned and waiting until his mana finally ran dry. Because with Altia Green, he didn't have to worry about defense at all. Akira couldn't stop wondering, what if El Tyrani was the one to fall first? He knew that if he let that monster get any closer, it was over, so he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. His friends stared in disbelief like, Akira, did you just lose your mind? They were sure he'd backed himself into a corner and would finally run dry, even while his opponent was spending mana just to keep his guard up. They were debating this technique that gulped up twice the mana of the spell, and then one of them suddenly clocked the real truth of what her friend was thinking. Everyone's jaws dropped because Alteran finally cracked, and they couldn't wrap their heads around how Prom had seen the truth from the very start. She snapped to it. This was Akira fighting for survival at all. It was a ruthless battle of attrition designed to wear the enemy down. He couldn't believe it. He was so certain he'd steamroll him in a mana battle. Everyone hit the floor with shock. Rion really ran out of mana way earlier than anyone expected. He couldn't even process it. The great house's defenses had been torn open. But the prince insisted the barrier wasn't just there to block attacks. It needed mana to be spun in the first place. He figured the harder the attacks hit, the faster the power would burn through him, but it still paled in comparison to what the summoning technique demanded. He tore through Akira Reinfert and won. Rion couldn't wrap his head around it. Somehow it felt normal for him to lose a magic contest, even though summoning Leviathan still wasn't supposed to make him fail. Akira's friends stared in pure shock as he effortlessly flipped his appearance, and Akira just smiled, thinking to himself. The princess erupted into a scream. Akira let out a blood-curdling scream, then he held steady until his mana finally ran dry. People swear swordsmen charge at the front, while mages back them up from the shadows. And if a summoner hangs in the rear, everyone calls them weak when the steel finally starts swinging. The crowd couldn't wrap their heads around it. There stood a summoner, fighting solo and locking down an enemy near a great house, defending himself and striking back with every move. The crowd erupted in victory chants. Somehow, a lowly commoner just toppled a mighty great house. His friends sprinted up to him and yelled at the top of their lungs. They worshipped the guy. This walking monster had already wiped out his opponent without throwing a single punch. And now everyone was dying to know who he really was, because he had no secrets at all. Akira threw an apology at Anthony for everything that turned out to be a lie, and the regret in his voice was the real deal. Anthony figured it was the princess's request all along, and the friends couldn't shake the guilt for not thinking for themselves, so they threw themselves back into their grind to crush their goal. Anthony told Akira that he'd taught them everything, and thanked him for steering the squad all the way to victory. Akira shot back that he was the one who learned the most, and then grinned because they all won together. So yeah, Akira clenched his fist and said there was only one move left. He urged everyone to keep his promise in their hearts, because if he wins, he'll rip up the academy's old rules and rewrite them so every student gets a fair shot at education. The princess demanded a meeting so she could push through her resolution. The prince swore on his word, then told them the committee would meet tomorrow. The princess grabbed her brother's hands and thanked him for his quick call. She practically blurted, "That sounds amazing," and begged his permission to go. The prince couldn't believe it. This felt like endless mana, a summoning with no contract and even a divine beast transformation, so tell me, was he seriously being played for a fool? He insisted it had nothing to do with the draft but with Metasfina's help. Yeah, she gave him the real shot to finally win. Akira Reinford is dropping some absolutely incredible stuff. Akira stood there with his friends and grinned, while the princess burst into tears of joy. She truly believed him, thanked him, and swore him in as her ally. She leaned on the balcony rail, staring down at the castle lights, and then she turned to him and thanked him for trusting her. Panic crushed him as the dead closed in around his shaking body. He yelled for Mr. Core, but none of it made sense, like the world was swallowing him whole. The hero watched his own body fade to transparent, panic ripping out a scream, "Save me," as he truly believed death had already taken him, and he desperately called out for Mr. Core. The man pushed Core for answers, then his eyes widened, because Gil Sodden was crying, and he instantly figured it had to be some secret technique going down. Core shouted for his sword. Everyone kept praising him as this super strong kid, and Akira had no clue what was going on. "They begged me to protect Metasfina, no delay, no excuses." He jolted awake drenched in cold sweat, and one thought slammed into his head: this nightmare only ends one way. The man who walked in blurted, "Why is your excellency already gone?" He demanded, "What's the big deal this early?" They said it was urgent, and then they hit him with the news. A message had just come in from the guard detachment. They told him a whole horde of foul, freezing odors had crawled into the glacial forest, and the detachment needed reinforcements right now. Akira figured he shouldn't be this surprised after the chaos at the competition, but somehow he felt the universe still pull the next move right on schedule. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why did he have to meet the queen the very next day? This was all moving at lightning speed. Stormheim's 4 Skyblades finally came into the light. At number 4, Demonblade Emperor Oriana Yggdrasil, and at number 3, Darkblade Emperor Galahau Volgan. Next up, Emperor of the Enchanted Blade Sigurd Parahaze, and at the top of the list, the Madblade Emperor Calvin Mayan. He just couldn't make sense of those masked figures surrounding her, because she looked less like a queen and more like a demon lord walking straight out of hell. The princess couldn't help but feel drawn to Akira, so why demand an audience for the very next morning, and what big secret did she plan to unveil? The queen commanded Akira Rainford to lift his head. She leaned in and told her that Akira had his mother's face and spirit, not his father's, and Akira's stomach dropped when she somehow knew his parents. Then the queen pressed her, "So does that mean he's really here to fight for Metasfina?" The princess went pale at the queen's demand, because if that really wasn't the point, then why did he only just show up now? She demanded to know if he planned to hurl Stormheim straight into chaos. The princess snapped that he had zero reason to risk their homeland, because he was born and raised right here, surrounded by his family and friends. She said Akira Reinfurt is exactly the kind of person who can save Stormheim. The queen snapped that since she didn't agree with the princess's report and she'd let her feelings run wild, she couldn't be persuaded otherwise, and the princess immediately bowed and apologized. The queen leaned in and demanded to know if, as heir to the throne, she truly believed he wouldn't end up losing his head to power, and would still fight for the country's good. Then she demanded proof and made it happen in colonnades. The queen clarified she meant the northern wall, and then said word had finally reached Archduke Cord, who tracked down exactly where that stench was coming from. They say the time finally snapped into place, an alliance had to be called. Oswell would ride for Pennsylvania, while Ursula headed to the Holy Church of the Goddess Enro. The queen slammed her fist down and declared the hiding days were done. She pointed at the princess, the real heir, and ordered her to lead the mages straight into the Archduke's army. She demanded that she seize a key spot within the alliance troops and blast their way to victory before the odors coming destruction hit. She swore that if she pulled this off, the queen would personally clear the young man she'd picked. No suspicion left on him at all. The prince snapped back that Metasfina's magic was only skin deep, because until then she'd never been allowed a single shot at reaching colonnades. The queen snapped, "Watch your mouth, Oswell," because his moment was already gone. She held her breath, waiting for the reply. Was the princess ready to stand her ground? Or did all that dancing to Metasfina's tune actually give her the power to win hearts with her words in Pennsylvania? The princess realized she desperately wanted Akira there to face those stinging odors, but it all hit so fast it left her no time to react. She realized the queen had already clocked his power, and that no matter what he felt inside, the royal order would slam the door on any chance of him fighting back. She froze because he'd just poured his secret into her, and now she scrambled to ask her mentor for help in her head. As she hesitated, the prince snatched the initiative, because in his mind it was better for him to be in Kalinats, and he backed the queen's call without a second thought. Akira Rainford, under Her Majesty's command, swore to guard the princess to the very last breath and be her rock no matter what. He finally clocked what the queen was really trying to pull, and realized he had hit a dead end, but honestly it was still better than getting trapped by blackmail. The hero suddenly saw his power as her key, and even if he said no, she'd drag him along anyway. No choice, no escape. Horror crushed him as he realized this might be the end of his second life, and he knew I'd drag his parents into the danger too. His words left her completely baffled. The queen claimed his words carried divine meaning, clocked his fiery spirit in an instant, and decided his drive deserved a real reward. She demanded he protect Metasfina and carry her straight to victory. And this time she'll reward him with the title of Baron, and hand over the lands his father once refused. She told him he'd rise to become one of the nobles of their kingdom, Akira Rainford. He snapped at the old woman, demanding to know if she was mocking him, grilling her about how much he'd been forced to swallow, and whether she'd honestly trade all that pain away for some stupid competition. He had no clue why she barged in wearing that mask. He felt his stomach twist like he was gonna throw up. He screamed at those damned Mayans and their fanatics, utterly clueless about what heroes and swords even meant, because in his world it was all magic all the time. The man leaned in and warned Kelvina to remember every word, because she was no different than the other Mayans. He commanded her to report every move the queen made, starting that very day, and when she called him Lord, she agreed without hesitation. The mentor couldn't stop praising how amazing it was that she'd be heading to Kalinets with Akira. Then the princess snapped, "Just leave me alone." She asked, "Is this really what you wanted?" The princess snapped back that selfishness had cornered him into it, then said she'd wanted to ask him something, just not like this. The mentor told them they could talk to Akira right there, and when the princess saw him show up, her world instantly flipped. The teacher told them straight up she'd step out for good so they could finally chat in peace. Akira whipped around to Lady Metasfine, and she erupted into a scream, swearing she knew it was all her fault. She remembered how, back as a kid, she'd selfishly dragged him into danger, but now she wasn't just going to survive the moment. She'd seize the throne, become this country's queen, and shield him with her life on the line. He demanded it again, at the price of the princess's life, and she shrieked in terror, yelling that he had to know they'd both get sentenced to death if they let this happen. He insisted it wasn't her fault. Then she snapped back that it was all about the country's survival, telling him not to take his jokes seriously. The hero admitted he'd been selfish and that he should have headed to the academy, but she quietly held his secret for him, and the competition taught him something big along the way. He admitted he felt sick with shame watching his peers grind, so if he could matter at all, he swore he'd fight as a citizen of this country. The young man leaned in and swore that Lady Metasfina was standing right there on his side. He remembered the moment back when he was a kid, when he promised her she was his best friend and he respected her more than anyone. The hero snapped that Lady Metis had no business showing up before her subjects like this, then told her to hold her chin high. She grinned and said, "Yep, he's already taller than me." The students burst into cheers. It's Akira, calling him a genius summoner and swooning over how charming he was. After everything that went down, people swore the queen herself turned and smiled at him. He pulled his friends close, apologized through the heart, and said he had to rush off to Kalinets. They were stunned because these weren't just lands, they were frozen dead stretches where the fiercest fights already happened, and monsters still hunted around. He said it all came down to one thing: he'd been hiding his powers, and nobody had even clue what was going on with the stinky odors. Anthony said it felt unreal that the country would just turn its back on a man with that kind of potential, but they weren't being cold. They wanted to soak up everything they could from him. Akira shot back that he had nothing to teach them, because they were packed with raw talent and fire, and besides, they already had professors way better than him. Anthony snapped back that their differences were too massive to waste time on, but Akira wouldn't back down. He wanted answers and more from them. He leaned in and demanded to know what Mrs. Pranny was doing on the commoners' team. She shot back that the academy didn't care about social rank at all here. Every kid was an equal student, grinding side by side, all for the love of magic. Akira stared at the message and thought, these words are exactly the kind Mrs. Pranny would worship. Crease. She told them, if every noble copies my lead, our education will skyrocket, and we'll all push for shared growth together. He got the call, heard the guests had arrived, apologized for ducking out, then promised he'd be back the moment his mission was done. Anthony shot out a question, calling to him and demanding he let him speak again. He thanked him with all the heart, praising him for stepping in and taking the fight head-on. He demanded one thing, come back safe, and promised that once he did, he'd be strong enough to finally earn a real friendship. They all swore they'd get stronger while they waited for him to come back. They ordered him to go on his way and told him not to stress about a single thing. He shot back that if they wanted it done, then he'd step in, no questions asked, though going way past what they paid him for. That wasn't his style. She swore they'd burn it all down and start fresh, so relentless with their work that even death would feel like a sweet release. The maid leaned in and asked if he'd been losing weight, and he just smiled and said everything was fine, because he'd only left less than a month ago. His mother's jaw dropped when he suddenly announced he was heading to Kalinet's. Then he told her Carl couldn't make it and begged her to say hello. She fretted that it would be freezing and that monsters lurked there, until her friend laughed it off and told her it was just an off-site training camp for all the students. His mother beamed, telling him it finally gave her peace of mind. She'd been terrified he'd signed up too late because she'd always believed studying matters. She admitted she hadn't slept a wink, her mind stuck on him nonstop, and she begged her friends to watch Akira closely, because he was still just a kid. He raged because his friend had gorged himself, could take down Rion and the divine beast, yet still acted like a total kid the moment his mother was near. He imagined lining up the weak spot and landing the fatal strike. Then his mother cut in, asking, "Is it really that delicious, or are you saving me the rest?" She couldn't believe it. She thought a 15-year-old kid had taken down a divine beast and even crushed someone from a top noble house. And how in the world could she not notice? His father looked him dead in the eye and told him, "If something's eating you up, ignore the rules, go home." He said he was thrilled to hear that, then explained the queen was following the country's needs, and because she'd ordered it herself, he couldn't say no, not when he'd have to escort the princess. She vowed that the country where they'd forced him to obey against his will, she'd erase it from the face of the earth. The young man thanked Arya for worrying about him, then told her not to mess around like that again, only for Arya to shoot back that it wasn't a joke. He said he couldn't stop loving the country because it was packed with memories of her and his family, and then he hit you with the truth. Stormheim was his home. The hero wondered if sprinting into the shadows could finally buy him some peace of mind. He finally confessed he was terrified of his own talent, because every time he'd tasted success before, it had felt hollow, and he swore that real power would charge him for it. The young man said, "Since I got here, I've met all kinds of people, my whole way of thinking's changed, because I keep remembering how my friends refuse to quit." He finally got it. Every single person out there is guarding something precious with everything they've got. The boy yelled that if he wanted to be strong enough for this, he was heading straight to Kalinet's. He said it sounded awesome, but inside he was freaking out, until her words hit him just right, and suddenly it felt like everything was going to be okay. He told her not to worry, he was already 15. Then he insisted he was a kid at all and that she should treat it like a long hike. She promised she'd keep a sharp eye on him no matter what. The son latched onto those words like they were gold, and swore he'd guard that warmth with his life. They said this is it, the black quartz of the goddess. A fake crystal forged in the age of legends, glowing like it's drinking in life itself. She couldn't help thinking they'd just use her and toss her aside, but no matter what, she'd show them. Turns out it's not her who's the consumable, it's them. A shadowy stranger stepped in and promised to turn this dead, frozen land into something alive. They said it was done in the name of the three supreme goddesses, Magdalene Dandel, Frey Arun Murai. And Ramenevel Nagasa's Kaiserelin Stormheim lifts its blessing over him. Metasfina Stormheim storms back victorious. She tore up her pride, apologized for putting her own goals first, and for cornering him like there was no way out. The hero shot back that she didn't need to bow, she was just doing her duty. She finally snapped out of it and realized she'd been dead wrong, banking everything on her Knight Commander duties until this very moment. She didn't know he was only 15, an absolute kid, homesick and longing for home. After feeling that kind of power up close, she didn't even realize she'd started leaning on the very force she was meant to guard. She said it felt like she'd turned into his little sister again, leaning on her older brother. Only this time she dragged him straight into a battlefield packed with deathly dangers. She told him he had every right to be furious, because she didn't back him up once, even though he'd been stressed the whole time. And she finally confessed she never acted like an adult, and now she's stuck. Because it's too late to fix a thing, but she's genuinely devastated and sorry. He snapped back that everything was fine, because Lady Metis, with her age and her heart, was carrying an even heavier weight on her shoulders. The young man told her he'd chosen the same path, he would stand by her, and that's why he still had hope. And somehow they'll keep that bond strong and steady for good. She couldn't figure out why he felt so solid and trustworthy to her, And for the first time, the thought of marriage didn't feel so far off. Katia said, if I get married and have kids, I want them to grow up just like him. He froze in shock and blurted out that love has to come first, then begged her not to scare him. Someone yelled for His Excellency to stop right there. The soldier snapped that 3 days had already blown by, staying here a second longer was too dangerous, so they had to move fast and hunt for survivors. He couldn't even tell if they should really torch everything and run, because out there somewhere his comrades might still be alive, still waiting for rescue. Someone begged him to lower his voice because they couldn't afford to spook the soldiers. Commander Sentry locked in with Cougar. He said word had come from Stormheim. Reinforcements would crash in within 3 days, and they needed to slam the army around and turn back. The hero swore his personal feelings wouldn't get the best of him, and Marie stepped up for recon, fully knowing something like this could go down. He was convinced his granddaughter would want this too. Katia swore that Kalinets had bled for every step, paying in sacrifices to track the otters, every move, until he finally clawed their trail to this very place. She declared their next target, the rumored source of the stink, and pointed straight at that massive crystal waiting there. The commander-in-chief, Admiral, leaned in and declared that the colonists hold the key. He swears the secret behind those mysterious odors traces back to them. The magical advisor laid it out straight. They'd have to handle the third wave of voters and hold the colonists tight until the Alliance army finally showed up. Then they'll link up with the main forces and unleash a brutal joint assault to wipe out the source and shatter that crystal for good. After the war, they shrank down to tiny animals. But are these wild guesses really enough to build an alliance? She said the disease is spreading faster than anyone hoped, and if the second wave hits medium-sized animals or bigger, then the third wave explodes into human infections. She told him she bought it, she found it totally credible. Katia warned that Archduke Kor is a total mystery, but one truth cuts through it all. He hates the otters harder than anyone in the room. Everyone in the room stared in shock. How could the boy who summoned divine beasts without a contract be missing from the meeting? She snapped back that the groom rumor was pure BS, and that his showing up here would be dead wrong, even if his rank technically made it possible. She told me loud and clear to stop spreading misleading stuff, then he leaned in, my childhood friend. And that's it, no more of this talk. The Countess snapped, since you insist, I'll grab the summoner, no contract under my command. They snapped back that it couldn't happen. Akira was told to stick with the princess, and she was handing over control of every summoner. She insisted that if she wanted to win this war, as the commander she had to know every single thing about his power. Don't you think that's a fair point? The princess nodded, fully agreeing that the Countess was dead on, and she was ready to bring the whole issue up too. A friend leaned in and asked if she'd jump the gun with Akira, because that Kray's household sure isn't famous for being nice. She told him they weren't heading to a classroom at all. They were marching into a poisoned battlefield, and he had absolutely no clue what kind of chaos was brewing inside the army. She told him that Akira needed to know all of it too, but guilt crushed her chest, so she couldn't bring herself to spell out just how ruthless it really was. That girl is the reason the whole campaign can succeed, and every soldier's life hangs on her hands, Akira included. She admitted she hadn't been sharp enough to see the truth, and she insisted she was only doing it for his own good. The Countess announced that he'd been thrown into their summoning squad now, but he looked nowhere near as strong as they were bragging. He blurted, can I ask a question? But didn't he already have to be with Medis, like, weren't they reassigned him to her corps? She told him straight up that his job didn't change, because as a summoner he was still under her command, and once they hit Kalinets he'd jump right back into escort duty. She asked him what he thought about the fact that, basically, he was being kept under the princess's control. Katia laid it out, summoning only works if you've got a spiritual gift, a proper contract, and mana keeps pouring in nonstop. A colossal wave of magical power surged through the air. He demanded to know what the point was if he was going to undress. Then she smiled and said it's rare, but it does happen. She gave him a quick once-over, and clocked how every inch of his lower body had been honed for real, no-holds-barred fights. She leaned in and asked who his fencing instructor was, and with that kind of flexibility and muscle-packed power, he had to be built like a tank. Akira shot back that ever since he was a kid, he'd been sharpening his sword skills at home because of some tough circumstances. Then she leaned in and asked, so, are you a prodigy? She couldn't wrap her head around how anyone could build magical power without grinding through brutal training, and she had no idea he was terrified she'd catch on and expose him. The woman said the material blew her expectations out of the water, even though she never once explained how a contactless call actually works. She said this is exactly why she's done guessing. Now she's going to uncover his real magical power. She broke it down, different methods exist. Electra's crown only shows how big your mana pool is, but she created a way to tap into limitless mana. And this is how she's using the energy gems. At the very least, it's something she can't afford to fall short on. He clocked her mana as a full triple of a normal platinum rank 4000, and if she truly hit that number, then he'd have to be sitting on at least 5,000. She couldn't even process it, more than 10,000, and he still had plenty left. She thought it was possible he could summon a divine beast, like, even 10,000 was within reach for a human. Akira blurted out what he should do, and she smiled like it was nothing. This was all about what those minerals could do. Energy gems are special minerals you can supercharge with magic, and the amount they hold swings wildly based on their color. He swore he had it all figured out. His father had helped run their processing, and she couldn't believe it when a plain shopkeeper's son showed up with real fencing moves and conscription-level skills. The hero clocked that red gems almost never make it to the shelves because they cost a fortune. Then she shoved a box into his hands. She ordered him to dump mana straight into that gem right now. He figured, just like the magic-filled one, that the moment had finally come, and his body would start to glow. She asked, and then the guy decided to mess with me. The woman snapped that she didn't think he was a fool. Because come on, who would believe he pulled off summoning a golem and a divine beast and still only had 70 mana? They say that if you're a gold mage, you're basically sitting on about 500 mana by level 30. And if you hit level 40 with 800 mana, that's already an insane top-tier result. Once you hit platinum rank 50, this number shoots past 1,000, so even monsters like Prombris are flexing mana by the thousands. She bragged that she's a gold-ranked summoner at level 45 with 1,800 mana, and then insisted he had to be packing way more magic power than she had. And she lit into him to take it seriously, because she'd never let him burn out and get magically exhausted. Akira thought this was the whole point of becoming a soldier, then he straightened up and told Commander Christ, "I'm ready." The soldier snapped that he was just joking, but that kind of scam couldn't go on forever. She couldn't believe her luck. She drained every single gem I'd been saving. He shot a question over his shoulder, "Can I get dressed already?" Because at this point there were over 50,000 people here. The maid leaned in and asked, "Are you really sure you want to go through with this?" The princess shot back that this, right here, was the menu. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Why in the world the princess made herself chew the exact same food as the common soldiers? The princess gushed that it looked delicious, then leaned in and asked her mentor if she'd join. Her mentor shot back, "Of course, just." The teacher warned that the dry rations were packed tight, but the princess took one bite, and her jaw clamped down as she realized the food was rock hard. She said straight up it didn't taste good at all. Yet she'd get used to it fast, because Akira and every soldier would be chewing on the exact same meal. The mentor snapped that you never underestimate how hungry the human heart can get, and she promised to show you a way to turn that ration into something way more delicious. The woman showed how meat and cheese get piled onto the bread, and then, just like that, magic lets you add whatever flavor you want. The princess unleashed a flame heat spell, scorching everything in her path. The mentor smiled and said, "Well, that looks downright delicious." And the princess wasted no time, ordering a new request to upgrade the army's rations straight away, and she sent all the gems with it. Soldiers bellowed that the gems had to be hauled to cabin 2, straight to Commander Christ, and everyone left standing there totally baffled by the chaos. They couldn't figure out why Commander Christ had crammed so many people into his room. She can't wrap her head around why he's even in her cabin in the first place. The crowd gasped as the young man poured mana into the energy gems, and nobody could swallow the fact that he'd already blasted past 10,000. He gripped a blazing red gem in his hand, packed with 1,000 mana, and once that thing was full, his total mana would skyrocket past 100,000. The whole crowd erupted, screaming 100,000, like it was the final answer to fate. 100,000 mana flooding into him, raw and unstoppable. She stared in disbelief, even though deep down she already knew how this would end. He racked up 100,000 gems like it was nothing, effortless, instant, and unreal. Everyone threw their hands up because he nailed it, an unbreakable trump card straight up. And just like that, every last gem was gone. With bright, shining eyes, she swore that with Lord Akira at her side, even a stinking horde would get wiped out without a fight. Once again, the woman felt that spark of awe for Akira, and the soldiers erupted in joyful cheers, still buzzing with nervous excitement. She felt that crushing anxiety finally loosen its grip, replaced by real hope, because he didn't just show up. He stood there and gave her the kind of strength that steadies your heart. They grilled him, asking if the elixir he drank as a kid twisted him into what he is now. Akira said he was basically born with this power, and honestly, he still doesn't fully get how it works himself. The old man leaned back and weighed whether talent was something you're born with. She remembered Akira slashing blood onto a scroll, then instantly pouring his stamina and mana back into himself. And still, she refused to believe he could pull off that insane bluff. If her memory didn't lie, she knew Akira was keeping a secret, something way wilder than that contract-free summoning. She realized that was the exact reason her faith in him burned brighter than it ever did for anyone else. She swallowed her pride, apologized for acting out of line, and told everyone she'd quietly thought it through later. She asked, if Akira turns on us, can we even stop him? Because his magic power alone is already screaming disaster. They figured even with the princess backing him, the queen might still have overlooked some risks. But once Kaiser herself named him as her protector, that doubt died instantly. He told her he never realized she'd been this worried. Then Miss Crace flushed red, totally captivated by that young man. She shot back that it was just a rehearsed act to lift the soldiers' spirits, and then she called him amorous. She swore it was undeniable. Akira was a goldmine of military power, and they couldn't keep him out of reach, even if it forced them to gamble with their lives. Still sharp-eyed, he demanded they team up with the soldiers to wipe out every last trace of those odors, right beside him, all the way to the end. And then Akira Reinfeld's real nature finally tears through the mask. They're almost at Kalinets now, like, right there in the distance. Akira actually felt relieved by the snow, because Stormheim stayed warm all year long, and that odd kind of comfort still felt strange in his bones, even though back in Japan it was totally normal. She leaned in and asked if his robe was enchanted. He grinned and said it was warm as anything, and somehow she was way too good for him. The princess couldn't wrap her head around it, how someone could dodge her, then make her stand there waiting for so long too. Core Kalinets, Gil said, and boom, the name hits like a punch. She believed it was the Archduke standing guard over these brutal lands, one of the 7 great houses of Corkalinets, Gil Sedan. He said he wanted to jump straight to the War Council ASAP, but before that, the chain of command had to be nailed down. Then the princess thanked him for worrying about things. One of the princess's companions burst into laughter and demanded to hear his grievances, while the princess calmly guessed that his real goal was to lead an army, crush his enemies, and wipe out the odors standing in his way. He said in a hard, no-nonsense voice, Kalinets is here. And they've seized the reins of power over every soldier, them included. The admiral's rage erupted at this insult, snapping that Lady Metasfina is the first heir and the supreme commander of this campaign. He leaned in and asked the governor of the border district, so you're too arrogant to give orders to the princess of a major power. Lord Benedict insisted it was all a misunderstanding, and that he was only looking out for the princess's safety. He told them he got why they wanted to give her a shot, but this wasn't some small-time fight where some dressed-up kid could barge in and meddle with everything. He screamed, "What's the crown worth if you can't bring her back alive?" Then he barked for everyone to obey and to hand over every last warrior to them. Someone ordered him to hold up for the Archduke. He locked eyes with her and instantly knew she was one of the goddess's wild, feral mad dogs. She told him it had been way too long since they'd last crossed paths, and she admitted that if things were normal, she'd have grabbed a drink with him, then thanked him for looking out for her people. The woman blurted that she wanted to step in, she knew the toll he'd paid, but he had no idea what Lady Metasfina was truly capable of. She told them point-blank that verbal sparring was a waste of breath, because they all had plenty to prove about their combat potential. So she pressed the question again and refused to let a single second slip away. She told them the request is official, Kalinets is getting a joint military council. He figured this was just another official order straight from the high command meant for his duchy, and his advisors instantly started to sweat, unsettled and nervous. She let out a snort of laughter, because wait, when did Mayan suddenly turn into the princess's nanny? He told her to calm down, swore he felt totally at peace. And honestly, it creeped him out even more than before, because now he was dead sure those squads of royal knights weren't strong at all. They were just weaklings. He snapped that the heroes who were supposed to tear into the enemy at the front lines had instead turned into lapdogs, hiding behind the safety of the capital. She figured that meant even Sword Mayan's death, and the way it happened shouldn't have shocked her at all. He snapped, was I wrong? Because the Mayans once swore those fierce fighters, mad dogs, had turned into tame little pets. The man demanded he snatch his words back, because one more sentence could destroy his name or even drag the Mayan household into trouble. He won't let the people who died defending Kalinets get dragged through the mud. No way, not on his watch. They swear this is a secret move from the great house of Gilsedan, something they call the hyperspace transition. The princess snapped enough and demanded they both stop right now. She nodded like she finally got the point, and swore she'd march under the Archduke's banner if there were real legal grounds to do it. She demanded everyone who was able to make it, get them to the War Council now. He figured she'd be more level-headed than he expected, and she finally faced the truth of what was happening. But the moment came, and she refused to back down. The girl thanked Archduke Kor for his help, but he just shrugged and shut her down no. And it's Mayan who talks about him more than anyone on the whole planet. He hesitated for a beat, convinced she might come back to life, because you can't trick blood. He told him to hold up because he was booking it so fast, and then the princess shouted Lady Metasfine. They showed up out of nowhere in the bedroom, like the room just got hijacked. He figured her sudden idea to sneak into the city would knock anyone off their feet, and when she asked if anything had gone down at the War Council, The tension spiked. She said that by then she'd finally get the truth about the real Kalinets. He finally caught on. She didn't just want to know, she had to see it herself, eye to eye with him, not filtered through anyone else's words. The woman ordered him to keep his eyes wide open. He'll be there too. The hero's jaw dropped. Only officers were supposed to be there. So what did a lone private have to do with it? She'd claimed he was stronger than the whole mage corps like it was nothing, and yeah, that meant he belonged in that meeting. Still, he couldn't shake the question, when did he go from nobody to promoted? She leaned in and said, just keep moving with me, right like this, undercover, no questions asked. She's hit with this wave, like someone just snapped her back into her childhood days. The girl stared at him in awe, whispering that he was a gift the state handed down. Sword in hand believes the swordsmen and warriors charge first, while the mages hang back and sling healing magic from the rear. This is the basic formation. Summoners hanging out dead last in the very back are basically doomed in close quarters combat. And still, he could freely command the divine beast, so he even shattered the limits of his own class. And he even has the great house's containment on lock. Basically, he's a summoner built for both defense and offense, strong enough to take the fight solo. The protagonist looms over his defeated opponent with unshakable confidence. The strongest summoner the world has been waiting for, so dominant he doesn't even need a team plan. And just like that, the competition is finally over. Everyone around them erupted in cheers, hands flying up, voices roaring because a lowly commoner had just crushed a mighty great house. The main character watches his friends burst toward him, grinning and shouting his name at the top of their lungs. The girl lunges in, rips into him, and declares he's nothing but a monster. Then she downs him so fast she actually pauses to demand his identity, forcing him to spill everything with no secrets, and the guy can't believe it. The protagonist finally blurts to Anthony that he's truly sorry, everything ended up being a lie. But Anthony just shuts down and stays silent. Anthony presses Akira, insisting this probably came straight from the princess's own command. Then Akira just stares back, completely baffled. So they don't lean on him for everything, they start thinking for themselves, then push hard to reach the goal. Anthony grinned, stretched out his hand to the protagonist, and said he'd learned so much from them. Then he turned to Akira and thanked him for guiding them straight to their long-awaited victory. Then the guy flashes a smile, knowing he can't match them. Thinking Anthony is dead wrong because they didn't win alone, they won together. With everything he learned, he grabs his friend's hand and pulls him in. Right out of nowhere, the whole section in the stands goes wild. Everyone around them starts screaming and cheering like it's the biggest moment of their lives. They all tilt their heads up and spot everyone clapping like crazy. Then a girl races up to the crying woman and blurts, "Why are you breaking down?" The crowd yells at them that they're doing great, that Akira's a brand new hope for everyone for all of Stormheim. And after those words land, even the guy finally cracks and gives in. So now he knows exactly what's coming, there's only one move left. He shoots his fist straight forward. Loud cheers burst through the room, but one man glares at him with pure gloom. He wants nothing to do with this and turns his face in disgust. Yet they remind him of his promise. If he wins, he'll rewrite the academy's rules so every student gets equal education, no matter who they are. The serious girl pressed for a meeting right away to push the revolution forward, and the guy just kept staring at her in stunned silence. He declares, "As a prince, I keep my word, so the committee will assemble tomorrow," and the girl is left staring stunned. She beams at her brother and calls it wonderful, then thanks him for not dragging his feet on the decision. "It's time," she says with his blessing in hand and turns away as she walks out. The prince keeps replaying the endless mana, the summoning with no contract, and the divine beast's transformation. Then he straight up warns them not to treat him like a fool. With a grim, straight face, he admits it's got nothing to do with the summoning, straight up says Akira really thrashed him. But then smiles because thanks to her, he finally got his hands on Metasphena. The prince clocks his shot at grabbing the stunning Akira Rainford, and the girl skips ahead with a bright smile, completely oblivious to what her brother is plotting. The girl looks back on how she'd truly trusted Akira. Then her eyes spill tears as she grabs the guy and thanks him for finally standing by her. She also tells him thanks for trusting her, no clue why it hit her so hard, but now nostalgia crashes over her like a wave. The swordsman plants his feet and stills, doing nothing. Then a strange sound snaps the air and he whips around in pure fear. When he sees those terrifying creatures crawling toward him, reaching with clawed hands, panic surges through his mind like, "What's happening to me right now?" One of the creatures begs through tears, telling them his body is turning see-through, bones and guts exposed, and he's screaming whether he's dead and pleading for help. Everyone begs Mr. Cord to save them, but he's shaking with pure nerves, because deep down he knows he can't do a thing. He taps into the Gilsidon movement technique, pulls off a hyperspace jump, and in the blink of an eye, he vanishes from where he stood and reappears in motion. He slams the brakes, spins around, and freezes them in place. Then they pounce with one question, what's going on, and is he secretly using a hidden technique to break free? The guy ahead leans in and asks, so you'll really get to witness Gil Satan's own tears, the spatial fang of the great house. Cord realizes he's dealing with Sword Mayan, but Sword hits back with the truth. Cord's a strong kid, and that's exactly why he's asking him for something specific. The boy and the girls huddle together, stare at Cord, and beg him, please protect Metasfina. Then the boy's face flips into total shock at the request. Then the guy jolts awake in tears, lungs burning as he heaves for breath and slams his hand over his face. He knows it with his bones, there's only one way out of this living nightmare. Suddenly the door flies open and someone barges in asking, hey, he awake yet? Cord corners Centaurus and blurts, why all this noise so early? Centaurus winces, apologizes, and admits it's urgent, because a recon squad sent to the glacial forest is the likely source of the trouble. A mysterious letter slid onto the scene, begging for help. Turns out they're screaming for reinforcements because a disgusting horde just showed up, and the guy is totally blindsided. After all the chaos from the competition, the main character ends up perched on the queen's knee. While everyone stares straight at him, and yeah, he didn't exactly see it coming, but he knows every moment like this has to land at the right time. The next day, Akira meets the queen, and the whole thing rushes out of control. The masked guards beside her stare right at Akira. Meet the 4 heavenly blades, 4 legends carved into fate, starting with the demon blade emperor, Oriana Yggdrasil, and the third, the emperor of the blade of darkness, Galahau Vagatin. Second up is Sigurd Parhaes, the emperor of the enchanted blade. First is Calvina Mayan, the emperor of the mad blade. She can't figure out who those masked people are as they swarm around her. And now she's got the chilling look of a demon lord, not a queen. The girl's eyes instantly lock on Akira. Yeah, of course he pulls her in, but then she plans an audience for tomorrow morning, so what's she about to announce? The prince just stares at the queen in silence. The queen whips around to Akira Rainford and snaps, lift your head, and the poor kid freezes, terror flooding his chest. He locks eyes with the queen and she hits him with the shocking truth. He looks more like his mother than his father. He can't believe she even knows his parents, so he blurts out that it's an incredible honor. Then she leans in and asks the real question. Does he mean to say he fights for Metasfina? With a warm smile, the queen leans in and asks the boy straight up if he's trying to land the job as the country's prince consort. Everyone freezes when the queen speaks. She wants to know why he only shows up now, if he isn't meant to be here for something big, and she's dying to get answers about his limitless power. She fires off the question, does Akira plan to use her power to tear Stormheim apart and plunge it into chaos? The moment the queen speaks, the protagonist freezes in total shock. The girl gasps at the queen's question, just like everyone else. But the main character quickly tries to calm her, swearing he has no wish to cause trouble in this country. Akira knows his situation is getting truly dire. He realizes she doesn't just see his power as weird magic. She sees it as a direct threat to the kingdom. And from the ruler's eyes, that scary, impossible power will look exactly like a crime waiting to happen, so he misjudged everything. And at this pace, he'll be labeled a criminal on the spot. Someone tells the queen, with all due respect, that he was born and raised here, so Akira has zero reason to risk his homeland, where his beloved family and friends live, and she can be absolutely certain of one thing. That girl straight up declares that Akira Rainford is the kind of person who can absolutely save Stormheim. The prince seethes at the outcome, but the boy's mother stays ice calm. The queen turns to the girl and asks if she really thinks this is a disaster, and the girl blurts out an apology. Trust me, getting swept up in her feelings won't change the queen's mind. She grins and claims, as the heir to the throne, she's absolutely sure he won't lose his head, because his power will guide him to serve the country and protect everyone. The queen demands proof in Kalinets and the girl freezes in shock. You mean the northern wall? She blurts out. The queen nods and orders her to report back from Archduke Korda. They're sure they've finally found where those foul odors come from, on the other side of the mountains of eternal snow. She says the moment has finally arrived to forge an alliance and unleash a joint offensive, and even Oswell himself trekked all the way to Pennsylvania for it, while she represents him right here in this city. And Ursula headed straight for the holy church of the goddess in Roide, and there, she named them her messengers. Akira can't believe it. He's being shipped off as the first man to Kalin's, told to lead their mages and ordered to back up the Archduke's army as support, all in one shocking decree. The days when they could keep the threat hidden from everyone are slipping away fast, and if she really is the true heir, she's going to be right there at the front, scouting what's coming. Even she can't believe it. The queen thrusts her hand forward, orders the girl to seize a key spot in the alliance ranks, and demands she help crush the otters in the extermination to come. Let her do it, then the queen will step in and clear the young man from every suspicion that's got the main character frozen in shock. He's stuck on one thought: how can anyone jump straight into a real fight without even knowing what they believe? The prince lays it out. Metasfina's magic knowledge is skin deep, and he bows with an apology. After all, she dodged his attempts to get her to Kalin's, until now. And if the advanced team was meant to unite and command the allied forces, then what was he doing here if not filling that exact role? Who was even supposed to be trusted with the Institutes of Magic if not him? Fuming, the queen snaps at Oswell to mind his words, because his moment has already come and gone. She fires back, asking how he could even say something like that, because Metasfina's orders are clear. She'll hand Kalance over to him, and he'll prove his charm in Pennsylvania, so she's on the edge of her seat for his reply. Now tell me, does that girl really have the guts to show her resolve and head to Kalance with this young man? The girl is shaken to the core. She even wants Akira there right now to face those terrifying sounds head-on. But it's all so sudden, one answer from her could flip Akira's whole life. After the academy, she's set on chasing her lifelong dream and taking over her father's business. Even the queen clocked his power, and no matter how much he hated it, he couldn't defy the royal order. Once he brought Akira to the battlefield like this and finally trusted her, she turned to her mentor and demanded, "What am I supposed to tell the queen?" Rage flares in the prince's chest, because if Metasfina gets out, she'll seize the throne the second she can, so he snaps into action while she stalls, declaring it's better he heads for Kalenza, and someone immediately shouts that they're on board. He vows that, obeying her orders even with all the strength he has, he'll guard the princess to the very last moment, and be her rock until they win it all in Kalinets. The girl beams at him while the prince seethes with a grudge. The guy realizes he's backed into a dead end, but he'd rather this than have them turn to blackmailing him. The queen's game is crystal clear now, the throne is going to Medes. His fist tightens like he's bracing for impact. She's hunting for his power so her successor rises with real, earned victories, and you can tell she clocked the truth too. He's staring at Metasfina seated on the throne. Even if he tried to refuse, the second he so much as offended her, she'd drag him along with zero mercy, whether he wanted to or not. Right here is where his second life ends, and where, in the same breath, he's about to drag his father and mother straight into danger. The queen flashes a sudden grin and repeats his promise. He'll stand as support until victory, and he'll defend it to the very end. Then the guy and the girl freeze up with embarrassed nerves, and the queen erupts in laughter. Then she shuts her mouth and finally gets it. Everything clicks into place. Because he read her plan like a book, and that's no surprise, he's Karl Reinhardt's son. She leans in and tells him, "You've got a fiery soul even with that sweet face," and the guy just stares, totally thrown off. The queen smiles and says, "If you're in that kind of mood, then you're getting rewarded." Then she lays it on him, protect Metasfina and lead her straight to victory. She smiles sweetly and says, "Then it's settled, I'll make you a baron and I'll hand over the lands your father once slammed shut." And the queen leans in and tells Akira Rainford, "You'll be raised too, soon you'll stand among the nobles of our kingdom." In the dead of night, a scream tears through a towering building, and the prince, shaking with horror, blurts out if that old woman is mocking him, or if she even has a clue what he's been forced to endure. Then, thanks to some dumb competition, she's suddenly itching to get rid of him. Because trust me, he's not letting that slide. He whips around and spots Calvina right in front of him. He demands to know why she shows up wearing that mask. It makes him feel sick, and then she rips it off just as a cup rockets straight into her face. The guy lunges at the girl, hurls brutal insults, and claims they've got cursed blood, then rants about the other heroes and their swords, like magic is real, and screams, "How much longer are you going to block me?" The battered girl stands there, barely breathing, while the guy lunges in and demands she remembers it all. And when she hesitates, he grabs her by the neck like the Mayans did to everyone else. He tells her, "Starting today, you report to me on every move the queen makes, and trust me, I'll shut down your plans before they ever come true." He asked if she understood, then she barely opened her mouth and called him sir, shocking him because she followed it up with "I'm yours," and promised she'd obey every order. Metasfina sprawls in her bed as they question whether colliding with Akira can't be unhealthy, and she snaps back, demanding her mentor leave her in peace. They press her for answers why she's so crushed. Medes fires back, "What good is any of this?" The girl finally spits out the truth, "He volunteered. And she just can't pretend it's a win. I'm not happy," she says, "because it's all my selfishness. He didn't choose it, he was shoved into it." She asks if this is what she ever wanted, then shakes her head, "No, not like this. What she really wanted was to ask him as a friend." She asks, "Should we take this straight to Akira?" Then jumps to her feet and freezes when she realizes he's been sitting there forever. Horror hits her like a slap, and it's painfully funny in that old comedy way. The girl crashes to the floor and smacks her head hard, and her mentor snaps, saying she's stepping out so the two of them can finally talk in peace. Then she walks away. The protagonist turns, awkward as ever, to Lady Metasfine, and she blurts out full volume that she knows it's her fault. Back in childhood, she recklessly put him in danger, and now the same nightmare is coming back around. She swears this time will be different. She'll give her word and fight to keep it, even if it means becoming Queen so Akira and everyone can finally live in peace. Then the guy steps in, promises he'll protect her, and tells her to head to Kalance with him. Akira shoots back, "Will this cost the princess her life?" and she knows the truth. If he dares to let her travel with him, he'll be sentenced to death. Her smile slipped into something colder and she insisted it wasn't his fault. Then she blurted, "So what am I supposed to do?" He let out a breath, grin and all, and said, "Relax, I'm kidding." He asked her not to let it get to her because this wasn't just personal. It was the whole country's survival on the line. Honestly, he should have stormed into the academy as a kid, but she clung to his secret. So yeah, the selfish one ended up being him, and then the guy grins. At the competition, he suddenly clocked what was going on, and the girl's eyes widened in shock, yet she still kept listening to the guy. He told them that watching his classmates sacrifice their dreams for the common good made shame burn in his chest, and he couldn't help but feel sick with himself. So if there's even a shred of use for him, as a citizen of this country, he's ready to throw himself into the fight. And like he said earlier, this time he's fighting on its side. Because she's his best friend and someone he genuinely respects, he can't help but picture them as kids back in that childhood innocence. He told her, "Don't let it upset you, don't show up in front of the servants like that." The girl shot up, strode right up to him and said, "I didn't even realize I'd fallen behind." The girl slips right up to him, throws her arms around his chest, and gasps that he's already taller than her. He strolls down the street wearing a grin, and everyone he passes stops and stares because they're whispering, "That's Akira, a genius summoner." And the nickname hits even harder, wonderful and charming. One smile and boom, he's become wildly popular. The people chasing behind him are whispering that after everything went down, the queen herself just turned in his favor. After a while, the main character turns to all his friends and blurts out that he has to head for Kalen's, and the whole group goes rigid with shock. The girl gasps in disbelief, demanding if he really means Kalinets's northern wall. She tells him these are ice-choked, lifeless wastelands, the battleground where the war against the Odors raged, monsters still lurking everywhere, and she wouldn't be shocked if he got some kind of reward, so tell me, why would he ever choose to go there? Akira finally snaps, "Wait, nobody ever explained the stink thing," and then admits he knows why he'd been hiding his abilities until just recently. And then because this pardon had strings attached, he was forced to help the princess in Kalinets, like a bitter atonement for his sins, yet even so, his friends just can't wrap their heads around it. Of course, they couldn't just ignore a man with that kind of potential, but they were just as hungry to learn everything they could from him. With a grin, the protagonist tells Anthony, "I think you're overestimating me." He explains that everyone here is packed with real talent and burning enthusiasm, and on top of that, the professors are way above him. "I've got nothing to offer them," he says. The girl asks, "So you're saying the gap between us is so huge there's nothing to talk about?" And the guy blurts, stunned, "No, it's the exact opposite." He admits he doesn't know nearly enough about magic and he wants to learn more himself. Then the girl grins and says, "I just thought of that." The girl whirls around to Mrs. Pranny and demands to know why she's hanging with the team of commoners. Then presses, "Does it even matter? There's no room for fancy status in this academy. Everyone starts as an equal student, grinding hard at magic side by side." The girl cheers that Akira fought like a hero to prove it, and nothing like that can cage them. The guy nods along, but he still can't wrap his head around why they keep calling him master. A voice from behind him declares these words deserve real respect, and he spins around, shocked, but smiling like he just got the best news of his life. He knows it's parole, and Katia fires off her report, insisting that if every noble copies his lead, the whole educational game gets 10 times better through shared growth. Then while Akira's gone, the girl rushes to him, apologizing for pulling him from the talk and begs, "Can you spare a little time for us?" She tells the boy he's got visitors waiting, and his head spins. Who are they and should he go see them? He still has to get ready for the trip, but no doubt stays in his bones. Once he finishes his mission in Kalinets, he'll come back. The blonde guy whips around to Akira and demands he step in. Then Akira freezes, pivots back, and the guy pleads for one more chance to talk. He turns to Akira and thanks him for fighting at their side, begging him to make it home safe and sound. Because soon he'll be stronger, ready to stand as a real, worthy friend. And Akira can't believe what he's hearing. Another guy jumps to his feet and yells it's not going to work. Because this isn't just about Anthony anymore, they clamp a hand on his shoulder and drag him in. All his friends swear they'll train harder while he's gone, so tell him to leave and don't you worry about a thing. Suddenly, the girl flashes a smile and says, "Since you insisted, I guess I have to help." And though she swears she never goes past what's paid, she promises they'll start a brand new life. She'll squeeze so much work out of them that even death will feel like a favor. And right then, everyone freezes in fear. Terrified, the boys demand Akira pauses. No mercy for the nobles, not now, while their progress is watched with shaking hands. Then the mother lunges into the protagonist's arms, crying that she missed him like crazy. He blurts out, "Why are you here? Did something happen?" And she answers, "A messenger from the castle just came and said we can meet before he leaves for his journey." Someone asks him if he's lost weight maybe. He shrugs and says everything's fine, he only left less than a month ago. Then the main character spots Arya grinning and quickly asks if she's okay and where her dad went. But Carl couldn't show up, he was stuck with the Merchants Guild at their congress. Still, he begged to be told hello and the mother grilled the guy for answers. What does all this mean and why is he suddenly heading off to Colons? She says it's freezing there and that monsters roam, so why would a newbie like him sign up? He looks at his mother and asks her not to worry because this isn't some dangerous gamble. Every student has to go through this. She leans in and tells him studying matters, then reminds him he showed up way too late and somehow she stays calm while he panics. Then she heard the training would be watched by the queen and the lady swordswoman herself. Katia swore she could trust them. Her mother claimed she won't sleep a wink tonight, and she told Arya to step up. Suddenly, a mountain of mouth-watering food shows up right in front of Katia, and the guy practically explodes with joy, yelling that it's his mom's home cooking. The mother tells her son to eat properly, says everything he loves is right there, but Katia can't wrap her head around where all of this came from. The girl finally speaks up, confident that even with everything he's faced, she'll still win, she'll eat her fill, she'll hold tight to Akira's memory and his mother's courage. And she knows she can take down Rion and the divine beast, and right there beside her mother, she lets herself act like a kid. She can still see him crushing his enemies, and now he's acting so childish with his own mother. A 15-year-old kid just dropped a divine beast and then beat a rival from one of the great houses too. How could she not catch it? The girl lifts her gaze. She knows Akira is still just a kid who needs a mom's care, and when the main character's mother dozes off, he shoots her a guilty look and apologizes for lying to her again, then promises he'll come back safe from this trip, standing there on the balcony. Suddenly, a voice behind him spits, "You don't have to go anywhere if you don't want to." And when he whirls around, he freezes because it's Arya. The girl tells him state decrees and the queen's motives matter, sure, but the real question is what he wants, because Arya's feelings burn hotter than any royal decree. If something's really bothering him, Akira might refuse to obey, so the girl begs him to go home and the guy just freezes, staring at her in stunned surprise. He admits he's thrilled by her words, but it still feels like the queen put him on the spot, so he'll go with the princess, because the queen answers to the country's needs and how could he say no? Arya counters that he's not required to obey if he doesn't like the order. She meets his gaze with a stone-cold stare and promises she'll wipe out the country where he's trapped. Then the guy just freezes, shocked. The protagonist calls the girl by name and figures. She couldn't possibly know what the trip to Collins is really for. He thanks her for worrying, then warns her not to pull a stunt like that again, because if anyone hears them, it's trouble. The girl insists it wasn't a joke. He declares Stormheim is his home, like how could he not adore a land packed with memories of him and his family? And yeah, somehow, even after only a brief stay, the academy still managed to make something click in him. He tells her that fleeing won't bring peace at all, and when the words land, the girl's eyes widen in shock. He feared his own talent, convinced that any real power would demand a brutal price. Because his successful life felt hollow, and he still vividly remembered typing on that computer, chasing something that never truly filled the void. But the second he arrived, he collided with a whole new crowd, and everything hit him like a wave, forcing him to rethink everything. The girl swore she'd guard him even if it meant giving her life, then pushed him toward Callans. The guy made it clear, if they all met this challenge with honor, they'd forge a path to victory. They never ducked responsibility, pure determination driving them forward, never losing sight of what mattered most, what they fought to protect. What matters most won't be won by always hiding, he's done running. He grips his fist hard because he wants to protect the place that's turned into his family's home. The hero declares, if I'm gonna get strong enough for this, I'm heading to Kalins. And he does it by his own choice, no one's dragging him. He grins like it's no big deal, but the second he starts thinking about all the training waiting for him, worry claws at his chest. Because if Arya ever finds out about those odors, it's over, so he shuts his mouth. He admits her words instantly lifted his heart, like everything's finally going to work out, so she shouldn't worry anymore. He's already 15, not some little kid, and this is a long journey he needs to take in his own time. The girl blurts his name over and over. Then suddenly she throws her arms around him and he's left completely stunned. She tells him, no matter what you say, you'll always be my kid, then reassures him, so don't you worry. No matter how far he goes, she'll still keep her eyes on him, right? The main character grins, nods along, and pulls her into a warm hug. He realizes these are the strongest words of support, and he swears he'll protect this girl no matter what it costs him. Right in the basement of one building, dead center of the altar, rests the goddess's Morion, a top-tier mana accumulator. The girl leans in and asks, so you mean the black quartz of the goddess, the so-called pseudo-crystal they swear was forged in the Age of Legends? It's real, it's stunning, and it shines with the same blazing life as the power poured into it. The prince fears the queen's just using him to toss him aside, but he's not backing down, and he'll make sure she knows he's ready to show her. Yeah, turns out it's her, the queen, who's expendable here, not him, because someone's trudging through the desert right now. Monsters swarm the place, and the masked man declares that the blood of heroes still hunts the queen. Now it's too late, because they can't let the prince escape the game. Oswell still needs to do his part, so they strike a deal and offer him a job mining his way into Stormheim. The masked man vows to freeze this land into a tomb for the princess. On this street, a towering goddess statue stands watch. People whisper it was raised for the three supreme goddesses: Magdalene Dandel, Freya Ruin, and Mariah. And yeah, Verona Valnagas, Caesar lands Stormheim's blessing in hand, drops to her knees before the queen with a sword gripped tight in her palms, while two men stand on either side with staffs raised like they're guarding the moment. The queen demands Medes come back drenched in victory, calling her Stormheim's proud daughter, but Medes just stays silent like she's guarding the next move. The girl flashes a fearless grin and vows that she'll obey, humbly bowing to the queen's will. Together, the protagonist and the girl soar across the sky on an airship, and he breaks into pure joy, grinning ahead as he shouts that it's absolutely incredible. He never dreamed he'd be flying on an airship, and when the girl said 1,400 elite warriors, powered by just 350 magicians, were moving, she made it clear. An airship is the only way to move that many in days. He leans in and asks Katia how long it takes to reach the end. Katia shoots back that by land it'll take a whole month, but by airship you'll be there in just 3 days. He's absolutely blown away by that flying ship. This thing can pack in up to 1,400 people. But he still can't accept that he's one of them, like it's not real, and the girl snaps that she has to tell the guy something. The girl drops into a bow, then rushes to apologize, because in chasing her own goals she cornered him. The protagonist stares at Katia in shock and demands why she's suddenly speaking like that, then guilt flashes across her face. He tells her she was just doing her duty, that's it, and she doesn't have to bow to him. After that, the girl finally admits she's been dead wrong all this time. She's putting the commander's duties first, and she's handling kingdom business too. Meanwhile, on board, the worker hauls the cargo. The girl finally fesses up that it never hit her, until the end, that the mysterious guy was just a 15-year-old kid dying of homesickness. Katja can't even stand saying it out loud, pure shame burning her cheeks, but somehow she was still betting on him, and she snaps her gaze away like she's guilty. Meeting that monster strength head-on, she didn't even realize she'd started leaning on the one she was meant to guard, and she still remembers how that guy took down the salamander. She clenches her fist and blurts that it's like she's gotten a sister's life back, leaning on her older brother again, and Akira can't believe it. She didn't drag him to some academy match, she dragged him straight into a battlefield crawling with danger. Eyes shut tight, the girl tells Akira he has every right to snap at her, because she didn't say a single word of support, even as he was probably wrestling worry the whole time. She admits she didn't act like an adult, admits it's too late to fix anything, and begs for forgiveness. Then the main character shoots Katia a look, and she only smiles. After that, he finally blurts it out to the girl, everything's okay. Even adults need someone they can lean on. Then he cranes his neck and stares out at the distance like the future is calling. And because Lady Medes has a heavier burden than he ever will, he leans in and asks her straight up if she's doing everything she can to keep fighting. After all, he chose, just like Katia, to stand by this girl as her support, and Katia was left reeling when Akira finally confessed. He tells that solid, no-nonsense person, I'm not hostile toward them, not even a little, and that's what keeps hope alive in him. Hoping their friendship stays strong, the guy whips around and addresses the stunned Katia. The girl clenches her fist and presses it to her chest, then freezes, because this feels insane since he's way younger than her. So why does he feel so dependable to her? She swore she never gave marriage a thought, then one meeting with him lit that idea up in her head. With a bright smile, she says, if I ever get married and have kids, I want them to be just like Akira. She's left speechless and blurts out, so you mean kids with me? And she shakes her head laughing, no, we just look alike. Then he leans in and demands, doesn't love come first though? Right now in Calinets, out in Alfargo, a dark-haired guy gets told to wait and they treat him politely. The man behind him snaps that 3 days have already gone by, no excuses. You know it too, he says, and warns that he can't keep wasting time here hunting survivors. Then he shoots back, so you're offering me surrender, huh? He leans in and asks if they should really ditch everything right now and run. While out there, maybe their comrades are still alive, still waiting for them. Then he turns to the centaur and demands, do you really think that's the right move? Out of nowhere, a voice snaps, stop shouting, do that and you'll rattle the soldiers. The boy and the man whip their heads around stunned, and there she is, Cougar, an adult woman, the Centurion commander. She tells them Stormheim finally answered, reinforcements are coming by airship and they'll be here in 3 days. Now move the army back to Kalins, she orders, because you'll need to prep for that big general offensive you tried to resist. What? Then she tells him bluntly, their personal feelings won't hijack this plan, and Marie volunteers to go scout ahead. Seeing how this could all go sideways, he urges them to lock in on their duty. Cougar swears with total confidence that her granddaughter would want the exact same thing. Dead bodies litter the ground, then one by one they claw their way back to life. A barely breathing girl gasps that she doesn't want to die and turns to her grandmother, but a masked man lunges, snatches her up, and slams her fate shut. She shrieks as she's killed. Metasphina jabs her finger at the map and declares that Kalins threw himself into countless sacrifices, scouring the west slope of Elfargo, right here, and even northward, to hunt the Odor's trail, and that's how they finally tracked this very spot. They say the stink starts under that icy valley below Stormheim's northern wall, and that's where the first heir lies, staring up at a massive crystal packed with magical power. Kalinets is sure the key to Odor's origin is buried in that very place, and her audience includes Commander-in-Chief Admiral Bedenish Stormheim and the Magic Corps boss herself, Countess Alina Krays. They've got one job: smash the third wave of stench and keep Kalins pinned until the Alliance army finally shows up, while the Night Corps' commander, Marquis Elmond, and the kingdom's top magic advisor, Gilding Marion, watch from the sidelines. They hooked up with the main allied forces of Pennsylvania and Hessenberg, then slammed together for a joint assault, hunting the crystal's source and wiping it out. After more than 10 years of war against the Odors, this man swears their presence shrank to nothing but small animals. The first wave. Turns out the deadly slip-up in the second and third waves traces right back to that magic crystal, so are these theories enough to rally the whole alliance? He turns to Ms. Christ, grilling her for what she thinks. The girl snaps that a second wave can only be unleashed locally with medium-sized animals or bigger, and a third could come with the infection of people. Because the stink spreads faster than anyone ever dreamed, and the people of Kalinets have been holding it back over and over. With a serious stare, the girl decides it feels safe to trust. Then she straightens her glasses like she's ready for whatever comes next. Archduke Court keeps his life under wraps, but one thing is crystal clear: he can't stand orders and nobody hates them more than him. The guy nods along with the girl's thoughts, and the man snaps that backing it all up is part of their mission too. Then, as the advance guard, someone steps forward and asks the princess for permission to ask her something. Price demands meet us with a smile, so where is the kid who summons divine beasts without a contract? The fair-haired guy straight up admits he figured this was coming, and now people whisper that he might have more mana than even Platinum Prawl Bryce. After spending 80 years perfecting magic, the man swears he'd love to meet him. Then I can't help wondering if he can summon Norman Elfin too. So if that's the case, it's no wonder he swept the win with no contract call at all. And then the girl leans in, asking if the queen really thought he was the perfect pick to be the princess's groom. Christ flashes a smile and says his role won't let him do that, and the girl snaps back that words are just gossip, because him being here would be totally inappropriate. She could have sworn she was just trying to keep him at arm's length because rumors were scaring her, but someone told her to trust that it wouldn't bring them any trouble. She blushes and snaps that she's done with all this talk. He's her childhood friend, and she tells everyone to stop spreading misleading stuff. Krace realizes she's been taking it way too seriously, doesn't she? She basically declares, "Because I said so," and orders the uncontracted summoner under her command. Katia blurts out that it can't be done, because Akira was ordered to escort the princess, not her. Then she leans in and claims she holds the power over every summoner. To win this war, she, the commander, has to read every detail of his power, so she presses them all and asks, "Do you agree?" The girl tells the countess, "You're absolutely right," and admits she's been wanting to raise this too. Then, while Akira still hasn't joined his crew, she hands Akira over to the countess's care. She demands Christ take full responsibility for this and turn him into a true soldier. When they press Katia about whether she's rushing things with Akira, she snaps back that the Kree's house isn't exactly warm and welcoming, and that Akira is safer with them, even if gossip terrifies her. Medes slams the brakes and snaps that she doesn't care about the rumors at all, because where they're headed isn't some academy classroom, it's a battlefield choked with a poisonous stench. No matter how strong Akira was, he was still just an ordinary guy, clueless about what the army was really doing out there on the battlefield. Because in the middle of a fight, even a single beat of hesitation could steal his life. That's what she drilled into him, right? Akira had to learn it too. Guilt claws at her for everything she's done to him, and that heavy weight keeps her from ever showing just how ruthless she truly is. She's got nothing to do with whether the campaign succeeds, or with the soldiers' lives, Akira included, so he has to dive into their ranks no matter what it costs. She insists it's for his own good, then marches up to the order's head and asks, "Do I have any objections?" The girl bows low and shoots back, "No, I'm just not farsighted enough." Prey declares that he's staying glued to their squad of summoners from now on, but he definitely doesn't look nearly as powerful as they keep bragging. Meanwhile, the main character flashes that girl a grin. She leans in and asks if it's really true, can he summon 2 divine beasts at once, even without a contract? He figures she's genuinely kind, despite her high rank, and he answers, "Yeah, that's right." But wait, shouldn't he escort Metasphina instead? He blurts, then turns to the girl, "Can I ask something about accompanying the princess? Did I get reassigned to her corps?" The girl snaps at him, "No, his job isn't changing. She still owns his orders because he's a summoner. And then once he hits Kalen's, he'll come back with an escort and the guy grins like he finally gets it. She snaps him out of it. She tells him he might not be strong, but he's still handsome, and then drops the bomb. They say the princess keeps him, so what goes through his head? This whole deal with 70 mana feels downright weird. She even asks if he and the princess are trying to pull a plan that sets all of this in motion. The boy snatches his reputation back, because anyone who's really running a magical core can't be that easy to pin down. He insists he never meant to frame anyone, but Christ fires back that words don't prove a thing, so she hands them a test and makes them prove it. The girl blurts that he needs to strip completely. Because she's not using an electro crown at all to measure his magical power, she's got her own method, and he's left utterly stunned. The girl says the summoning hinges on 3 must-follow conditions. First, you need a spiritual gift to speak with the summoned being. Second, you sign a contract with it. Finally, the summon gets fed endless, mind-blowing magic power, while that guy just stands there, silent and stripped down to nothing but his bare presence. The guy nervously asks her what was the point of him undressing, and Chris shoots back that this almost never happens. But yeah, sometimes some lowlife hides forbidden summoning spells or mana-boosting tricks right under his skin. But from her view, he's spotless. No tattoos, everything feels right to the touch. And he even has muscles the main character keeps in his head, begging his mom to help him with because some strange woman is gripping him. The girl gasped in shock, then marched right up to him, started poking his body and blurted, "Wow, you're built." He's freaking out, asking what's up with his muscles. Then he blurts that he's been training since he was a kid. She reaches out, grips his legs, and declares that from his stomach down to his calves, especially his hamstrings, his whole lower body is battle-ready, carved and ready for war. The girl realizes he's built like a real swordsman, packed with that brutal flexibility and muscle density, meaning he's tough as nails. She leans in and asks who trained him to fence, and the guy immediately freezes, stuttering like he can't find the words. He says that because of his circumstances, he's been training with a sword at home since childhood, and she fires back, asking if he's some kind of prodigy. Then he just stares, totally confused. Christ, meanwhile, brings up how he supposedly built the perfect body at home, and also how he became a summoner. Magic power can't be shattered unless he's put in brutal training since childhood, so once he chose the path of magic, there's no room left for fencing, because his very body screams he's all in. She presses him, does he really have 70 mana, or is he hiding something? And when he realizes she's clocked him instantly, he knows she could tear his secrets open with 0 effort. She says the material is way more exciting than she ever expected, even if they skip the part where non-contract summoning really works. And sure, 70 mana sounds cool, but it's still hard to believe because it flies in the face of common sense. Summoning a divine beast with mana, that's barely enough to handle an entry-level summon. Christ declares that this is exactly why she'll finally test and expose his real magical power right now. He realizes it isn't the Electro Crown, then demands how mana gets measured, and she tells him there are multiple ways. Because the Electro Crown itself has a hard limit, and it only shows the size of your mana pocket by linking up with your nerves. She doubts his mana really tops out at 70, so she hatches a clever trick to sniff mana with no limits. Christ swears this is the technique, energy gems like these, and she flicks one between her fingers to prove it, claiming it's packed with mana at least as strong as hers. The protagonist stares at those energy gems, jaws dropping, and instantly wonders if they're the same kind powering magical items. Platinum Pearl Bryce even bragged that his magic was stronger than hers. Meanwhile, her mana towers at triple a normal platinum rank, clocking in at 4,000. So by his logic, he must have been over 5,000, but the Electro Crown's readings tell a totally different story. The girl can't stop wondering whether he truly has more than 10,000. Like, how does he even pull it off with a 5-digit number? Then there's a shot he can summon a divine beast. But tell me, how on earth would a human even pull that off? Chris gets hit with a question, what do I do? And the girl snaps out of her trance, blurts an apology, then shrugs, nothing complicated, it's all in the mineral's properties. Energy gems are special minerals you can supercharge with magic, the same stuff used to forge powerful magical artifacts. And here's the crazy part. Their power jumps with color, with green hitting 100, blue blasting to 500, and red going all the way to 1,000. The main character already gets it. His father has done this a lot, even trading magic with them, so when the shocked girl snaps, what kind of house do you have? The guy admits it, they run a magic shop, just not a red one. And in the girl's head, the fence scheme starts spinning. Maybe a normal shopkeeper's son can pull the right summoning tricks. He really did grow up in a weird world. Red gems almost never make it to the shelves because the state scoops up nearly everything. But then one girl hands him a single gem and tells him to hold it. Grace locks onto the guy's face and fires off a request, pour mana into the gem. The moment it's filled, it'll start to glow, and the whole process is old school and hands-on. You can even read how much magical power he's packing by counting the dependent stones. The protagonist figures, yeah, I'm probably right. then asks if the red one can hold 1,000. Right then the Electro Crown measures him at level 7 with 70 mana, and he immediately wonders, is this going to burn me out? Out of nowhere, a serious girl whips her head toward him and fires, "Are you trying to trick me?" Akira freezes, stunned. She presses him, asking if he really thinks she'll buy his excuse after he's summoned a medium golem and even a divine beast, just because she doesn't think he's an idiot. Nobody here will swallow that he's only got 70 mana, so she needs him to show her loud and clear what his real combat power is. By level 30, a gold mage usually sits on around 500 mana, and if they've got 800 mana by level 40, that's straight up an amazing outcome. Once you hit platinum rank at level 50 or higher, this number blows past 1,000 easily, so monsters like Prawl can straight up flex mana in the thousands. She's a gold rank summoner at level 45 with 1,800 mana, and the moment she gauges him, she's sure his magic power dwarfs even hers. So he has no choice but to take this seriously, while she refuses to let magical exhaustion hit. Akira is completely thrown off by what he just heard. That ice-cold stare that won't budge, like a soldier's mindset made flesh. He thinks he's ready, then leans in and tells the girl, "I've got it all." The girl steels herself and pushes forward, and two armored fighters stride through the airship. Out of nowhere, both of them start sobbing and screaming that he's humiliating her, and she balls her fist tight, saying there has to be a line no charlatan crosses. Of course he had expectations, because she was banking on 10,000 red stones. She snaps that this whole thing is a joke. If he's trying to burn through the gems she knows he prepared, she's already got more than 50,000 ready. Then she grills him who he even is, and Akira fires back at the girl, asking if he can finally get dressed already. Bread, cheese, and berries sit on the table, and someone lines in like, "Are you sure you want this?" At the table, Medes shoved the menu in Katia's face and asked what else she's supposed to eat. But Katia just stared. She couldn't follow it and refused to force herself into eating the same boring stuff meant for regular soldiers. Medes pressed her why, and Katia finally answered with the list: bread, cheese, meat, and olives, the field rations their country cooked up. The girl is 1 second from biting into the bread, practically swooning over how delicious it looks. Then she turns to Katia and asks if she'll join, only for Katia to say the food is so tough Medes can't even bite the bread off. Those dry rations are packed so dense that even a tiny bite fills you up fast. Katia says she wouldn't recommend it, especially since she knows this isn't Medes' kind of food. Medes stares at the bread, baffled that it won't yield to even a hero's strength, then she decides to eat it anyway. She stares at the bread in her hands, frowns, and admits it tastes awful, then forces a small nod, because Akira and every soldier around her will be chewing the exact same thing, so she's going to learn to live with it fast. Katia realizes the girl is still brutally honest at heart, then turns to Medes and asks if she wants a secret to make her ration taste way better, only to watch Medes stare in shock, like she can't believe that secret even exists. Katia insists you can't ever underestimate the fire people have for food, so Medes leans in and demands, "Tell me." Katia smiles and says, "First, you cut the bread." The girl slashes the bread into several clean pieces with a sword in one sharp motion, and Mattias blurts out, wondering if that's really Sungan, or if bread is secretly tougher than it looks. Katia then asks if they agree it'll be way easier to eat now. Then meat and cheese get piled onto the bread and you can taste the magic into it, so the girl asks if magic is real and Katia goes, "Of course it is." Then Katie presses the flame's heat into the bread, and the girl watching behind her goes pale, horrified by what her mentor is doing. Katia leaned in and demanded I take a look. This melted cheese and warm meat masterpiece, and the cheese-cured sandwich was finally ready for adventure. Katia grins and asks Medes if it looks tasty. Anyone with a sword and magic can cook it right. And Medes snaps to attention, realizing she has to send a request home right now so the army's provisions get fixed and upgraded. Suddenly, Christ's furious scream tears through the air, telling them to haul every last energy gem straight to her. One of the knights barks for the others to haul him to the second cabin, straight to Crace, and says any color of gems will do. Katia blurts out what all this shouting is about, and the knight explains that Commander Christ ordered them to grab every last gem they've got on the ship. Katia and Medes step into the crew commander's room and freeze, because somehow the whole place is packed with people. Medes freezes when she spots Akira in her cabin, and before she can even ask, he demands to know why he's there. Then Elmond whips around to the princess and hits her with the question, where did she find this kid? The man says the kid is pouring his mana into the energy gems, and Medes' jaw drops, because Akira's electromagic power can't be measured by the crown at all. Then she demands to know what the reading is and whether it's finally cracked past 10,000. He says he's holding a red gem right now, one that's brimming with 1,000 mana, and once it's fully charged, that one stone will push his total past a staggering 100,000 mana. Suddenly the medicine starts screaming, "So you really said 100,000? How's that even possible?" And the guy jabs a finger right back like it's already starting. A blinding light bursts from the protagonist's hands, and 100,000 mana surges to life as everyone around them stares in awe. Everyone's just waiting. Christ is convinced this means 6-digit mana, and she can't believe it at first, but then she realizes she already knows the truth. The girl realizes the main character jammed 100,000 mana into the gems, effortless, like it was nothing. Everyone behind the main character erupts into joyful screaming, and it instantly sends the poor guy into pure panic. Crowds are screaming, "He's done it, every last gem is gone. He's your invincible trump card, and this time victory is absolutely without question on your side." He tells himself, "Since I chose to jump into battle, I've got to find my limits, no excuses." And then he realizes he pushed way past them. They tell him one thing: if he stays on their side, the mightiest summoner, Stormheim, will never fall. Christ meets his gaze with warm, loving eyes and promises that with him, even a whole horde of Odorans will be wiped out without breaking a sweat, while the guy is left completely stunned. Medes fires off the question, so this really is Commander Christ, the Pride incarnate. And Akira just grins because to her nothing is impossible. Price beams and swears she can be totally sincere with him. Then the guy snaps, "People are watching." And Price's smile instantly turns feral as she practically loses her mind, begging everyone to clear out of the room because they need to talk right now. Medes jumps in, insisting nobody overthink it, it's all a joke. Katia, stunned Medes, is freaking out too. And once again, she realizes just how incredible Akira is, so the girl begs for one thing: to see all these soldiers. The panic that ruled the day before was ripped away, and right then hope of victory surged in. He stood there like a shield, morale boosting just by being there. Then he was thrust into battle with the army. Meanwhile, she couldn't stop worrying about a dozen things at once. As she watches this scene, her worries fade into nothing, like they were never even there. Right in front of him, the main character gets hit with a shocked question. Did the elixir he drank as a kid twist him into this? He knows it sounds unbelievable, but when he was a kid, an incident wrecked his magical nerves so badly he almost died, and his father saved him with an elixir, and that's when he's certain the abnormal surge of his magic was born. The girl can't shake the thought that his magical nerves got wrecked back then, and she wonders if that wild, uncontracted summoning is a gift from his father too, yet the boy shuts it down. "No. I didn't spill the past to anyone, not even to my own son. I have to keep my drawings and my reincarnation a secret." He admits he was basically born with this ability, and even he can't wrap his head around it, so the man immediately asks, "So it's just innate talent?" Everyone's buzzing about the elixir's wild effect. It boosts mana like crazy. The guy heard, but Akira steps in and snaps, "Don't get it twisted." He makes it clear this is an absolute freak case. He didn't just sip it, he chugged it in massive amounts. Akira still remembers the moment he poured power into the scroll, filling it with raw magic. Meidi gets grilled on what he did with the scroll, and the girl simply remembers it piece by piece. Then he splashed blood across the scroll, gulped his stamina and mana back to full. Then she asked, "So will this bluff actually work?" The girl's convinced it's not just a contactless call. If her memory's right, it's hiding something way more incredible. Sure, it could be reckless for the heiress of a whole country to bet like this, but if he refuses to open up, she won't press him because she trusts him more than anyone alive. Then the four adults crowded around the table, and Christ bowed her head and apologized for her behavior, knowing she'd messed up. Later, she sat there in calm silence, counting it all out. Mana over 100,000, and not a single summoning ring in sight. She goes straight for the truth and asks, "If Akira Rainford ever flips and turns on us, can we even stop him?" Because the magical power he's sitting on already feels like a disaster waiting to break loose. Of course, the princess backs him, since Her Majesty appointed him as her protector and he's got her trust. So she probably thinks no one needs to worry, but are they truly certain she's counted every single risk? The man swears he had no idea she was this worried, but even as she blushes and gets swept up by that young guy, it's still heartbreaking. He just doesn't get it. She insists it was only a staged show to pump up the soldiers' spirits. But no matter how you slice it, with everything going on right now, it's obvious this thing could be a huge military weapon. Even though this man reeks of disaster, the queen knows it. So he could end up being the campaign's missing key, and they're not about to keep him out of the fight, risks and all. So the man demands, without dropping a single ounce of vigilance, that they march right alongside him and the soldiers to finish wiping out every last trace of those odors to the very end. He declares that this guy's real nature is about to expose itself, and everyone snaps their attention to him. Then the man peeks out the window and blurts, "We're almost there." After what feels like forever, they finally hit Kalinets, where a statue of a girl brandishing a sword towers over everything, and the main character whips his head around, stunned, wearing every emotion right on his face. Crace can't believe it's snowing here, he hasn't seen this in forever. He asks the guy straight up if it's his first time, and Akira just smirks. "Yeah, it's always warm in Stormheim." Suddenly, joy hit him so hard it felt unreal. Even though in Japan this kind of cheeriness wasn't rare, he swore it was different this time. She leaned in and asked if he was sure the winter clothes they gave him would be enough, or if he was going to freeze. The guy gushes that the robe the queen handed him feels insanely warm, and the girl immediately demands, "Is it enchanted?" He grins and says, "Yeah, it's from Pennsylvania and it keeps your body heat steady." Then she rubs the fabric and declares its top-tier quality. The girl blurts to Akira that she wishes he wasn't one of the princess's groom candidates, but Akira just stares like he has no idea what she means. With a stone-cold, serious stare, the man blurts that this has never happened before. Rudeness, the first heir of Stormheim, is being sent straight to the front lines by hand. How could he miss her and still make her wait forever? The girl tells Commander Benedict that only half an hour has passed and they have to wait a bit longer. Then, out of nowhere, an announcement hits: Archduke Kalenza has arrived. The Archduke and a whole group step in with grim faces. And she's already thinking this is the great house's boss, the Archduke of the Harshlands of Kalence, the spatial fang Cord Kalence Gilsadin. Cord Gilsadin drops into his seat and welcomes everyone with a grin, telling them they can finally peel off those travel clothes and crash into real rest. The girl finally clocks it. The Archduke who guards these brutal lands isn't just some ruler, he's tied to one of the 7 great houses, the Cord Collins. Benedict figures like clockwork that he's still way too young. Then Court pushes him to show the Centurion's quarters, and Benedict nods, telling everyone follow me. Medes slams the brakes and tells them to wait. Then she thanks them for their work and pushes to hit the military council as fast as they can, and that sudden shift in command catches Cord completely off guard. Suddenly, the court starts bursting into laughter and Benedict snaps, "What insolence is this? What's so funny about her opinion? What complaints do they even have about the princess?" Calling a war council to lay out the chain of command is a brilliant move. Of course he wants to lead a huge army and smash the Odorans. But here's exactly what he's about to say. With a stone-faced stare, the man announces that Kalens is here, and that he and his crew now hold the reins of power over every troop, including them in full control. Benedict snaps that he'd better shut up and finally listen, because that kind of disrespect has gone way too far. Lady Medisfina is the first heir to the throne and the supreme commander of this entire campaign. He shoots Cord a question. Since he runs a border district, does that make him so arrogant he can't even give orders to the princess from a powerful kingdom? Cord tells the man there's been a misunderstanding. Then calms him down. He's not here to stir trouble, he's only worried sick about the princess's safety, and he gets why they want the still immature heiress leading someday, for bigger accomplishments that'll give the people something real to believe in. But of course, this isn't one of those easy little scraps where a kid in costume gets to play hero and butt in on everything. He bellows, "What's the point of a crown if she can't even come back alive?" Then he snaps, "Obey, hand over every last warrior to us." Benedict is stunned by this young guy as he tells Cougar, "I've got the rest." And Cougar nods along, then Katia whirls on Cord and tells him to wait. He glances over his shoulder and flashes a grin. He finally gets it. She's here with them too. She sends one of the goddess' mad dogs, the Mayan heroes, the deadliest monsters from the 7 great houses, and tells him, "It's been forever since we saw each other. Usually I'd crack open a drink with you and thank you for guarding my people." What? Now she's determined to step in, even if it risks upsetting everyone, and she understands the sacrifices it took to shield these frostbitten lands. But he has no clue about Lady Medisfina. Before he even bothers to look closer, he sizes her up by age alone. And it's pointless to keep sparring with words when every second matters, so she snaps back and asks again, then makes it clear they've got to talk about their fighting potential too, because she's done wasting time. They officially demand a joint military council with Kalanets. No delays, no negotiations. And yeah, this isn't some random request. It's a real official demand from the country's high command to the controlled duchy, but the man can't shake the feeling that this whole thing is headed for disaster. He just smirks and says it's hilarious, and I'm like, when did Mayan sink this low into being the princess's nanny? The girl's totally stunned. Centaurus tells him to calm down and he snaps back that he's perfectly fine. He's just trying to explain, not explode. But when she still doesn't get it, he starts calling those Royal Knight detachments a joke, weaklings and sissies, and now he's absolutely certain. The heroes who tore into the front lines for everyone turned into lapdogs, hiding behind the capital's walls. So when even the Death Sword Mayan met his end, it didn't come as any shock. Cord fires a question at Katia, so is he wrong? And he points to the Mayans, the mad dogs who once tore into battle with zero respect for palaces, now reduced to mere pets and their treasured swords left to rust away long ago. So Katia snaps back and demands he take his words back. He might try to smear her name or the Mayan families, but Katia refuses to let her fallen subordinates from Kalanets get dragged through the mud, and she means it. She's deadly serious. Cord says Mayan's toothless, but somehow she still talks big, so if she's really that confident she'll prove it. Then the girl slams into the guy. Cord suddenly bursts right in front of her, grinning as he says he knew she'd panic because he isn't just fast. The mentor slams a swing-style barrier between them, and Cord shoots through it in an instant, vaulting across the space like it's nothing. In the mighty house of Gilsadin, the lost secret technique of movement is called hyperspace transition. The girl snaps furious, asking how much longer he plans to bury him in insults. Then a voice suddenly cuts in, demanding they both stop. She caught exactly what they were hinting at. If there were legal grounds, she'd follow the Archduke's orders. But since the Alliance's vanguard was leading the charge, they had to size up the front with cold, precise accuracy. The princess barks an order: bring every soul you can find to this war council. So she's finally admitting where they stand, but she's not backing down. She's way calmer than they expected. And it's not random at all either, because the next Queen Cord hints that tomorrow he'll be able to say whatever he wants. She flashes a smile and tells him she's grateful for his help, but right as he turns to go, he spits out that it's Mayan who disgusts him the most. The look on the princess's face told him the truth: you can't lie to blood. For one dizzy moment, it was like she'd come back from the dead, and the similarity was way too perfect. He can't stop picturing Salaria's face, the stubborn defiance blazing in her eyes as she refuses to back down. The main character sprints through the crowd, yells at everyone to hold up because they're flying by too fast. Then he whips his head toward Metasfina. She tells him to call her Medes, just in case anyone catches on. Then, out of nowhere the next morning, she barges into his bedroom and offers to take him into town with her. Everyone would drop their jaw at a chance to sneak into the city, so you've got to ask what's going on at the council. The girl insists Clint will show up tomorrow, but right now she wants to get to the truth: who the real Clint is. He doesn't learn it from rumors. He sees it with his own eyes, and he realizes she hasn't changed a bit. The girl grabs Akira's attention and begs him to watch closely, because tomorrow he'll be at the council too, and the guy can't hide his surprise. While they walk together, she blurts out that it feels like she's been tossed right back into her childhood, and the guy shoots back that if you want real answers, you go to a pub. Right then, someone yells at her to grab the drinks. The girl snaps her head over in shock, and there's Cord, yelling that they got drunk because the whole thing was a state-issued gift. A guy packed in a room full of girls is yelling for a drink right now, telling everyone not to sweat a thing about payment, because the state's got the tab. Then he drops the bomb. Today he's pocketing profit for the establishment. Akira's jaw practically hits the floor. Alcohol is getting paid for by the government. Akira mutters that it's wildly noisy, and he can't help guessing this guy must be some kind of local official. He'd heard the front lines were packed with danger and tension, but up close, it didn't look that way at all. The girl swore it was Archduke Cord, because this guy isn't just any man. He's the heir of a great house, the young ruler of Callants, and they fear him as the Dimensional Fang. Gord Kellen's got the skills, but he's frittering away taxes, so the hero told them eat first, and the girl shot back, I want to watch what's happening. She's desperate to get the full picture of what's going on in Callanets, and to figure out what kind of man the Archduke really is. Akira stared with a seriousness so sharp it felt like a warning. When she got like this, nobody stood a chance. Someone saying, looks like they rolled in with reinforcements for a tiny new princess. And I'm like, Queen Kaiser, are you out of your mind? This is no fancy vacation. People brag that they're heroes, but they boss everyone around like vassals. So why would this princess even hesitate when the moment she catches the stink, she's gone? And tell me, does the so-called hero not realize what kind of atmosphere he just stepped into? He whips around to Metasfina and clocks that they showed up in Kalenza to help, but the moment says it all. They definitely didn't look happy about being here. The girl said it all made sense. Years of public rage had built up, and Callants wasn't even one dynasty at first. It started as separate dynasties. Under Callanet's VII, the Bloody King, Faria El Gilsadin, the Great Warrior, couldn't stomach the tyranny one more day, so she rallied her troops and carved out a whole new order. House Gilsadin finally snapped. Harsh weather and crushing money troubles made true independence impossible. So with the Mayans brokering the deal, the same ones who helped crush Kalen VII, they swore loyalty to Stormheim. The moment those political choices were made for the country's good, the public erupted in outrage, and resistance to the Stormheim power that ruled in all but name spread like wildfire. Then the hero finally saw the whole situation for what it was. Menesfina said that Callants may be small, but it's packed with brave warriors, fighters who'll go all in for victory, even when the conditions are brutal, and she can't help but admire their unbreakable courage. Akira figured that even with all those insults, Medes usually came off as a stubborn, feisty tomboy, but she still had to remind herself she was an adult now. Then a man stepped in and snapped at them that this wasn't a sandbox. Judging by those clothes, they're from Stormheim, and the way they drink so calmly, that's pure bravery. Akira, desperate to break the tension, blurted that he liked it, and the guy offered him a drink like it sealed their alliance. But Akira shot it down, insisting they weren't there to drink, they'd eat, then bolt. The man clocked the boy gripping a knight's sword, and if they were really knights, he figured they'd at least be thirsty. Then all that racket snapped the Archduke's attention straight to them. The old man sneered that the Stormheimers were spineless sissies, So they stomped into the tavern and still wouldn't even touch a drink. He decided to play host and treat the guests, so he ordered up 2 mugs of the strongest brew right away. Menace leaned in and warned them to bolt before they turned the place into a scene, but Akira shot back that it was time to head home. The man shouted at the girl to stop, warning that they were gambling with their lives just for fun, and that they refused to even talk to their vassals. He snatched those meatheads by the collar and demanded, "So you're really disgusted enough to even breathe the same air as us?" He started hurling threats at them, and Akira instantly realizes, this is way worse than they think. Suddenly, an attacker pounced and slashed through the man's clothes until he was left completely exposed. The whole room went silent because nobody could believe what they were seeing. Katia told him to stop right there, because if he kept snapping at that girl, her blade might sink even deeper the next time he opened his mouth. Akira snapped to it that the woman had been trailing them the whole time. Medes clocked the truth she was the mentor. And then someone blurted, "Wait, is this technique really Suinjin's magical flash? The legendary secret technique of the Mayan heroes?" Then, boom, this female commander had everyone staring as the Archduke burst into laughter. He cracks up about it, and she shoots a warning with her hand toward his people, because they weren't even allowed to finish that day. The man shot to his feet and strode straight toward the woman. He told Mayan straight up, "Goodbye, this is who I really am," and Katia snapped, "Are you drunk?" He shot back, "No, I don't get drunk." Then he said this duel won't play around. She has to toss out every distraction and fight for real. If she loses, she's forced to pour drinks naked for everyone to see, and Katia snaps to the Archduke to keep some decorum, even if he's stumbling drunk. He grins and says she won't be the only one stripping down. With the princess who slipped in here way too carelessly, Akira finally realizes, yeah, they've been caught. Right now, the undead are swarming the mountains. Now's the moment to throw yourself into pointless resistance, convinced those stinking fumes are just a natural disaster. Alright, Mayan, time to find out what you're really in for. The true horror is this. If there's only an unreasonable humanity left clawing at life with shaking hands, then how can they ever fight back or survive without hope? Everyone in the place goes wide-eyed, because that girl is the very first heir of Stormheim, Metasfina Stormheim. The Archduke snapped that none of this mattered anymore. If he'd harassed his men, he'd get a good, humiliating spanking right on the bottom. Katia instantly clocked the drunk man in front of her was blabbering without a clue, and she knew she had no choice. She decides to draw his attention just long enough for them to slip away. She fires off Suinjin at its lowest power, and the whole room gasps in shock as everyone begs them to stop fighting inside. Suddenly, some lunatic yanked Katia by her chest. Akira, Metasfine, and everyone in that cafe are left staring in shock, because the Archduke just revealed his cruelty so calmly it feels unreal, like even he can't believe how soft they are. He even admitted he expected her muscles to be numb, so now the question hits hard. Could this whole thing truly be a secret gift from the goddess? Katia slammed into the man and demanded to know where his hand had been hiding, while the crowd erupted, thrilled that the Archduke had finally wrung tears out of them. Because he'd just repaid the Kalinets people for their humiliation, and honestly, who else would dare to go that far? Then the man couldn't resist. He decided to check just how much the princess had grown because this time, it was her turn. Then the golems rose up, ready to defend the girl with everything they had. Everyone in the room went silent. Akira suddenly snapped, "Stop right there." No matter how high his rank is, this kind of disrespect toward the princess of their kingdom crosses the line. The Archduke can't figure out who's behind it. Could this be the work of a summoner? In the next instant, Katia rockets a punch straight into the hero's face. The hero felt those words slam his chest and drag up a flood of painful memories. Katia had warned him Cord was nothing but a rude, rotten man. The girl snaps that it isn't enough for him to get drunk. He's got to make moves on the young princess too, and that's just outrageous. Her disappointment hits hard. A man so vile he didn't deserve the title of ruler. She spat that he was an enemy of women and a shame to Kalinets, yet someone still rose to shield Archduke Cord. She swallowed her pride and dared not insult him. The girls who worked at the place stood shoulder to shoulder with him and fought back. They kept spitting out Katia's claims. He wasn't fit to rule and he was the enemy of women, and the Stormheimers didn't seem to care at all. Then Cord snapped at Anna to stop, but she wouldn't back down, insisting it was all because of Lord Cord that they were able to live in peace. How does Stormheim even have the nerve to trash him like that? Those workhorses just keep fighting off the stink while everyone laughs, right up until the worst part hits. Their families get dragged away and some lose a husband, others lose a child. Anna says Mr. Cord built these residential areas for women who had lost their families. Even under his protection, they refuse to sit still. They live like they're right there on the front line, fighting with the same fire, whether they're baking bread or selling alcohol, pouring comfort into exhausted men and clawing smiles back onto their faces. So what has Stormheim's land of heroes actually got in return, besides Lord Court showing up to guard them even while war rages? He risks his life to protect Stormheim and they still have the nerve to call him unworthy. So it's folks like them that get Stormheim hated, right? Don't they realize what kind of place they're standing in? Snowstorms howl year-round, and the battles are fueled by that nasty odor, so they blame everything on it because it's the easiest excuse in the world. If anyone dares insult their master, they're hauled off home. Metasphina felt at the moment. Kaline's skill-sodden leader didn't just talk, he commanded blind faith, and everyone's belief in him was loud and clear. The man grinned and snapped at the girl to stop, because only he dared talk rude to the Overlord's royal family. Then he swore he'd already sobered up and it was time to go while the girl shot back, "You never even got drunk." Cord snapped his head toward Akira and froze when he saw the man staring right at him. Suddenly, a man burst into the place and shouted that something terrible had just happened. Horde spun to his comrade and demanded answers, then got nothing but a blank stare. He said the Oder forces were pushing forward, and in a heartbeat, Horde's men slammed into the final line of defense from 3 directions at once. Talna, right near the 3rd defensive line, has been wiped out, and he's got to race back to the castle right now. The knights are ordered to fall in, and the mages snap their shields up high. Cord's squad barrels forward to claim the first garrison, led by Cord Kalinsk Gilsadin, an elite swordsmage team. Stormheim's reinforcements are staying on standby. Benedict Stormheim and Gildine Marion, their spellcasters and sword mages, plus Elman Barashin and Alinocris with another squad of sword mages and summoners, ready to regroup. Court swears every defensive line hides a road straight to the capital, and they refuse to let the enemy grab even one of those roads. This is a do-or-die moment, bickering over who's in charge gets you nowhere. So now they have to hand the command to Kalinets, and he demands their consent. Someone snapped back that it sounded fair, and the truth hit hard since they didn't know the terrain or the enemy at all, so handing command back to their country made sense. The man thanked them on the spot, then cut straight to the next move. Regroup, no delays. Before we dive in, Metasphina wants to throw out a plan. Our hardest fight is gonna hit near the first garrison, and if we crush that odor there, we flip the whole situation our way. She's also building her own mobile unit and charging straight for the first garrison. She naturally hands command over to Archduke Cord, and everyone's stunned, because she's actually determined to march straight to the front lines. The man called it madness, go learn the battlefield first. Menace snapped that nobody should think she was marching in there just to play hero. With heroic blood in her veins, she was focused on rallying the soldiers, lifting their spirits, and besides, she already had those 2 with her. Katia Mayan ran the court's night order, and Akira Rainford, her special summoner, answered only to her. Medes swore that standing close to them felt safer than hiding inside any fortress on Earth. A hero teamed up with a summoner, so the Queen's elite bodyguards are probably better than decent, right? The Archduke exploded, saying this was completely out of the question, and everyone nearby froze, staring at the man with mouths hanging open. He rose to his feet and snapped at her. Don't confuse this battle with the stench of ordinary fights. This infection will chew through the blood of even a hero without caring who you are. No, they didn't need some shiny symbol for this one. If it had to be guarded, it would just slow them down. He told her to stay in the castle and run the logistics, but Medes snapped, no way. Because tell me, does he really think she should send soldiers to die while she cowers somewhere safe? Kudera shot back that when you're up against the otters, there's nowhere you can hide, no matter where you run. The war is raging on 3 defensive fronts at once. Right now, the enemy could smash through any of them and storm straight for the capital. And honestly, do we really need to spell out why we have to fight only on the front lines? As they gear up for a joint strike on the source, the princess has one job, guard the capital and link up with the Alliance army, because this is exactly where that symbol will be needed. And he reminded her straight to the heart that she'd promised to follow his orders. He insisted it was the commander-in-chief's call, then snapped at her to stay inside the castle and just wait. That man marched right past the hero, and then just like that he jumped into the action. He glanced over his shoulder and said his name like it was a warning. Medes said she trusted him with command, but she never saw asterisk this coming. Someone swore she backed the Archduke's view, and everyone could feel it because this defensive battle was hitting far too early. Then another voice chimed in, saying the princess's role was waiting somewhere else. Akira and Katia are about to become this kingdom's trump cards, so Her Highness can't afford to fly solo, she has to sync up with the Alliance first, then trust them plus the Kalinets veterans to carry the weight of this battle. Medes nodded along with them. If they all insisted, then this time she'd stay in the castle even though it burned her that she was only being used as a symbol. The knights were sharpening their swords and bracing for the coming battle. The sword mage's squad was told right at the front lines to watch every step and stay sharper than ever. The spellcaster squad has to hold the rear. Now they're getting handed potions, magic stones, and pocket bombs to make sure nothing slips through. The man clocked a bunch of swordsmen in Kalinets too. These weren't extras, they'd been the spine of the line this whole time. The woman beside him shrugged like it was obvious and said the physical attacks didn't do a thing to the smell. But there's a stash of pocket bombs, so why are they being kept around? They said those bomb-packed bags weren't meant for anyone else. Someone was using them to end their own life. If blood or other body fluids from that smell get into the wound, infection snaps in fast. Then they'd have to amputate the arm or leg to stop it. But if the head or organs are wrecked, you're done, no coming back. You need a bomb to kill them, and once they've turned into a stink, there's no mercy left except smashing the heart with magic. He handed them bombs and shot them a fierce look, wishing them luck as everything could explode any second. Court snatched the bomb, shoved it into his cloak, and barked at Agnes to watch the princess. She nodded and agreed without hesitation. He shut his eyes tight, focused like his life depended on it. Then he snapped them open, and a hard, unshakable stare hit the room. He barked an order, and every troop hit the march. Talna sits near the 3rd garrison, and the streets are crawling with odor people, just like a nightmare that won't let up. The kids cower in the basement as fear grips the boy's guts, and his sister swears Mr. Cord will come and save them, no questions asked. Suddenly, one of those brutal odors tracked them down and yanked the girl by her hair. The boy sprinted after his sister, but she shoved him back. Run, right as an odor tore into her arm and turned into a brutal infection. The girl shrieked in agony, and right then someone started casting a spell. Elman Baration, the sword mage, swung his blade and unleashed bravers, then hurled a shared magical blast, snatched the girl up, and screamed for a healer. When the healer checked her arm, erosion had already set in, and there was no choice left but to act. He warned the girl it would sting and begged her to stay calm, but she refused to leave her brother by himself. Then, in the very next breath, she screamed. Mages unleash breath of fire, and while the beast slams the enemy back, the swords have to be enchanted to finish the fight. One of the knights unleashed Blazefam. That's a brutal fight where one mistake decides everything, life or death. Elman snaps that there are way too many odors, more than they ever expected, while Alina shoots back that their movements are dragging and predictable. Even as the summoned beasts lay down cover, they'll wipe them out one by one. Some folks swear it's not nearly enough, because if they keep going like this, they'll never survive. They're not the same anymore. If we don't move right now, they'll all be wiped out. He grabs me and orders me to tell Lord Kor they need to pull back at once and hold the castle until the Alliance shows up. That's the only way anyone lives. Suddenly they spotted it, and terror hit them like a truck. A body hit the ground right in front of them. The man screamed that it was him, right here, right now, and that it was already over. Alina's mind raced. If Kalinet's finest warriors were this scared, then what in the world was happening? Horror twisted across Elena and Elman's faces. Out of nowhere, a swordsman named General Odorov slammed into their path. Right now, in the 2nd garrison, soldiers are clashing head-on with the armored general's oppressive odor. Everyone is stunned when a weird stench slips out of magic-resistant armor, and right here, they're basically helpless. These harmless odors aren't dumb anymore. They've got a plan, moving like they're hunting. Archduke Cord has to hear about these things right now. Right then, the spellcaster General Odorov stormed into the 1st garrison. The mages blast acid and scream in pain, yet the monster shrugs it off like none of it even matters. Every mage spell crumbles into nothing. Magic can't touch them at all. People can't figure out where the reinforcements vanished to, so where did the Stormheim soldiers go? Someone blurts out the harsh truth. Numbers won't save you. To stand against them, you'd need a platinum rank or the title of a great warrior. Suddenly, Cord unleashed the Gilsidon spatial transition technique, slashed the monster, and the knights erupted in cheers because he had finally arrived. Lord Cord Callan's Gilsidon, a space-splitting beast with a deadly fang from one of the 7 great houses. Lord Cord has stormed in, proud commander of the mighty house of Gilsadon. The man claimed this new smell was the real deal, but the knights snapped, warning him to hold up. Why not wait for a squad of mages instead? Because these knights aren't like before. They march with purpose, lock into tight formations, and their leader is mage level and totally immune to magic. Court brandished the sword of loss and flame, then fired the question back. So what if he's like that? He lunged in and slammed one strike through the odor horde. The knights erupted in cheers, because he just plowed through all of them, smashing right past hundreds of struggling knights, totally alone. The general felt the danger crawling in the air and unleashed his advanced fire magic to shut it down. He unleashed Blazepin's ultimate. Odor unleashes advanced magic, the knights erupt into panic and their commander barks, "Stop panicking." This kind of spell won't hurt him. Cord's fire magic resistance is already on another level. Just when another general struck from behind, the man snapped into action and dodged it. A brutal hit slammed into him from right behind. The commander snapped the strike aside with perfect timing. Then Cord slammed in a weapon enhancement and unloaded a brutal, strong attack. Every muscle in his body locked up at once. They clock it instantly. He's already unleashed a brutal attack, and it's all about forcing you back because that stink. It's basically got overskill on its side. Rage flooded the Archduke's veins as he barked that some brazen bastard had no right to look down on him. Then he snapped into action with break, instant kill, lightning strike, and pure concentration. Then, just like that, he charged in and slammed the monster to the ground. Everyone is stunned because even one overskill hammers the body hard and it's not easy to chain attacks back-to-back right away. Cord looks incredible like always, and with their master in control, even these weird opponents crumble. With Mr. Cord by their side, they're walking straight to victory. The Archduke snapped, "Why are you all frozen like statues?" Then pointed out the pile of loot just sitting right there for them. He vows to mow through them all, wiping out every last creature and leaving none standing. People used to think these smells were dumb and that their spawn was basically chaos. But these monsters run like a full command team, and some commander-level odors even laugh off magic. Every one of our calculations turned out completely wrong. These don't smell like the world they remember. Alina fires a quick silent plea. She urges the princess to come. They'll never win without the heroes of Mayan. And even then, the genius summoner's power is the only thing that could tip the scales. The Valley of Glaciers, right up in the north where nothing should grow back. And still, some swear this isn't even close to being enough to restart their dream. The invasion can't stop. Those foul odors keep siphoning souls non-stop. First, they'll smash Stormheim, then they'll seize control of the holy church of the goddess. And to make it happen, their pawn Osvela has to be crowned king. They're running out of time. Princess Metisfina has to fall into eternal sleep in Kalinets, no matter what it costs. Metis begged Katia to do it again, and Katia shot back that she could start it however she pleased. Akira can't stop thinking about it. Both of them have stamina that just won't quit, and they've been going at it in sparring all day. Metis slammed the Red Eye Seal's Blood Ash into play. Magical Flash swings in like a thunderclap, lighting everything up in one wild burst. Akira believed the Red Eye buff and the swing-in were Mayan house signatures, and then the girls went at it, while Katia shrugged off every single strike. The mentor roars that the heart has to blaze even hotter, because if it doesn't, the technique isn't finished. Metis went full overkill, then vanished like a ghost and struck from behind, proving she'd unlocked the agility over skill. She ramps up her sweeping strike with the attack range boost of Blood Ash, turning every hit into a bigger threat. Akira's jaw drops because this is what a clash between two Mayans actually looks like. Katia ordered her to unleash Bloody Ash to smother the next horror or lose her head, and then the mentor stormed in and swung his sword. Akira can't stop fretting about her friend. Something feels seriously wrong. Katia snapped her sword to a halt right before it kissed her student's neck, and said dead serious that if this were a real battle, she'd be lying dead already. The girl spooked the guy so bad he thought she'd actually cut her down. Because Blood Ash doesn't just move fast, it pushes your body to its absolute limit, demanding a brutal surge of blood flow. Her mentor barked at her to brace herself, because she had to train even harder or she'd never finish the technique before she hit the front lines. Meta swore she wouldn't drown in self-pity. Akira insisted she was already strong, but somehow that still wasn't close to enough. They say the secret art passed down through the House of Mayan is straight-up awe-inspiring. Katia never hands out praise lightly, but as Sotnik's commander, she straight-up stared in disbelief at Her Highness's strength. Moving with pure agility under the buff was incredible. So seamless it looked like she was copying their Master Chord's technique. Metis said she was a long way from hyperspace travel, but if fate gave her the chance, she'd die to master the ultimate art of journeying. Yet the old woman cut her off and said that wasn't at all what she had planned. Katia told the student, "First, master your own technique," and the princess instantly shot her a disgusted look. And the Gilsidan way of moving isn't like overskills at all. You can't just pick it up, it demands something rare inside you, the same way Blood Ash does. Acceleration over skill, along with its upgraded sibling agility, just cranks up your movement speed, but hyperspace travel is a whole different beast. It snaps you instantly from one spot to the next, skipping every physical obstacle in your way. This is a rare skill that's been carved into the blood of the greatest warriors. The Gilsidan movement technique and the Archduke didn't just improve it. He pushed its power even further, unlocking abilities people couldn't have imagined. She doesn't need her to match her power, but the second the fight is about to start, she demands one thing: Mayan's blood has to ignite. So Her Highness could lock in her own safety and shield everyone around her. Night itself races through the streets, shouting that an urgent message has to be heard, right now. He comes in and says the 2nd and 3rd garrisons are about to run out of backup. They need help now. He says commander-level lords have shown up, fully immune to magic, and now every allied unit is one step away from getting wiped out completely. Fierce fighting explodes at the 2nd and 3rd garrisons, so bad that nobody can stand up to the commander's stench, because they're immune to magic and only Lord Cord can resist it. His Excellency seized control of the 1st garrison and is racing for the 2nd, but the 3rd is left hanging. No reserves at all. So Commander Christ from the 3rd garrison shot a desperate plea for reinforcements straight to the princess. If Christ herself is calling them, then it's because she's needed right here. This special summoner's power guided by the princess. That old woman lunges in to stop Her Highness. They'll likely throw even more troops at the third garrison. But she can't leave, not when taking that kind of risk would be sheer reckless doom. Midas even warned her that Commander Alina Chris is the kingdom's deadliest disruptor. And the fact that someone like her is calling on her help means something huge just went down, because the Archduke's detachment can't move forward at all, thanks to the interception of the second garrison. And knowing all of this, she still demands the princess stay put, like she's nothing more than an unfeeling doll. Even if they rush troops out the door, the reinforcements won't arrive in time, so a tiny mobile team needs to hit the ground running right now, because every second counts and help has to come fast. The woman admitted the girl was right at least a little, but when it came to fighting that Oder horde, strength alone wouldn't cut it, numbers still mattered. And they're convinced that side by side they can flip the outcome when a whole squad of mages couldn't even touch it. Medes threw in an apology for not laying everything out sooner. Still, they're not exactly the type to overestimate themselves, because Akira reinforced special summoning power hits as hard as hundreds of skilled spellcasters all at once. Agnes eyed the protagonist with sharp, burning distrust. The old woman refused to let them risk their lives on some made-up excuse. Midas insisted he wasn't lying, and Katia backed him up, swearing the princess was telling the truth. His special summoner status wasn't handed out, he earned it the hard way, because this isn't the kind of job where you just guard a princess tucked safely in the back. And when that princess, who charges straight into the danger, needs the frontline defenders to wipe out the stench, they jump in fast, because if word spreads that an enemy's there and only someone from a great house can beat it, then they go all in. Honestly, in a situation like this, sending mine was the smartest move, so why does this weird feeling hit me? Not just the princess. Even Sword Master Katia has me walking around with a confidence I've never had before. So tell me, what kind of person is Akira Rainford really? The woman let out a slow breath and told them, straight-faced, that since they weren't planning to back down, she'd rather escort them out herself. Medes warned her that this snowstorm would make that horse a nightmare to handle, and she told her thanks for worrying. But the old woman just shook her head. I'm not talking about horses, she said. I'm talking about something that's faster than a horse and faster than the hero's own legs. What? Suddenly, the woman morphed into something else, and every hero froze in pure shock. Agnes said she'd take the wheel herself, invited them to sit down, and made it clear she couldn't promise them anything comfy. The princess demanded, is Lady Agnes really a dragon? And Lady Agnes snapped back, yes, that's my true form. The heroes launch into the sky, rocketing straight at the dragon. Medes is staring in disbelief. She can't get over this because she never thought they'd actually soar through the sky, and they'll land in about 10 minutes. What blows her mind even more is that she isn't human at all, she's a white dragon in polymorph form. Agnes shot back that she'd been serving since the days of the great Faria El Gilsadin, meaning she'd sat in Kalinets for several hundred years. Then she leaned in and explained that polymorphs were ancient, forbidden transformation magic. It demands terrifying magical power. Only someone at the dragon level can truly wield it, and Agnes swore that even among humans, a few managed to master it. The dragon promised they'd drop into the clouds in no time, then barked, hold on tight, don't let go. Suddenly, Medes spotted a figure soaring toward them and snapped her finger, pointing exactly the right way. Lady Agnes froze because it was the dragon and she instantly recognized those horns. This couldn't possibly be real. The monster hacked the commander's wing clean off with one brutal slash. The heroes started dropping one by one. Akira can't shake the feeling that everything's going to collapse. Agnes can't hover forever, and if they keep dropping, disaster is waiting just ahead. He summoned an advanced golem, and it snapped up the summoner and his comrades before they could even react. Akira sketched it all out in a flash of ideas, starting with the canvas, then locking in the golem, drawing piece by piece. He hit the ground with surgical precision and snatched Akira, Agnes, Metasfina, and Katja out of the air before they could fall. He thinks he got lucky the snow was piled up here, because it cushioned the impact and saved him from taking the full hit. Agnes practically lit up at what the hero did. Diving in and landing with summoned creatures in that mess was pure power, and he even sealed the deal with an advanced golem, not just one. No wonder the princess and Katia fully trusted him. Then the boy hurried over and asked how the woman was doing. She snapped back that her wing was busted, but she could still manage in human form. Then Akira demanded they stop the bleeding, and the woman shot back that she wasn't focused on herself at all. She was terrified for the princess. He also couldn't stop thinking about his comrades who had dropped from that height. Were they really alive down there? Agnes had claimed that kind of fall meant nothing to Mayan, so the real nightmare wasn't the drop. It was the Oder dragon's horns, those insanely rare triple horns, 3 of them, and the worst part, it was blood from her blood. No doubt about it, her missing quarter-dragon granddaughter, Marie Cougar, was back, and she'd never found peace in life or death. She'd been twisted into a demon, and now her sword turned on Lord Cord, the princess, and countless others. Agnes grabs the boy and begs him to take her to the princess, because she has to stop Marie from stirring up even more trouble. The heroes snapped around at the eerie noises, and then the Edaughters started closing in on them fast. Catcher and Medis blast off with the blood ash technique, slamming the landing like a strike. The teacher hit the ground with a perfect landing, but the princess's head was buried in the snow. Katia blurted out, "How's she doing?" And the girl shot back, "I'm fine." The deep snowdrifts might have been a blessing, but none of it mattered. Then Katia snapped, "What about Akira and Agnes?" Because they had to find them fast. Right then, something slammed down beside them. The Odor Dragon, hot on their heels, hunting them down. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash struck the girls' eyes. Then the dragon's form shattered and remade itself like it was a whole different creature. The stench closed in on Akira and Agnes from every side. She didn't even clock how they'd been hemmed in, swordsmen all around and Stormheim mages closing in. And at her rank, she'd just become dead weight. The woman's convinced even a Mayan can't stand those odors without a mage's help, so Rienfurt has to race to the princess right now. She says the smell spreads the infection by clawing them open and stealing their mana, so she'll slam herself between them and the door, keeping them from closing in, while he fires up that advanced golem and hauls ass and gets out. At least he's got a shot at escaping this place alone. She makes him swear he'll live through this and track down the princess for sure. Akira then shoots back, asking if she wasn't actually planning to let her granddaughter go and stop her. He said everything had changed, because if he got infected it would all be over fast. He ordered a quick escape. Akira snapped back that he wouldn't run and leave his comrade behind like bait. He took her advice and promised himself he wouldn't let any of them slip through. So he pushed for them to go together to where her granddaughter was, and the woman just couldn't wrap her head around what that even meant. The very next second, our hero charged straight through the stink cloud horde closing in around them. The hero blasted through the stench horde crawling around him, then forced the wounded Agnes into safety. Hundreds of stone swords ripped through the air in every direction, and she'd never seen a summoning spell like it, especially not after he'd already unleashed 2 advanced golems. So tell me, how much magic did this man even have? The princess's special summoner was at work, and the hero snapped a golem into place, then practically shouted at Agnes to scramble inside before anything could go wrong. She froze in shock as he called the advanced golem back into existence, brandishing those stone swords once more. She's in shock. She never imagined her old age would hit her with such a soul-stirring lift. And right then the hero spots those vile odors swarming the golem, so he swings his swords and tries to drive them back. Akira figures that with the golem surrounded like that, the chaos all around him throws off his aim completely. If you give a summoned creature like a golem clear instructions, it'll swing into action on its own for a while. Just don't forget, you still have to keep that upgraded weapon running yourself. One of the monsters lunged straight at the guy. The second the hero blinked and looked away, one of those vile odors surged forward and tried to pounce on him. Agnes lunged in front of him, snapped the attack aside, and saved the boy. Akira snapped that she'd dropped the quote with acceleration over skill. No, she meant speed, and the boy immediately asked, "So how's your arm?" She shot back that they couldn't kill them, then begged him, "Don't think about me, stay locked on controlling the golem." And right there it was clear, protecting the mage was the swordsman's job. The golem burst into a full sprint. The hero realizes 2 brutal truths. That advanced golem just isn't quick enough, and that huge body makes the stench impossible to outrun, so they keep getting dragged back until the heart gets smashed by magic. As Agnes keeps pushing forward, the young man clocks it. Once she uses her agility skill, he realizes she has to act fast or she won't survive long. Up close, those massive summoned beasts can barely touch the tiny swarm of agile enemies, while sword golems get outmatched fast and overwhelmed. For close-in protection, you've got to slap up a barrier or bring in a vanguard fighter right now. Then he spots blood at the woman's mouth, her hands shaking hard, like her internal organs are being crushed by the strain. She's not even close to being able to handle those overskills, and he's dead sure. One more attack like that will be the end of her. From the guy's point of view, in the middle of a fight, the mage in the back is a sitting target, so 3 vanguard fighters have to shield him, because once he starts charging a big spell, he's exposed like never before. Then it hits him right now, he'd give anything to have someone else like Agnes, because suddenly he realizes he doesn't just want it, he needs it. A long time ago, he tried sketching a real human and couldn't even nail the outline on the canvas. So he shrugs and follows the unwritten law of this world: people can't be summoned. But when living creatures get drawn into existence, magic can tweak them right up to the limits of what the power allows, and there might be a loophole hiding in plain sight. The young man clenched his resolve and decided to summon someone else. Agnes heard the white dragon's call echoing in the air. She stared at him and felt it, like he was mirroring her soul. Was it possible that he'd called her in somehow? She has zero clue how she even ended up signing that contract. And to make it worse, she's not a summoned creature at all, so why does everything feel so terrifyingly wrong? The hero threw out an apology because yeah, he knew it was rude. Still, he'd gambled on luck and hoped it would somehow work out. They just need one more brutal, dependable vanguard fighter. Then a blinding flash of light slammed into the woman's eyes. Agnes can't believe it, this feels like pure madness, while Akira grins and says the gamble paid off because it still doesn't break the world's rules. I used drawing to recreate the polymorph, and when I did it, the white dragon form snapped into existence, and Agnes's eyes went wide as an unwanted, uncontracted creature surged in. Then she watched it transform into a human right in front of her. And just look at this, she's in her prime right here, at the peak of her power, absolutely unstoppable. The little hero can't stop wondering why he can't summon a person. Honestly, it's creepy. He can summon anyone he's ever seen in real life or read about in books. But the second it's a real person, the summoning just won't work. Arya shot back that she still didn't fully get his summoning rules either, so she couldn't swear to anything. Maybe it was because humans, aren't allowed to be used as a summoning tool. Summoning is the art of yanking a spirit out of another dimension and dropping it into a living body it can understand. Even when they look alive the moment you summon them, these things are really just a blob of condensed magic power. So only the most talented, dead-strong mages can pull off summoning, and that's exactly why it's the key piece of the quote contract. Usually, you either get a beast from your mentor, or you try to summon one straight from the grimoires using a circle. But if the beast won't recognize you, the contract won't even kick in, and you could pay for it with your life. Only the one who's seen it before can summon it without losing their cool, and walking away from those risks would be downright strange. His power looks endless, until he faces it firsthand, and then the limits hit hard because just summoning fake creatures won't do a thing. And here's the wild theory she's about to slam together. Even if his contractless summoning is insanely special, it almost certainly won't work on anything that defies the rules of its world, or on beings that were never meant to be a summoning tool. So the goddesses made sure those created in their image wouldn't end up as toys in someone else's hands. And yeah, that's why calling one person to another was probably banned by the goddesses too. The hero's eyes are locked in, like nothing in this world can distract him. Her explanation hit the mark for him. Calling up a human was forbidden here, but a white dragon, that one could be summoned. By summoning a beast that can naturally turn into a human, you can trigger its shell transformation. Agnes got the call and sprinted straight into the fray. She lays waste to monsters with effortless power. She unleashed the Exceed crystal shot, and the technique hit like a bolt of lightning. The young man never expected the order to keep the odor away would be followed this flawlessly. And with infection not even in the picture, everything felt like a total win. She could step in for Katia on parole without breaking a sweat, and somehow it ended up even better than he ever dared to hope. Akira declared they'd finally done it. Every last trace of those horrible odors was wiped clean. Agnes shoved for answers about what just happened, because sure, sorcerers can summon dragons, but he had done something else, and it was her. Her Highness, that young woman. She's not some summon thing, she never made a contract, and turning her into a polymorph. Yeah, that was absolutely not a summoning move. She claimed Rainford was a super mage with god-tier power, someone who could turn every wild thing he'd ever seen in his mind into real life. Akira froze in shock. This was the first time he'd ever heard of a supermage, and now he knew he'd have to break out a secret technique. He said it was a state secret, no more details, period. The woman just smiled like she already knew. The hero felt rage rising in her chest, but she had to scramble for something better. Then she swallowed it all and answered because there was no choice. She even apologized for being rude after he'd saved her, asked about his mana and pushed, "Is everything okay?" What? Hundreds of swords screamed around a shapeshifting dragon, and somehow another third golem kept piling on, so yeah, he had plenty to worry about. The young man shot back, "I'm fine, no problems." For now, he could keep going. Agnes figures magical exhaustion shouldn't shock her after all these stunts. But he doesn't look like he's faking it or forcing a brave grin, so just how much magic power does he have? A woman yanked out a piece of jewelry, like it was hiding power in plain sight. Akira blurted, "What is it?" And she grinned, "A dragon gem, wear it around your neck and it'll light up to show exactly how much mana you've got left." A slick little lifesaver, so she immediately checked its condition because you never know when trouble will strike. The hero thanked her and Agnes grinned as she explained, "Blue is your mana, and when it's drained, it flips to red. That ratio tells you exactly how much you've burned." The hero insisted the color was the same, but the woman wasn't buying it. She decided to check it herself. Akira snapped that he'd put it on the wrong way, and Agnes can't even process what she's watching. After that mind-blowing call, how could he possibly not burn through even a tenth of his strength? Is he really human? Meanwhile, Katia and Metasfina battle the dragon, and the student yells at her mentor to hold it back, because she's about to close the distance with Swingon. She activates Swingon 4th style. The exploding meteor Helios Grancheska. The girl pulled it off, she touched him. Right then, Katia snapped at her to get back in position, then she burst into the chaos herself. The princess slammed to the ground in agony and her mentor snapped at her. When you lunge without thinking, you tip your balance and hand your enemy the perfect counterattack. The monster whips out its overskill with a sweeping strike, then rockets forward on pure acceleration, turning the whole fight into a dance. General Magical Burst, Brevier, send that spell crashing into the world. Medes reeled as the smell clung to a magical sword like it had a mind of its own, and his mentor turned back every attack with sheer force. The monster kept hammering Katia with sweeping strikes, sudden speed-ups, killer moves, and instant death pressure, while Katia slipped every single one with razor-sharp dodges. She clocked it. He was one of those new magic-immune odors, stacking smart overskills one after another, never frying his system because his regeneration was off the charts. And yeah, the whole thing was straight-up unreal. In the very next breath, the girl slipped into the Helios Grancheska exploding meteor and made it hers. Almost nothing was left of that monster. But the woman stepped in and promised she could do more, way more powerful than anything he'd ever dare to repeat again and again. The single strongest absolute boost the world has ever seen. During the war with the undead, the infection slammed into the heroes because nobody understood what the odors could do. Then she'll say it plainly. No matter how they evolve, they'll always stay monsters. And no matter what they try, they'll never beat Mayan, the descendants of heroes. Under the odor's helmet, a girl's face snaps into view, and right on her forehead, a stone is glowing like it's alive. What's it called? Because she's nothing like the old odors. Katia barked at the princess to step aside. She was going to drive a blade straight into her heart at full speed and yank out that strange stone, and Medes could tell her mentor wasn't bluffing for a second. The girl swears her mentor can truly crush the new odor, and all her desperate attempts to cling to Mayan's blood don't hold a candle to his power. Suddenly, the girl's confidence shattered, and they snapped into wary mode. The girl ripped off her armor and everyone froze, because nobody could understand why. She burst into a dragon's shape, wings starting to form. Was she trying to escape in flight? Katia shut that idea down fast. She decided to clip those wings first. Then she blasted into motion with Swingen hitting 50x acceleration. Medes stares at it and thinks, there's no way anyone can break out of a network like this. The enemy slammed up a shield to block everything in its path. Every punch hit nothing but steel. Midas spun to her mentor, demanding answers for what just happened. Then someone snapped, letting this chance slip would be a catastrophic mistake. Those Odor generals are the messengers of doom, dragged in to bury the princess, and even then they're trapped on stage for now. To keep everything running, that hated Mayan clan becomes a total roadblock, so powerful they're even above the generals. Medes has no idea what he's going on about, because the guy shows up out of nowhere and starts throwing out nonsense. From the instant she laid eyes on him, her whole body started trembling and wouldn't let up. Katia swears he's not just giving orders to the new Odor, he's being pulled like a puppet too, like the smell has its own puppet master and it's blowing her mind. Those goddess guard dogs always sniff out truth in an instant, and right now, what they detect confirms what his gut screamed immediately. This isn't something they could ever understand. The girls stare in pure disbelief at the creature they can't even understand. And just when their minds break, it's already too late because the goddess's curse is back, haunting them with that dreadful reminder. Now it's their turn to crumble to dust under the spatial mage's hands. The singularity of Mayan and Katia's left scratching her head because she still can't figure out why he calls himself Singularity. Karamace watches it all unfold and blurts, "It's beautiful." Then the fresh souls of fallen men are devoured by the stench gathered up inside this Morian. No matter how long she keeps watching, that spark of excitement won't die, because one day these souls will ignite into life, and the beacon of the great shadow sorcery will be none other than Icarus and Lil. Oswald snapped that this just wasn't cutting it. At this pace, it would drag on for decades or even centuries, and the collection zone had to be widened until it covered the whole world. So one of their goals is to bend the world under C9D, the place where their magical cult keeps everything under lock and spell. Pennsylvania will take the wheel of it all, crushing the troublesome holy church of the goddess Faruna. And the first move is to weaken Stormheim, using the Odor to seize it and shove it straight under Pennsylvania's control. But the princess, the living symbol of their country, blocks their path, and the throne feels like it has to go to Prince Oswell. Yet the woman warns that under the hero-obsessed queen's protection, Medisfina's claim has only grown stronger. But honestly, it would have been way easier if she'd died as a child. Yet the man kept reminding her that the princess was saved by a boy who already knew the truth. And this time it looks like he's her escort. Talk about a twist of fate. If he hadn't tangled with the princess, he never would have met his end for nothing, right at the dawn of his life. Karam said this kid was one of the rare men who could actually grab her attention, and just remembering him sent heat straight through her. And trust me, once that happens, it could get way more wild than you ever expected. Agnes couldn't shake the fact that Akira didn't look even a bit tired, even after running the advanced golem for ages. So she figured the princess must have landed out behind that hill. The hero's been telling himself advanced levels won't touch his mana. until he just burned almost 10% in one go, and now panic hits hard because polymorph definitely drains the energy, so next time he's got to play it smarter. Now the only thing that matters is reaching the others. So he tells Medes to hold tight while Katia's busy battling the stench, warning them not to get any closer. She's warning there are too many of them, and telling the princess not to let this singularity nonsense derail her. She should focus on retreating and slipping into the army instead. The creature might even sense how desperately he wants to save the princess, but no matter what, nothing changes. He smashed the Stormheim vanguard, broke the Oder invasion's hold, and plunged the whole army into chaos, splitting them into 3 groups and shouting for help from their Talna, so the princess would tear here in panic, convinced that nobody else could save them. They poured everything they had just to get the princess up on that stage. Could he really let her go? Then bam, 4 massive pillars shot up from the ground, and Katia's mind instantly went blank, because she couldn't even guess what he was about to do. The monster orders Mayan to drown in it, take the helpless dread straight in the gut. The pain that hits the moment someone he loves is suffering. Monsters closed in on Katia and Midi, trapping them from every side. These 4 pillars blast out a gravitational field that wraps around them like a trap. The Singularity legends claim they're the ones who keep balance on the underside of the world, so could he be one of them? Maybe, maybe not. Either way, that's not the real question. Why is the Singularity issuing commands to the otters? Did those odors hit like a full-blown disaster from nowhere? The princess crumpled to her knees. Under that crushing pressure, her body simply wouldn't move. Medes slammed herself to the ground, and her mentor's eyes widened. He'd just recognized the truth. This was an ancient, irresistible magic of attraction. Katia said that kind of trick won't shatter her spirit, and then she swore the moment with bloody ash. The girl and the dragon stand frozen in shock, and the Singularity warned that this terror was exactly what the heroic race would face. She lives up to every legend, born as the heir to a mutation that sparked at the very dawn of history. Also, she can protect the goddesses who forged the world. What even counts as a hero anymore? These days, people throw that word at the house Mina because that family has carried the legendary Red-Eye buff for generations. It all kicks off in the Age of Legends, inside a world built by the goddesses, when ruthless shadows crawl over impossible singularities and a brutal war erupts, and that's when flawless warriors step in, swear to their divine creators, and clash for the sake of humanity. Ancient warriors lit themselves ablaze to save the world the goddesses loved. Yet somehow, that fire became a weapon so lethal it could take down even a shadow alone, and they poured that dream into every generation through their own blood. These were the heroes people once worshipped, beloved as true gods of war, feared for their overwhelming strength. Old myths and legends swear that, gripping divine blades, they battled for the world and its people in the name of goddesses who couldn't step in themselves. But as time dragged on, their blood thinned out, divine grace faltered, and the heroes slid into the ranks of the 7 great houses, while the god of battles will still burned into the bloodline of generations to come. And that's the bloody ash seal, eyes of red staring back at you. Here it is, the blood of heroes who used to stalk singularities like it was nothing, scaring even the shadows. But that kind of greatness, now it's just a bedtime story, because today's heroes aren't gods, they're just people. But just regular folks, only with a tiny, extra strong boost baked into their blood. Katia feels it getting heavier by the second, absurd, seriously absurd. And if even the odors can't budge in a gravity field, then we've got our opening. We haul the princess out of here before anything changes. Suddenly, the dragon girl exploded forward and lunged straight at Katia. Katia's eyes went wide in shock. The teacher launched a brutal attack, because in a gravity field, swinging even a little wrong is a guaranteed disaster. Medes couldn't figure out how that stench could drift so freely through here, even with his overskill acceleration. And the monster just sneered that the poor princess had misunderstood something. 2 of them can barely move here. Those 4 pillars, the mana stones, don't conjure a gravity field. They convert and supercharge the spell's area and power, turning his magic up to full blast. Turns out he picks his own victims, and from the very start his sights were locked only on them. And every other Odara inside the field could, with 0 resistance, slice the princess's head off the very next moment. Katia realizes she's out of time, then the attack rockets straight at the girl. But one fighter is launching them back, repelling every strike as the attack crashes down. Archduke Cord slammed back the dragon's assault. He leaned in and demanded to know what Mayan was up to. Is this really the kind of heroic race, where you drag your feet against gravity like it owns you? Medes couldn't stop admiring how brutally he overskilled things. Even with everything going on, he's the head of a great house after all. Katia demanded why he was here and he shot back, that's a stupid question. They'd already cut down the 1st and 2nd garrisons, now the rest of the troops were racing toward the same spot. After teaming up with the survivors of the 3rd garrison, the whole army was regrouping and pouring every force in here, and he snapped orders to Katia. Get the princess back now. He's trying to help, sure, but one slip right here and it's over. Cord can't even make sense of it. How did Murray end up standing in front of him like this? The foul stench darts off to hunt Mayan down. Cord blasts into hyperspace and rips them apart. Medes clocked it instantly. This was Gil Satan's movement technique, and it blew his mind how freely he could glide inside a gravitational field. With those leaps from one point to the next, he fought like gravity didn't even exist. Medes tells his mentor, "Trust me, everything's going to work out," and says that with the Archduke on their side, they'll crush the enemy. Catches stunned, Cord's wondering if she's lost it again, and Marie charges straight into the fight. The man who talked for a living slipped past the strike like it never stood a chance. He's already fixated on the fastest way to split his own head open, and then he grips the sword of loss and flame like it's destiny. Boom, an explosion tore through the air, and the princess prayed he'd finally pulled it off, but no matter how hard they pushed, the results came up empty, because in the world's eyes, even heroes and legendary warriors get treated like monsters. Before them, the ancient power of singularities churns, but it all turns out to be nothing more than a failed mutation. Cord's eyes go wide. He can't believe he just heard that, and he's sure he must have misheard the whole singularity thing. The monster tore into the heroes, launching a full-on attack. They barely managed to dodge. Cord snapped at Katia, "Don't freeze. Snatch the princess right now and bolt, because whatever happens next, things are getting dangerously bad." Singularity or not, his gut screams the truth. He's not just different, he's on a whole other level. Katia snatched the princess and blurted, "Move now." They had to vanish before the moment the Archduke handed them slipped away. The mentor locked eyes with her comrade, swallowed her pride, and apologized, then demanded, "Don't you dare die on me, not until I come back." Singularity sneered at them as fools, because who on earth thought they could claw their way out of here? Suddenly the girls dropped, like something invisible had slammed onto their backs, and the weight pinned them so hard they couldn't move a muscle. Cord tried to bolt forward to help, but Marie lunged in and started attacking him. The stench slammed into the immobilized Katia and Medes, like a wave that wouldn't let up. The teacher made the bold call to switch to Sillingen's second style, right on the spot. She thrust with a piercing spear, longus oratorica, and it was right there, inches from the mark, but her bad posture made her overreach the moment it mattered. But the stench still found a way to slam into her. Princess Cord is stunned out of her mind, and the singularity keeps a sharp eye on every move. The stench hit the mentor like a smack, and Medisfina erupted, shouting the girl's name. Katia got boxed in by a wave of stifling, overpowering smells. Midi sobs and shrieks her mentor's name at the top of her lungs. This singularity just realized it's been bitten, and the moment it clicks, it knows the end is already here. The princess shoved forward, desperate to race to the teacher's side. But the cord cut her off mid-strum. He warned, "Don't let her inside." Katia had already been bitten on the neck, and soon that infection would rip through her organs and steal control of her mind. And once she's fully turned into that stench, she'll snap back with a merciless fury. Zero mercy for everyone they loved. It's gut-wrenching, but that's the curse the infected live with. He barked at Medisfina to get up, while Katia slipped beyond saving and they stumbled into retreat. The girl snapped back, asking if he meant it. Like she'd ever run off and leave her mentor in the lurch? No way. She'd rather lock into battle beside her and die protecting her. Rage took over and he shoved her away. He told her these are the words of the kingdom's future ruler, and he swore to her mother, right then and there, that he would stand guard and protect her no matter what. No matter what came at him, he refused to let her die right in front of him, like Celeria. The man clung to the beautiful woman's words like a lifeline, no more running. He snapped his command to Medisfina Stormheim, "Rise." The loss of her comrade wouldn't break anyone who'd already chosen the brutal road of leadership. The girl remembers the Archduke's venomous words about his hatred for Mayan. Then she realizes that when the war with the otters erupts, there's nowhere safe to run, so she stays right here. Was every move he made from the start really just to keep her safe? An explosion tore the air apart. The heroes spun around in a heartbeat, and their eyes locked onto Katia. She said the Archduke was right, no one's allowed to come near her. And the awful truth, she won't be around to watch the princess rise and become queen. But giving her life to keep her safe is the highest honor a knight can earn. Katia Mena doesn't regret a single thing. She swore she trusted your highness. She might have to dig deep for every ounce of strength, but during their retreat she'd still cover them. Medes was about to bolt straight to her mentor, but Cord slammed her down and told her to stop. She kept fighting that infection to the very end. Did she really not get what it feels like to be used as bait? The girl can't stop replaying what she can't figure out. Why did everything spiral into this mess? Singularity watches it all unfold, calling it heartbreak in real time, then coldly reminds everyone it won't change the ending. The princess still dies. He slams down spatial plates and summons odors with pure mass power. Even more odor generals have burst onto the scene, and the heroes are left absolutely stunned. He called in even more stench and the generals with it. To fight back, he'd need to pull off a bunch of jumps, but hyperspace was off limits with the princess in play, and now he couldn't help wishing he'd waited to team up. Cord didn't have a clue what to do. Then someone blurted that the drawing was done, and the very next second, boom, an explosion ripped the air apart. Everyone snapped their heads around in sheer shock, because the one who pulled off the act was right there, and even the singularity wasn't spared. Divine beasts and dragons swarmed everywhere, and they couldn't make sense of how so many of them had suddenly shown up. The moment the odors hit, those creatures lunged in and started attacking. The court has no clue what's going on, because these aren't normal monsters, they're summoned creatures tearing into the scene. Did they actually pull it off at the last second? The Alliance's mage and summoner squads finally burst in to back them up. Mitty snapped no, because it was him who showed up, and Cord couldn't figure out who she was even talking about. She said he's usually quiet, hiding in the shadows, until his friends are in trouble. Then he charges in without thinking, and somehow he's back again, saving the day. Akira Reinfert, the strongest summoner on the planet. Katia slams her question to Her Highness. Who in the world is this Akira Reinfert, and why has he vanished from the magical aptitude test list for all this time? Metas knew she couldn't keep him hidden for long. Now that her mentor had uncovered everything, her weak excuses would only make it worse, because his power would get picked apart and he'd end up under state control. So she went with a different path. Why stay trapped as a palace mage when she could get Akira at her side instead, bound to her as a vassal? To make him her vassal and keep him safe, she begged her mentor with tears, screaming that he was the one-of-a-kind chosen soul. Then the truth hit her, and she finally understood exactly what she was doing. She didn't do it for some noble reason anymore. She just wanted one thing, to see Akira, and she was bracing for the fact that he'd hate her for it. But Akira didn't just drop the grudge. She said that as an adult, she'd fight for her. No matter how hard she tries to look fearless, he always sees the truth hiding in her eyes. Because he acts so much more mature, she starts leaning on him harder and harder until she doesn't even notice it. Then she blurts out, sobbing about her mentor. And right then the hero snaps to it. Something else happened to Katia. Cord stared at a jaw-dropping swarm of dragons and wondered, just how many summoners did he haul in to pull off something this huge? Agnes strode up to her comrades and demanded to know how they were holding up. Court demanded answers, then stared at the sea of dragons, wondering if this was really the Alliance army. A squad of summoners had rolled in, but she said there was just one summoner. The man scoffed, because how in the world could one person pull off something this massive? Agnes demands he trust his eyes, because every dragon and divine beast he's seeing is really the handiwork of one special summoner, Akira Reinfert. He can't accept it. This has to be impossible. If he's really pulling off something like that, then there's no way you can still call him human. The hero leaned in, demanded to know Katia's condition, and made sure she could actually fight. The mentor can't stop thinking about Akira's arrival. This is their turning point. Agnes grabs the moment and says, now we strike. While the odors get slammed back by flames, they sprint to get the princess out before it's too late, because even an extraordinary summoner can only hold the line for so long. After that attack, even gravity started to sag. Cord snaps to the summoner, stay sharp. The enemy, calling itself a singularity, offers odors prizes and then drops the real bomb. Katja has been infected. He said there's nothing we can do now, so the boys got to focus on rescuing the princess, and right after that, rage flared in the young man's chest. He slapped a name on the singularity and demanded what he'd done to Katia. Then the young man snapped into water breathing. The enemy slammed their attack back and the hero just couldn't process what hit them. Cord yanked Metasfina behind his back, leave now before it's too late. Metasfina stayed on edge, still haunted by her mentor. Then the man finally pressed her, so why did Katia sacrifice herself? To blast away the stench in one ruthless sweep and carve a clean path to escape. This power is pure, jaw-dropping magic and a brutal summoning technique, but don't kid yourself. They can't just slip out that easily. The heroes got pinned flat as a terrifying gravity blast slammed them into the ground. Akira can't make sense of it, he's being slammed into the ground. Cord swore this is ancient attraction magic, and only by shattering the magical pillars can it all be stopped. The young man suddenly started scanning the room. He clocked the pillars. Yeah, there were more than a few, and the Archduke snapped that there were exactly 4. He'd take 2, then he pointed at the young man and told him to finish the other 2. The man tells them flat out, they can't break free while the enemy keeps using their bodies to supercharge his magic, and Akira finally clicks that this is exactly what's trapping everyone. He slams the final strokes onto the page and finishes the drawing. Then he calls up 2 golems and they smash the pillars to pieces. Cord stunned like, wait, how is that even possible? Agnes, though, starts connecting the dots because after everything that's happened, she remembers he didn't stop there. He summoned 4 even stronger golems next. And with one brutal move, he smashed every single one of the 4 pillars at the same time. Singularity is furious, and it's calling the young man a total disgrace. Cord's jaw dropped. This young man shattered all 4 pillars and still summoned 4 advanced golems, all while keeping the dragon flock perfectly under control. The Archduke replayed the girl's words, how she claimed he'd keep her safer than any fortress, and he even wondered if he'd been flattering Mine's blood too much, only to realize it wasn't hollow bravado. It all traces back to him. That's exactly where the princess finds her confidence. So just how many summoning contracts does he have, and with divine beasts to boot? Cord had never ever heard of anything like this. Special summoner Akira Reinfert is ripping past the power he's already shown, far beyond the great warriors. This isn't just strength, it feels like disaster waiting to strike. The hero can't believe his opponent slipped the hit again, so he refuses to let it go and throws himself into another test. Refining the complete water Divine Beast Spear and then, boom, sealing its fire Divine Beast Spear form. The commanders stared in disbelief, frozen as everything spiraled out of control, because the Divine Beast had turned into a spear right in front of them. Cord snapped and asked Agnes what it was, and Ta just shook his head, saying he didn't get it any more than she did. The hero clenches his resolve and unleashes his abilities, using every power he has to shield himself from it. Singularity froze the world in pure, jaw-dropping shock. The boy races through the thought barrier or something stranger, then vows to smash it even harder. Akira's Divine Beast transformation ignites and Meta's voice tears through the air. Don't you dare fail. Agnes stands right behind him, backing him up with full support. The singularity snapped into a protective barrier, and those spears came flying, crashing, smashing, bouncing off shields as the heroes just froze, mouths hanging open in shock. An explosion erupted right behind the enemy, like the blast ripped the air in half. Singularity yanked both Divine Beast spears into himself and hurled them over his shoulder like nothing. Panels stitched the space in front of him to the space behind him, straight up like a wormhole. And then the boy realized this singularity wasn't normal at all. Fresh tables started popping up again, and just like that old saying, disaster never rides solo. The enemy leans in and admits, Akira Reinfert is downright exceptional. The hero's eyes snapped wide with shock, and the young man pressed his lips tight like he couldn't believe it. He can't even wrap his head around how he knows any of this, until the singularity leans in and asks the young man if he realizes what it means when people like him can rewrite the laws of the universe. The world will never let them blend in with the mediocre. They're like monsters you can't even understand, stuck taking the sting of manipulation and betrayal, no escape, no mercy. And those words he'd never accept, they haunted the boy's mind. He still remembered his friends warning him, don't act like you're the only one carrying the whole manga industry on your back. And then the girl who dumped him hitting him with, we don't have enough in common to be together. Now he'd finally seen it for himself. His monster-level power was getting ripped off for someone else's gain. And it hurt even more because the princess who swore she'd never betray him snapped her promise so easily, choosing only herself. Even now she's still pulling strings to get the crown. Doesn't that just scream trouble? And no, that's not on her. It's him. He keeps dangling temptation in front of everyone, even when he's trying to play hero for the weak and the broken. So the enemy offers Akira Reinfert a horrifying deal. Join them as a transcendental being and become one with their singularity. All he wanted with his gift was to spark hope in people and save his mother's life. But every win he pulled in only pushed her deeper into corruption. She started clawing for more money because his new work was selling like crazy. The singularity claims that all the talentless just latch onto his insane skills, then rot into greedy, empty shells with nothing left but pathetic desire. And in the end, they stabbed him in the back and betrayed him. So he decides the only people worth standing beside are equals, the ones who won't be dazzled by his power. That's why he hands Akira Reinfeld the chance to turn into a singularity. The hero toyed with the chilling thought of turning others into dependents, and when he saw Metasfina sobbing, doubt crept in. Was his own presence draining the strong, steady Metas down into weakness? Just like my mom, once gentle even in poverty, she shifted and changed too. Singularity leaned in and begged the hero, don't twist this. Don't blame me when simpletons have no clue what this pain feels like, because I'm not taking responsibility for their ignorance. After all, clinging to power and praying someone else bails you out is the whole deal with base people. Cord and Agnes, faces twisted the moment they heard it. The enemy leans in and begs the young man to join them, because inside him is a one-of-a-kind singularity that can rewrite the universe's very foundation. He can't let that power get dragged through the mud and turned into some tool for greedy rulers. Someone yelled that everything was falling apart, and every single person snapped their heads toward the one who dared to say it. Katia insisted Lady Metasfina wasn't just chasing herself. She meant to keep her promise clear to the bitter end, and when the truth had to come out, Katia ripped the information from her, even though Lady Metasfina fought it every step of the way. Kachimayan was the one who pushed her into breaking her promises to him. Everyone gasped at that bombshell. Katia only doubled down, claiming she'd always been like this. Self-absorbed, clueless to her own world, rude as ever, the black sheep of the Mayan household. She couldn't swallow the truth. Her eldest brother was married to Princess Celeria, and her own eldest sister, Calvina, was already promised to Prince Oswell. Ruling by greed and blind power, her father just shoved her brother and sister into the royal court, and that's why she couldn't stand the kid he sired with the princess. Then her lessons kicked off, she had to teach fencing, and she caught it instantly. That same open, honest gaze her brothers had. After losing both parents in one cruel blow and becoming the heir to the throne, she had to be fighting loneliness every single day. Still, her gaze refused to drift. She stared straight ahead with zero blame for anyone, not even for a second. So she chose to stand guard over that child all the way to the end, sword or Saleria be damned. Because it was the only way she could make up for everything her brother had been through, and the only thing left in her reach to crown Metasfina Queen of Stormheim. Katia shot Akira a heartfelt apology, because it was her who'd grabbed his attention in the first place and bullied Lady Metasfina into recruiting his help. That was so messed up. When did she start turning into the very father she hated? Singularity's last words and her feelings for the princess had reached them, but it was too late. Her blood was already poisoned, and even the hero's power could only stall the inevitable because the infection would race through her body and she'd end up bound to him as his servant. And then she'd swing that blade straight at her precious princess. Akira can't stomach the idea that Katia would ever do that to Metis. His mentor slams the brakes and warns him not to underestimate Mayan. So tell me, does he really think they'd walk into the next blow with zero countermeasures after their sword got taken and their next leader was left to rise? The enemy had no clue what countermeasures she meant, so she snapped into action and unleashed the skillful bleeding. Everyone goes silent in disbelief after what she just says. The girl says once the blood ash hits its limit, the blood dumps out all at once. The heart shuts down, and bam, she gets suspended animation that purges the infection from the body. Then the heart has to be restarted, pumping blood at lightning speed. Because the success rate is only 30%, and yeah, it's a brutal gamble, but you'll go through with it, fueled by true hero-level resolve. Katia grabs Akira's attention and demands he listen to her. Even if it could get her killed, someone like her would only stir trouble around him. But she still wants to ask him a favor, the same comrade she once fought side by side with. The girl gripped her sword like it was about to leap into action, then bent in close, ready to draw. If she's about to die, she grabs his sleeve and pleads, "Protect the princess, don't you dare leave her alone." Akira runs through every wild, unforgettable moment he and Keisha shared, like when she told him it's smarter to flirt with girls their own age using those bold compliments, or when she volunteered to be the bait. Finally, she blurted out her request. If she didn't make it, she begged him to shield the princess and never leave her on her own. The mentor crumpled to the ground, gone for good. Midasfine's voice broke as she fell into tears, screaming for her teacher. Cord and Agnes shut their eyes and bowed their heads. Metis lunged toward her mentor, but the commander yanked her back with every ounce of strength. Singularity realized Katia had gone to the darkest extreme. Since the infection was already crawling through her blood, all that sacrifice was doomed because no hero can live through total blood loss. Terrified she'd stain her own hands with violence, Katia chose a path of death. She'd rather end herself than harm the princess, and honestly that logic hits hard. The enemy wants Akira Reinfeld to finally see it. No matter how powerful the great houses are, even the proud line of heroes can't stand a chance against that singularity. Then he pushes him hard to take the offer. If he does nothing, he'll get himself killed for no reason, just like that idiot woman. Metasfine is sobbing uncontrollably, and Cord and Agnes glare at the demon with pure burning disdain. The hero swore he got it all perfectly, and when Singularity heard that, she couldn't believe it. He'd finally made his choice. Akira thanked him for laying it all out so clearly. Those bad, terrible creatures were finally understood. Out of nowhere, the heroes felt his magical power spike, so bright it was visible to the naked eye. Rage boiled in Akira's veins. Singularity blurted out how sorry he was. He truly thought they could have been friends, but if he wasn't gonna drop that narrow-minded mindset, then fine, he'd just have to live with the distance. He'll slaughter everyone who's become his burden, then the weight will snap and he'll turn into a beast. Akira snapped at him to stop getting cocky, and he didn't even mean to sound that cheesy, but honestly, right now rage was ripping through him. He grabbed the sketch and started reshaping it again, right from the top. He'll never forgive anyone as ruthless as himself. So when the Cordon's Agnes watched the hero summon giant spears carved from divine beasts, and in huge numbers, they're left utterly stunned. A singularity snaps up protective barriers, and he's sure colossal magical power won't be enough on its own. Then an explosion erupts. Attack magic was split into attributes, so it could hit harder with way less effort. Summoning magic cranks up its might with brutal, destructive power, but you pay for it. Mana drains faster and your control is tightly chained with hard limits. Akira Reinford's summoning has none of those limits. He reshapes it however he wants, and it isn't chained to any attribute at all. These high magic blows erupt like pure chaos, forming into an all-out summoning. The The singularity slammed the hero's attack to a halt, and everyone watching the fight went wide-eyed in pure shock. The creature weighs the sheer ocean of mana and destruction in its gut, realizes its spatial plates can't fully swallow it, and snaps into defense mode. Because in its mind, only two other beings have ever pulled off something like this. And then boom, another singularity arrives. Renamia Delta, the sorceress backed by the unmatched Shadow and Supermosh, the legendary slayer of goddesses like Ikora decide. He's probably just making it up in his head. Because even if he's a total disruptor, he's still only human, not some shadowy singularity, so yeah, his power has real limits. If he's not planning to join them, then they'll cut him down right here, right now, and Akira is left stunned. Because this man shrugged off everything, defended himself, and still wiped out the divine beasts and their spears with effortless ease. Cord screamed at the hero to keep moving, don't stop. Because once the enemy locked in their defense, the gravity would start to fade, and he had to keep smashing forward. Turns out he can't hold that field steady once the fighting starts. So Cord shoves the hero forward, begging him to buy time to get the princess out, and the young man snaps into action, unleashing a brutal flurry of attacks. The second the singularity started fighting back, Cord knew he was right. Gravity's grip snapped instantly, and that was the moment he realized Medes could still be saved. He reached for the princess, but Marie barreled in first and lunged to take him down. Agnes also spotted her granddaughter right away. She can't shake the question, was the girl who once raised a sword against the Archduke truly her granddaughter? Cord pleads with Agnes, begging her to drop any grudge before his next move. To take down that odor that can shrug off physical hits, you've got to tear into its flesh with one brutal high-power spell. Or he could shatter your heart with a magic sword. Cord fires a brutal general magical blast, and Braver gets hit. Medisfina and Akira can't wrap their heads around it. Gilseddon's art of movement jacks the magic sword's speed even higher, blasting it from already fast to pure Braver velocity matching Suinjin. The flashes are fewer, but the way he pulls them off is on a whole other level, leagues beyond his usual technique. Then Marie vanished out of nowhere. Medes lunged to warn him, but the enemy flashed in with divine speed, and Cord realized the gap between moves was massive, and that was the end of him. Suddenly, Agnes drove a sword straight through her granddaughter's heart. The old woman's move stunned the whole crowd into silence. She snapped at Marie, demanding she stop. When the power she gave to protect Kalinets turned on his excellency, she didn't hesitate. She grabbed fate by the throat and freed her own soul from the suffering. Her sweet granddaughter, Marie Cougar. Even as she's ripped of her beloved granddaughter, and a sword presses against her in the dead heart of this nightmare. Medes can only stand by, powerless, wrapped in protection, while everyone she cares about takes the hit for her. And she just stands there frozen. How in the world is someone this helpless even fit to wear the crown? The enemy tried to yank the heroes down with gravity once more, and Kira snapped into action to stop it again. But he figured summoners are defenseless up close, and he pushed in, close enough to worm into his mind and seize control. Without warning, Medisfina sliced off his own hand. The commanders clocked it, she'd used pure agility to dodge the whole thing. But then the real question hit them, did she actually see this attack coming? The next second she hit the ground. She face-planted into the ground, unmoving. She swore to Akira that when they headed to Kalance together, she'd guard him with her life on the line. Because leaving him behind to flee alone would prove she wasn't worthy to be queen. Turning his back on his own subjects in a burst of cowardice, yeah, that kind of life is worthless. Medes pushes the Archduke to throw down hard and tells Akira to lock in on the attack, because if he stays focused, they've got a real shot. She won't slow them down, and with both of them fighting as one, they'll smash the singularity. He couldn't forget his friend, the girl's mother, who shoved hope into his chest and told him, don't quit. She swore it would all work out if they battled to the very end, and that promise lit a fire in him. He was ready to shield her no matter what. Her daughter was as stubborn as Salaria herself. Singularity blurts out, you mean it, she's not running away. The princess is stepping up, offering you her life. He said that's the kind of answer that hits perfectly. Right then he snapped and called Marie again. More challengers crashed in too, led by the Oder generals. He slams on gravity to clamp their movements shut, then starts wiping them out, one general after another. Akira pleads with her highness to leave. This is pure madness because it's so hard to even move. Medes snaps that he should strike with everything he's got again. He swears she's out of reach, but nope, he's wrong. The more they shove him into defending himself, the more his gravitational field buckles and fades. Then they'll sink their fangs into him, right there, with Archduke Gilseddon and Mayan standing in the blast. Medes isn't telling them to lose control, she's steadying them. This time, Akira's right there with the team, and his strikes have rattled the singularity and cracked the gravity holding it together. With Akira on their side, they finally have a real shot. They slam everything they've got into it, and once they crack it, they'll finally figure out how to beat the singularity. Medes fires back at the guy, demanding he keep hammering him. No pauses, no breathing room. Spears ripped through the air and tore straight toward the enemy. He kept asking himself how much longer he'd have to eat these attacks alive. What kind of ridiculous magic was this? He couldn't decide between striking back or just holding his ground, and that choice felt all wrong right now. Then boom, the pull vanished. The singularity scoffs at humans, little insects claiming they've seen the light. But whether the gravity's gone or not, if you can't dodge what's coming, the ending won't change. Metasphina throws herself in front of the hero, doing everything she can to shield him from every hit. None of the enemy's blows land on the hero, because Cord suddenly realizes the girl is using Swinjin to twist every hit aside, and she's set on becoming Akira Reinford's living shield. The teamwork is incredible, even if the whole thing moves a bit slower. Could Metis finally unleash her real power while fighting back? Right then, Marie jolted back to life and Agnes had no choice. She missed her window to strike at the weak spot. Something slammed into her neck out of nowhere, and she crumpled lifeless on the spot because it was fire magic. Metis told everyone the Archduke Cord took way too long to answer. She leaned in and demanded to know what he was waiting for, because did he truly want Agnes to strike her granddaughter down a second time? Now that the gravitational field can finally be cut, they need him front and center more than ever, and the man immediately recognized Metis as his friend Celeria. Celeria Stormheim, Stormheim's fierce, radiant second princess, master of Kaline's power, the sword singer everyone in the land adored and the very first love in his heart. She followed the kingdom's tradition, married into the heroic bloodline, bore his child, and all he had to do was accept it. He swallowed his own feelings, then threw everything he had into making her smile. Celeria was 4 years older than him and treated him like her little brother, and her husband, Mayan, the swordman born gifted and impossibly charming, was the kind of man you couldn't help but like. Cord craved one thing, strength, because he couldn't stand the idea that Celeria might see him as weaker than a sword. That's why he stormed into war with the Odors. Even though he knew it, at barely 15 years old he still wasn't ready to carry the weight of a great house. Celeria snapped that he had to retreat, right now, but he couldn't wrap his head around dying here, not when he still had his whole life ahead. Cord fired back that he wouldn't leave them behind. If they were going to run, then they'd all go together. The Odors were vicious, dangerous creatures, so Sword slammed himself between them and everyone until the soldiers and the kids were safe, and she vowed to fight at his side as his wife. Then she snapped at the boy to get out. And if they didn't come back, she shoved one last mission into his hands, protect Metasphina. They were betting everything on him. Court believes this was no fake, an image of the real heroes. Time after time, he hurled himself into the fight, convinced it was his duty to spend every breath they gave him for his country and the people. The moment the news hit him that the princess was coming to cleanse only one soul, one fierce thought surged forward. Protect the girl Celeria placed in his hands, and drag her back to Stormheim with victory secured. He felt he had to make amends for living while Celeria and her sword paid the price, but deep down, he feared he'd been wrong. He spun toward Celeria and the sword, then declared with steel in his voice that their daughter wasn't the kind of girl who would ever need anyone's protection. With the same fearless leadership in her bones, she's ready to throw her life on the line for everyone, no hesitation, just heroism. As a hero and a royal, she'll guard her comrades with everything she's got.